introduces a 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 school structure, focuses on skills, critical thinking, and regional languages, and promotes the use of technology. The goal is to provide the quality education for all and prepare students for a better future. Today, our distinguished panelists will share their insights on the key features, challenges, and potential impact of this visionary policy. I engage everyone to actively engage and make the most of this enriching session.
Wonderful. So that's what NEP is all about. Just to add on, you have already given all the information, but just to add on, got implemented on 29th of July 2020. And as I already said, to make emerging India incredible, and India is already incredible, I would say, incredible India as we all know, but to have this incredibleness shared in the globe. As we all know that many of us, like many of the Indians, are actually working right now in top-notch organizations in US, in Europe, in different part of the world, and they're actually making India more proud, more incredible. Can we have a huge applaud for this? Please, एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Okay, so as we all know, हमारा tradition, हमारी संस्कृति हमें क्या सिखाती है कि हम किसी भी शुभ कार्य को करने से पहले कार्य को शुभ एक्चुअली वही बनाता है कि हम परमपिता परमेश्वर को याद करते हैं, उनकी आराधना करते हैं, उनकी अर्चना करते हैं, उनसे आशीर्वाद लेते हैं. And to do this, I would request our guest of honor who is present in front of us, Professor Dr. Rajiv Jain. He is the former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan. Please एक बार तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए सर के लिए. I would also like to request Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management, Professor Dr. Visujoy Chatterjee.
I would also like to invite the Registrar of the University of Engineering and Management to please come up on stage.
Would also like to request all the Vice Chancellors present here to please join us on stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. And all the directors as well, please.
Please give everyone a huge round of applause.
Principals, directors present here, please request you all to please join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. It would actually be an opportunity for us to also take a wonderful picture with you all. So please join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Sir, would also request you all, please. May we request the panel अगर एक song हो जाए गणेश वंदना या कुछ भी हमारे बीच में. Thank you.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदण्ड वन्दितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा. शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचारसार परमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीम् वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्.
Request everyone present on the stage to please be with us for a group photograph. एक बार तालियां प्लीज जोरदार होनी चाहिए हम सभी के लिए। आपको पता है तालियां बजाने से आपका ब्लड सर्कुलेशन तेज होता है। तेज एक बार जोरदार वाली गाड़ियां प्लीज एक बार तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए। थैंक यू सो मच। Well, as I've already talked about tradition and हमारी जो संस्कृति है, हमारी जो वैल्यूज है, रूपसा भी मैंने इसके बारे में बात करी। इसमें एक चीज हमें और सिखाई जाती है कि भगवान को तो हम याद करते ही हैं, उनका स्मरण करते हैं, उनसे आशीर्वाद देते हैं। एक और भगवान है जिनको भी हम स्मरण करते हैं, उनसे भी हम आशीर्वाद देते हैं। और वो भगवान कौन से होते हैं? अतिथि देवो भव, यानी गेस्ट आर लाइक गॉड, जिसपे हम लोग बिलीव करते हैं। और उसी परंपरा के लिए रूपसा।
Now, allow me to welcome on stage Professor Dr. Rajiv Jain, who is the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Rajasthan. For the felicitation, I would like to invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Vishwajoy Chatterjee, the Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management, and our Registrar, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma. Everyone, please give a huge round of applause.
तालियां भी एक बार जोरदार वापस से। थैंक यू सो मच।
Rajiv sir, I would please request you to share a few words.
On the dais, Professor Dr. Vishwajoy Chatterjee, Vice Chancellor, University Engineering and Management, Jaipur, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, Registrar of this University. मेरे सामने हमारे मित्र HP सिंह साहब, जो कि कई यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर हैं, राजस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी से रश्मि जैन, प्रोफेसर रश्मि जैन, और जिनके मैं उसके याद तो अभी स्मरण में नहीं है कि जिनके नाम सभी को, और प्रिय विद्यार्थी साथियों, आज वैसे तो सारे दिन यहाँ पर जिस तरीके से मैं यहाँ देख रहा हूँ कि पैनल डिस्कशन में बहुत बड़े बड़े लोग अपनी सारे दिन बात को यहाँ रखेंगे, मैं आपको इसके बैकग्राउंड से थोड़ा सा अटैच करना चाहता हूँ। और मैं समझता हूँ कि मैं यही चीज कहूँ तो वो ज्यादा बेटर रहेगी। 2020 का मुझे ध्यान है, 2020 8 जनवरी को JCRC यूनिवर्सिटी के अंतर्गत कन्वोकेशन था, उसमें मैं भी उपस्थित था वहां पर। और वहां पर हमारे देश के जिन्होंने की मुख्य भूमिका थी, कस्तूरी रंजन जी, वो उस दिन उस कन्वोकेशन सेरेमनी के चीफ गेस्ट थे। कन्वोकेशन होने के बाद में उनके साथ में करीब आधा पौन घंटा इस न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, जो कि 29 जुलाई 2020 को इस देश में लागू की गई, उसकी पृष्ठभूमि पर काफी डिस्कशन हुआ। उन्होंने बताया किस तरीके से हम किन किन लोगों को, स्टेक होल्डर्स को इसमें इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, कुछ लोग न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के नाम से इसको काफी चर्चा में रहा। इसके पश्चात एज ए वाइस चांसलर मैंने जब राजस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी को ज्वाइन किया सितंबर में, 9 सितंबर को, उसके पश्चात यूजीसी ने एक कमेटी बनाई पूरे देश के लिए कि उसके 2 ऑब्जेक्टिव रखे। पहला ऑब्जेक्टिव तो था, वो था कि सेंसिटाइजेशन ऑफ न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी या नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी इन दिस कंट्री। सेकंड, implementation of new education policy in the country। तो जिसका नॉर्दर्न रीजन का के अंतर्गत मेरे को एज ए टीम मेंबर लिया गया और उस समय से इस न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की चीजें आगे बढ़ने लगी। एज ए वाइस चांसलर फिर हमने हमारे पे ये दायित्व आया कि हम इसको कैसे सेंसिटाइज करें। तो पूरे देश में उस समय चूंकि माहौल कोरोना का था तो ज्यादातर चीजें वेबिनार के माध्यम से आयोजित हुई। कई कॉलेजेस ने, हम यूनिवर्सिटी ने मिल करके, आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी ने भी बहुत सारी इस तरीके की सेमिनार्स आयोजित हुई होंगी जिसमें केवल सेंसिटाइजेशन और 3-4 जो मुख्य बातें हैं जिसमें एबीसी, एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट, हम एग्जिट एंट्री की बात करें, फिर इसके पश्चात हम एक प्रकार से हम इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी की बात करें और चौथा इंटर्नशिप। बहुत वाइडर एस्पेक्ट्स हैं इसके, परंतु चूंकि आज सारे दिन पैनल डिस्कशन में यही इन्हीं पर क्या स्थिति रही उस पर चर्चा की बात रहेगी। तो इसको लेकर के कईयों के दिमाग में कई कंफ्यूजन रहे कि ये कैसे इंप्लीमेंट होगी। तो उस सेंसिटाइजेशन के अंतर्गत 1-1.5 साल लगा और फिर इसके पश्चात इसको देश भर में, फिर मुझे जैसा भी स्मरण रहता है कि 22 जुलाई के अंतर्गत एक वाराणसी के अंतर्गत कुछ वाइस चांसलर और जो देश के क्या कहते हैं आईआईटी के डायरेक्टर हैं, यूजीसी एआईसीटी के करीब 300 लोगों को उसमें वहां आमंत्रित किया था। उसमें मैं भी गया था जिसको हमारे देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब ने उनका उद्घाटन किया था। उसमें डिटेल रूप में कस्तूरी रंजन जी भी उसमें थे और उस समय पर इसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पर सारी चर्चा की गई। और उसके पश्चात जो आज सिनेरियो है, आज जो हम देख रहे हैं कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान को जो डेडलाइन थी 31 दिसंबर 2024 की, इसमें एबीसी, एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट के नाम से सारी चीजों का समावेश सब विश्वविद्यालयों ने कर लिया है और काफी हद तक इन सारी चीजों का इसमें इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो गया है। इसके बाद में जो दूसरी बात नजर आती है वो आती है कि इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी कोर्सेज को लेकर के। तो आजकल आप पिछले 5-7 दिनों से पढ़ रहे होंगे, हमारे यूजीसी के चेयरमैन कई तरह की बातें उसमें आ रही हैं कि किस तरीके से एक असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर के लिए अब कोई नेट जैसी आवश्यकता नहीं होगी या उसको पीएचडी की आवश्यकता नहीं होगी। वो शुरुआत में डायरेक्ट असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर के रूप में आ सकता है। और दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट बात, उसका डिसिप्लिन अंडर ग्रेजुएट में क्या रहा हो, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट में क्या रहा हो, पर उसका बेसिक डिसिप्लिन जो डिसाइड होगा दैट इज फ्रॉम दी नेट देने के बाद में उसके पीएचडी के एनरोलमेंट से डिसाइड होगा। ये ऐसी चर्चा अभी एक सर्कुलर यूजीसी ने निकाला है और उससे ये स्पष्टता लगती है कि एबीसी का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन तो हो गया, जहां तक इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी है वो इस माध्यम से हो जाएगा। तो ये जो प्रयास हैं और इसके पश्चात एक ऑलरेडी हम प्रोफेसर ऑफ प्रैक्टिस हमारे पूरे देश में यूजीसी के माध्यम से विश्वविद्यालयों ने इस तरह से, क्योंकि हम वर्षों से, क्योंकि हम, मेरे को तो 40-45 साल हो गए एजुकेशन से जुड़े हुए, तो हम कई सालों से, और चूंकि मैनेजमेंट का प्रोफेसर हूँ तो हम बातें करते रहते थे कि किस प्रकार से एकेडमिक एंड इंडस्ट्री एकेडमिया का एक समावेश किया जाए, अपने समय अपने कोर्सेज में लिया जाए। अब पहला स्टेप उसका प्रोफेसर ऑफ प्रैक्टिस के माध्यम से ऐसे स्टार्ट किया गया, जो आज बड़ा पॉपुलर है और हमारे सिलेबस के अंदर भी और टीचिंग में भी हम केवल क्लासरूम टीचिंग नहीं करके हम एक प्रकार से उसको जो नॉलेज चाहिए और जो इंडस्ट्री को चाहिए उसका एक सही समागम उसके अंतर्गत करने का ये भी प्रयास है। तो कुल मिला के इस वक्त पूरा देश न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को लेकर के बहुत उत्सुक है। बहुत सारी चीजें, हमारी जो रेगुलेटरी बॉडी है जिसे हम यूजीसी कहते हैं, उसने कई सारी बातों पर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कर दिया है। जो सेकंड स्टेप था सेंसिटाइजेशन के बाद, जिसे हम क्या कहते हैं इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है, और अब वो बहुत तेजी से चल रहा है। और अब हम सभी लोग 2047 को अपने दिमाग में रख करके और इस देश की अभी तक की जो एनरोलमेंट है उसको 50% ले जाने तक की बात का साकार रूप शुरुआत में यहीं से कहा गया कि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी किस प्रकार से एक हमारे देश को ग्लोबली ले जाएगी। तो मुझे अब नहीं लगता, और चूंकि ये हमारा देश युवाओं का देश है और यहीं पर हमारी प्रतिभा अब एक प्रकार से बाहर नहीं जा करके और यहीं पर हमारे देश के लिए काम करेगी, सारे सामने युवा ही बैठे हुए हैं। तो ऐसी स्थिति के अंतर्गत हमारे देश ने एआई, मशीन लर्निंग और ब्लॉकचेन मैनेजमेंट, डेटा एनालिटिक्स जैसी चीजों को हमारे सारे सब्जेक्ट में समावेश किया है। मैं समझता हूं कि चूंकि सारे दिन इसी पे डिस्कशन होना है, मैं बहुत डिटेल से सारी बात को कह सकता हूं, परंतु अब चूंकि नहीं तो वो डुप्लीकेशन होगा और वहां जरूरत होगी तो मैं जरूर वहां पर बोलूंगा। और चूंकि मैं इससे काफी शुरुआत से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, ये मेरी जो भावना थी वो मैं आपके सामने रखी है और एक्टिवली इस काम को करने में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारा देश बहुत जल्दी अपने एनरोलमेंट को इसमें बढ़ाएगा और देश को अन्य राष्ट्रों की तुलना में हम बहुत बेहतर हो सकेंगे। मैंने अपनी स्पीच हिंदी में भी इसलिए दी, उसके पीछे एक बड़ा रीजन ये है कि हम इसको इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम से जोड़ते हैं। जब हमने हमारे जितने भी इंजीनियरिंग है उसमें भी हिंदी में पाठ्यक्रम तैयार कर दिया, मेडिकल में पाठ्यक्रम हिंदी में तैयार कर दिया, और चूंकि हम भारतवासी हैं तो मैं समझता हूं कि हमें अपनी इस जो इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को हिंदी के माध्यम से सब लोगों तक पहुंचना चाहिए। तो मैंने माध्यम भी इसलिए चुना कि मैं इफेक्टिवली ये बात को अच्छे तरीके से कह सकूं और ज्यादा डिटेल में नहीं बोल करके केवल अपनी बात को यहीं पर समाप्त करना चाहता हूं। और दूसरा, मुझे यहाँ पर जो आमंत्रित किया गया उसके लिए मैं वाइस चांसलर साहब, रजिस्ट्रार महोदय और हमारे राहुल शर्मा जी जो मेरे साथ पहले से जुड़े रहे, तो इन सब का धन्यवाद भी देना चाहता हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir. And this is actually an honor for us that you are there with us, क्योंकि आपने जैसे बताया कि आप शुरुआत से इस न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी या नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, आमतौर पर सर न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ही मुंह से निकलता है, तो एनईपी कह देते हैं, एनईपी से जुड़े हुए हैं, बहुत हमारे लिए ऑनर की बात है। चलते हैं फर्स्ट पैनल डिस्कशन की तरफ, एंड उसके लिए मैं रूपसा से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा टू प्लीज अनाउंस द नेम्स ऑफ द पैनल।
So let us broaden our perspectives on this topic. Firstly, for this panel, I would like to request our panel moderator, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, who is the Registrar of the University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur.
एक बार तालियां हो जाएं, और तालियों के साथ में एक छोटी सी रिक्वेस्ट और आप लोगों से करना चाहता हूं, अपने मोबाइल फोन्स जो बहुत काम के हैं उनको साइलेंट पे या वाइब्रेशन मोड पे डाल दें। ये हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट है। जितने भी हमारे यंगस्टर्स यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, अपने प्लीज मोबाइल फोन, स्मार्टफोन निकाल लें, उनको या तो साइलेंट मोड पे डाल दें या वाइब्रेशन मोड पे डाल दें।
Now, let me start inviting our panelists. Firstly, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Prerna Gaur, who is the Director of Netaji Subhash University of Technology, New Delhi. Please, ma'am.
तालियां भी एक बार जोरदार होनी चाहिए। It's such a huge university, and we are again honored that ma'am is there with us. Professor Dr. Prerna Gaur, ma'am. She is the director, as already announced, from Netaji Subhash University of Technology, New Delhi. The second panelist that we have today is Professor Dr. Biswajoy Chatterjee. He is the Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Please, एक बार तालियां जोरदार करके दीजिए।
Now next, allow me to introduce Dr. Sudipti Arora, who is the chairperson of ASSO CHAM Rajasthan Women Wing. Please give a huge round of applause.
This is SHM, and Dr. Sudipti ma'am is also there with us. तालियां भी इस बार जोरदार होनी चाहिए पैनलिस्ट के लिए। आज बहुत कुछ हमें यहाँ से सीखने को मिलेगा, बहुत कुछ जानने को मिलेगा, क्योंकि इतनी अमेजिंग पर्सनालिटीज हमारे साथ में हैं। मैं अब रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर रोहित भाकर सर से। ही इज द रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ मालवीय नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी MNIT जयपुर। तालियां भी सर के जोरदार होनी चाहिए।
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon stage Professor Dr. Rashmi Jain, who is the Director of UGC, MMTTC, HRDC, University of Rajasthan. Please, ma'am. Please give a huge round of applause.
And before I'll pass on this panel discussion to the moderator, just to brief you, आज का जो panel theme है इस particular panel के लिए वो है research and innovation as catalyst for progress, digital empowerment and use of edtech platforms. तो एक बहुत amazing information हम सभी के बीच में आने वाली है, तो please तैयार रहें. Again, by putting your mobile phones in silent and vibration mode. Thank you so much. Over to Pradeep sir.
Yeah, very good morning. Thank you, Abdul sir. We know that the particular topic and the theme of this conversation over here today, National Education Policy 2020. We need to see how it is implemented and what are the steps we are going through. And definitely the important part right now is the innovations research we are putting into the National Education Policy. You know that in 21st century, research and innovation serves as vital catalysts for digital empowerment and the transformative potential of edtech platforms. The integration of technology into education and broader societal systems has not only reshaped traditional paradigms, but also empowered individuals and communities to access, create, and utilize knowledge effectively. Now, research and innovation play vital roles in driving progress by addressing societal challenges, enhancing quality of life, and creating new economic opportunities. When applying all these things to education and digital empowerment, they can develop new technologies, bridge knowledge gaps, promote sustainability, stimulate economic growth. And all of you are part of this particular, we can say, process, the entire process. Now, when we are thinking about this, so there are certain steps, there are certain things I hope all of you are doing in your institutions, all of you are basically motivating students with lot of activities, lot of things to be done. So I will start with Madam Sudipti ma'am. Sudipti ma'am, if you can highlight one of the things like how can partnership between private companies and government help improve the digital education? Because you know that yeah, the question is how can the partnership between private companies and government help improve digital education? Basically, we need to see how the edtech companies are helping the organizations, the educational organizations. We have seen after COVID that a lot of, you can say, edtech companies have come up with a infinite number of solutions of infinite number of problems. They define the problem, they provide the solution. So, what you think that what are the genuine solutions edtech companies or the private companies are providing? And as a solution, what we can take as an educational institution, what are our take? So please elaborate.
So thank you so much, Dr. Pradeep. So first of all, I would like to, give a huge gratitude to University of Engineering and Management for taking this very wonderful initiative. Actually, speaking on NEP, speaking about the edtech and the digitalization, that is clearly a game changer. So there's no denying of the fact that we cannot, say that the digitalization that has now progressed really fast is not a game changer. It clearly is. And just to set the tone, since I'm the first speaker, so I think it's my duty to set the tone about the whole panel discussion, what it is about. We all have seen the example of COVID-19. So at the time, I remember clearly, because I'm not only the chairperson of SHM Rajasthan Women Wing, I'm also the assistant director at one of the institutes, Dr. Bilal Institute of Biotechnology. Dr. Bilal Institute of Biotechnology is a legacy of Dr. Bilal Group, which has now completed 34 years in education and healthcare. So clearly, when COVID happened, we all have seen, we all witnessed that shift in the mindset of getting edtech. I remember clearly my 4-year-old son. I thought he will not be able to go to school for next 2 years. But clearly, at that time, everybody, even 80-year-old दादू एंड दादी also knew what Zoom is. So Zoom एक ऐसा platform, एक example है कि everybody right from 4-year-old to 80-year-old person would understand what Zoom is, and we all were able to connect to the world with the Zoom. Then I'm also a research scientist and I do a lot of research in environmental area, environmental biotechnology, and particularly my area of interest is water sanitation, wastewater treatment. So, at that time, I remember when COVID happened. I'll just give you one example of how technology, did a makeshift as a game changer. So, as a research scientist, I was very curious to do something, right? Because लग रहा था COVID है, सबको कुछ contribute करना है. तो डॉक्टर बीला क्लिनिकल लेबोरेटरी जो हमारी पेरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, that got the permission to do COVID testing in humans that time, and in Jaipur we were the first private lab to do. I remember around 4,000 patients used to come every day, and the lab was open 24/7. So at that time, how you think, to all the audience, how you think it was possible that RT-PCR, everybody was stuck, you remember, on one report, RT-PCR, सबको बस वो चाहिए था. And clearly, जितना जल्दी आपको पता चले कि आप COVID positive है, COVID negative, you need to take actions. सब डर गए थे, especially the second wave was very, horrible. So I remember that time we integrated technology to the extent that the report was able to deliver in 4 hours, less than 4 hours. That was our tact. So one thing was clearly the technology that came to our rescue. Of course, samples लेंगे वो human intervention से ही लेंगे, but technology really helped it to process the sample. The RNA extraction manually भी हम कर रहे थे, so it was taking us 18 hours. We reduced it to 1.5 hours. Can you believe? So definitely with the automation of RNA extraction, as simple as that, where it gave us the clear idea of how we can go. Then what happened was, as an environmental scientist, I was reading a paper और एक मुझे ऑस्ट्रेलिया की और एक मुझे यूएस की रिसर्च मिली, जहां मैंने देखा कि गवर्नमेंट नेशनल इनिशिएटिव्स क्या कर रहे थे, वेस्ट वाटर को कलेक्ट करते थे सीवेज सैंपल्स को, एंड वर सीइंग कि कोविड-19 वायरस प्रेजेंट है कि नहीं. एंड देन दे वर बैक मॉडलिंग कि यार इस कम्युनिटी में there is COVID-19, let's lock down this community, let's lock down this area and not the entire city. So the partnership between research institutions like this and government played a huge role, and definitely we could see that study is actually called as wastewater surveillance. So I was reading the paper and I was very curious that let me see if in India we can do. So I just went on to field and started collecting samples from Jawahar Circle, MNIT also we collected, and some other places. Of course, we took the permission from JDA, but as a research scientist, I had the privilege to do that. I was expert in collecting the samples and testing it. But with COVID, then we were able to track that SMS hospital के पास वाले samples were coming positive, and MNIT at that time was negative, Jawahar Circle was negative, so it gave us some clue. Going towards it, we sent this sample, we sent this report to Government of India, we sent this report to Government of Rajasthan, and you won't believe, they were really curious to know that this actually worked for India. We were the first Indian group to do that research on a national scale, publish the study, and clearly it's been 4 years now. We are still collecting samples from 26 cities, 26 STPs, and giving the report to national. So now 33 institutions are doing it. So that's the integration of again technology that we could see, and the partnership between, as you are saying, government and private. I clearly see no barrier in that. One last to sum it up, at that time, we got an Australian researcher. They were actually doing modeling on this, on their Australian samples. I contacted some startup companies in AI at that time from India, one few which I know, but they were not able to, get those data from Indian samples. There were some barriers. Then I connected those Australian partners from University of Wollongong. We had lot of meetings, brainstorm meetings through this Teams platform and all of that. And then we were able to model the Indian samples also. So clearly that in a way that digital education do not see any barriers when it comes to, and COVID actually is an example of that, I feel. So definitely the collaboration between government and private is a huge, I think, game changer, can be a huge game changer when it comes not only to education, but to health and clearly in the environment, the climate change side that we are saying. So
Thank
it
you.
definitely has.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Actually, this was a live thing what we have heard, that the use of instant research and the effect of that instant research into the society. This is a great example, ma'am. Thank you very much for enlightening this. Prerna ma'am, the next question is to you. I mean, you know that you are having a very big institution and in the heart of the country, Delhi. You might have faced some problems like regarding some how to motivate the teachers, how to motivate the students to do research, and how to motivate the you can say concerned authorities to do innovations in your institutions. Maybe there is a you can say step by step process, right? But there are some companies approaching the institutions right now, helping the patents, helping research publications. There are different kinds of challenges, and you can say different kind of offers, different kind of obligations need to see. So how you assess all these digital tools? Where means it's your view. We want to know that how can digital tools help teachers become more comfortable in the classroom as well as in the environment where they need to give research output in terms of patent, in terms of publication, in terms of projects, in terms of fundings, whatsoever in your organizations. So, what are your views on that?
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. Thank you, Professor Chatterjee, and the faculty members who invited me to this panel, eminent panelist discussion. Uh, it's my pleasure to be here today, and on this topic of transforming India through education and bridging the gap between traditional and modern education system. So when actually, if we somebody talked about our Sanskriti in the morning, so that Sanskriti of Indian culture was that we were having Gurukul type of system where experience learning was the actually background. We were doing experiments and learning through experiments, but somehow the system got changed and we got to uh, uh, actually having chalk, dust, chalk and blackboard teaching. And at that time when I started my journey, it was a time that BTech students and after doing UG, the students, UG students were given the teaching roles as TA or as a early start lecturers. So I actually entered in that way only, and it was very difficult for me to face the class because there was no tools available and there was no background available. Nobody was there to whom I can discuss. I would discuss because it was a new college, Delhi College of Engineering for me. So, but now as I see the new students after passing out their BTech or MTech and PhD, they are coming as assistant professor. And here in NSUT, we are giving the training through such tools, digital tools. And if this training is not sufficient, they have other platforms like NPTEL, Coursera. So they come very much prepared in the class. And for any doubt, they have YouTube channels and other things. They can clear their doubts before coming in the class. Similarly, for the students also, if they don't find any clarity in the class, they have so many things available for their classroom teaching practices. And you said that for research in technology in NSUT and or other similar institutions. For research, as I recall my PhD time, for finding out one book which my guide proposed to me for modeling. It took 1 month to find out the publication and where this book will come, and finally that book came, and it was actually coding to be done at that time, and I was electrical engineer. I was not knowing that much coding, so it was very tough at that time. And gradually, MATLAB came for people like us, and through GUI, I was actually very comfortable because MATLAB is user friendly. So I could develop my research in using MATLAB. And integration of software with hardware is also nowadays very easy because of some NI cards and DSpace and HIL. These are available for electrical engineers to interface between hardware and software. So those colleges which are having this, they are producing very high quality research in this area. And similarly, One Nation, One subscription starting from this month has made very easy for literature survey. So everyone in every college now this subscription has reached. So in your college you just click and you will find all e-content and research papers, e-books available in your research areas wherever you are admitted in the college in India. And similarly, if you organize the conferences where researchers put their research, organizing conferences has become very easy through some platforms like EDAS and EasyJair, CMT, and keeping record of registration money is also very easy for the teachers. Otherwise, a lot of help was required to find out where the money has gone and from where it has come. So for me, the digital tools are very, very efficiently used by the teachers nowadays, and they have become very comfortable.
Thank you, ma'am. Uh, One Nation, One subscription definitely is helping, but I hope this is right now implemented in government institutions only, not in private. But most of the government institutions are doing, I think, great use of this. And I hope within due course of time, in a very short period of time, government definitely will give to the private institutions. I think the policies are underway. Bhakar sir, the next question is to you, because MNIT, I hope, is doing great as far as the research and innovation is concerned. Let me inform, because I have just received that information late night yesterday, that our university, University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur, being ranked 3.5 star in Institution Innovation Council this year, 23-24. And most of the activities, means many of the activities we have done in collaboration with MNIT, MIC Center. And definitely the MNIT is, you can say, a motivator for all those activities what we are doing right now. So, sir, I just want to ask you regarding that, what are the initiatives you have thought of, like better edtech companies or better edtech platforms are able to improve the learning for the students, and how your organization is basically thinking, or you can say most of the students in MNIT are, we can understand is of good quality students. So, will there be any scope for edtech companies or platforms to improve upon their learning skills?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Liam, for inviting. In fact, as pointed out, it is a very contemporary topic on which we are discussing. As Jan sir indicated, the storyline for the national education policy was indicated as 2020, but the storyline was long back ago when the Prime Minister Modi indicated that there was a lack of skill sets that we are teaching across the students. And Skill India became one of the national programs under which skilling at various levels, whether it is schools, colleges, universities for research that was being done. That became an integral part of the education policy as well as it was being later on. When COVID came in and when the new education policy came in, these two things happened at the same point of time. And unluckily, the challenges that COVID brought in created a lot of opportunities that we could pre-experiment with the things that were supposed to be done with the national education policy. Say, for example, when COVID came in, we had a challenge of how to engage the faculty members to teach the classes. One problem. Some of the faculty members were not even inclined to use this Google Meet or Zoom or other tools. And some of the subjects, unfortunately, could not be taught using those tools. So we explored all possibilities, whether it was Coursera, whether it was all possible NAPTEL, other tools that were available. And even we tried to develop our own in-house tools also, so that we could deliver the classes. We had those smart boards installed, teachers teaching from in a classroom teaching, so as to give them a live experience of how it has to be taught. because some of the challenges the students felt that okay, it is not, we don't feel when the teacher is teaching from his home whether it gives a good experience or not. They are not able to learn the right set of atmosphere. We were not able to set. Along with that, there were experimentations on, especially from an engineering perspective, we were facing problems on how to uh, tell them to do the experiments, which practically was not possible to some of the visualization tools, those were required. So going through that learning space over 2019 onwards, there has been a lot of learning, a lot of research that has gone into this segment. And eventually these tools we have been able to figure out some segment which traditional classrooms, though we are back into the classroom mode, still there are certain segments which we are able to figure out, which are in addition to the traditional classroom mechanisms, as well as they are complementing the requirements of the NEP. Say, for example, we are trying to bring in professors of practice, but bringing in those on board has been a challenge. Not everybody from the industry would be visiting the universities and be able to bring him on board, allowing the students to interact with those, and that has always been a challenge. Courses coming from Coursera, NAPTEL, and other platforms, they have been quite helpful in fulfilling that gap, which otherwise our traditional education system was not able to do. Specifically, those coming from people who have got an industry background. So that complemented what was the requirement and what NEP essentially wanted. Skilling was another sector which usually when you are not able to bring in people from the industry segment, skilling was one segment that you could bring in through these online platforms, and depending upon those specific requirements, especially we were organizing a large number of GYAN and Spark courses, inviting experts from international universities. Bringing them on board has helped us, and that continues as a legacy for the institutions, and I guess it continues for the university system across the country, where we are able to take help from those tools, take specifically for those subjects for which specializations are not available. It has been a good learning experience for all of us.
Thank you, sir, because you are taking care of, you can say, one of the leading institution in Rajasthan, and definitely in all segments we have seen that MNIT is always a torchbearer for us. Rashmi ma'am, you've been from UGC Center as a Rajasthan. Keeping in line with the theme, which is transforming education for a new India, bridging the gap between the tradition and the modern side. So, how can the cultural differences between, you can say, different segments of the society, different segments of the students, research groups, whatever means under your consideration, can be considered when designing tech tools for students, you can say on a national level or a global level. So, as per your views, means what are the key points need to be considered when we are implementing the tech tools in our classrooms, in our institutions, or global level when, as a UGC, means are taking a lot of decisions right now. You might have seen the means profiles of the chairman of the UGC, means daily some changes or some new initiatives he is coming up with. So how institutions will take on these new implementations on a daily basis, or what are the timeline it can be? So what are your views on in that?
Yeah, thank you so much. Taking on the tone which has been set by my predecessors, I like to contribute one thing that most of them have talked from a technology point of view, and I'm coming from the University of Basic Sciences and Social Sciences, wherein these challenges were, I mean, I would say 100 times more because we did not have the requisite infrastructure. But yet, the institutions vanished. So that is the resilience of human beings and the society as well. And coming to the question that you have posed to me, that how cultural differences, as we know that India is a nation with many nations inside. So there is so much of cultural differences, and when we are going to use the edtech tools, there is a kind of homogenization. There is a practice of homogenization because digital tools do not see the differences. They bring in a homogenized practice. But for a country like India, I think it is required that there should be tweaking of the tools as per the regional cultural demands. Because something which is considered to be culturally inappropriate in one culture may be considered appropriate in another culture. So if we need to take it, especially because, as said by everyone, that the pandemic served as a laboratory for our future experiments, and we could, otherwise there is so much of resistance. Right? When you were bringing in change, especially the kind of change which is envisaged in the NEP 2020, there would have been a lot of resistance, and there is still resistance. But that resistance was, I would say, it was done away because of the pandemic. Suddenly, everything was left to us, and we had to change. We had to accept technology. There was no other way. Like sir is saying that many of the professors, I mean, the professors did not want to use the technology, or could not use because of the data. They had very few like data. They did not want that they would use their personal data. So there are lots of permutation combinations. And we at the MMTTC, which was earlier called the Human Resource Development Center back in 2020, we started a series of programs to equip our teachers with the pedagogy. How to use digital tools, how to take online classes, how to deliver, and the students also. Because most of the students of University of Rajasthan are coming from the rural background. They do not have access, there's a digital divide in the country. So we sitting here in the panel discussion can talk about how edtechs are taking on the country, how they are going to contribute. But there is also one part of India which is which does not have any access to these tools. So the digital tools should be, I would say, there should be equity and access should be provided. Wherein I think these, if there are lots of examples of the tech tools which are available, which have tried to bridge the gap also. Like you were talking about Coursera or other, you have so many platforms which are coming up, which are providing an opportunity. Now, the only issue here is that the opportunity is being taken up only by the by some of the people. So, what happens to the others? Do we leave them out? Because that is the biggest challenge which is going to happen in India, especially with NEP also. Entry exit is fine, but then what happens after the exit? How do we handhold those people? Like you were talking about the industry interface, academia industry interface with Professor Rajiv Jain sir had said in the opening remarks, it is very essential. And then only we can bring in, even with the academy industry interface, also we can bring in culturally, proponents. So I feel that there is a need for us to look at the whole perspective of digitalizing education in a more broader perspective, taking in the different sections of the society that we have. How can they be, handholded to bring them also to the to equal level and provide them the education.
Thank you, ma'am. It's, you can say, great initiatives by all the members from the UGC. Definitely means, ma'am, you are helping and matching all the institutions. This is this way, sir. So next question is you, because you are having an institution where all these initiatives of research and innovations we are taking care of, and all our students are part of this. Since beginning, means beginning when we are saying we are getting that when the start of edtech companies, edtech ideas, we have implemented all sorts of supports to the students and teachers. We have implemented all laboratories, equipments in line with all the requirements for innovation research. In our university, AR, VR, and other projects being given to the students and faculty members to develop in line with the requirement. Sir, my question is to you is like what challenges as a whole, as an institution we face when the advanced technologies like AR and VR in education and you can say in industry, how we can overcome all these challenges of artificial intelligence or virtual reality. There are certain challenges. Can you put some light on this and what are the solutions for the near years to come?
Okay, am I audible? Thank you. Thank you for asking me this question. But the problem of the question is you did not tell me how AI and VR is being used so that I can describe what problem I am facing. If I have to tell what problem I am facing, firstly I have to tell that what I want to do. Then I can tell what problem I am facing. So please allow me to tell a little bit about what I want to do so that I can focus on the problem. First and foremost, I can see many industry people over here. I'm sure many industry people over here. I can see many of you. Yeah. So before I get into the technicality of AI and VR, let me tell you, an expectation of the industry currently is that when they recruit our college students, those students will come with a skill of AI programming from the very first day. This is the biggest challenge we universities are facing. Because if not, they're saying that industry people are of the opinion that previously we used to get good students who could code on the very first day. Now they're unable to do so. But a little bit of comparison of apples and oranges are going on. Because previously they were expecting students will come with the knowledge of coding. Now they're expecting they will come with the knowledge of AI. To have the knowledge of AI, firstly they have to know coding. Then they will have to know how to collect the data. Then they will have to know how to clean the data. Then they will have to know how to use that data to train AI. Then only students will learn AI programming. I believe you, all of you agree, industry people, you definitely agree. We have the same 4 years or 3 years in our hand to teach the students or the students to learn, but the expectation has changed. I don't say that you are wrong by expecting that because you are getting, definitely you're getting, that's why you are expecting, but our challenge has increased. So that is the first thing. Now I come to how I want to use AI and VR. Very simple. In a classroom, we teach. We as teachers, we teach. I consider myself as a teacher. We are teaching. In the classroom, you can relate. Many students are there who understands just with one sentence being uttered. The rest they easily understand. They're gifted. Few students are there who don't understand. They do not understand. They feel shy even to ask a question to clarify their doubts. But those who understand, if they have the slightest of doubts, they will stand up, ask a question, clarify their doubts. Now see, expectation is at the end of the class from a teacher that all students will be at the same level, not a big expectation. All of you will agree, not a big expectation, all students will come to a same level. But the reverse thing happens. Those students who are gifted, understands more, goes a level up. Those students who cannot understand, they feel shy to ask questions, they go a level down. Challenge. What is the solution? Solution is personalization in learning. Who will help personalization in learning? AI will help personalization in learning. What is that? Those students who understand very well, gifted, taught in that way. They don't get bored in the class by listening to the same thing again and again. Those students who are not gifted, who are not that, for whom it is not easy to understand, for those students, things will be repeated. So, how is that personalization problem? How is the solution to that personalization problem possible? Very easy. There are many AI-based apps which understands the student's ability to learn just by asking a few questions, and a list of such students is provided to the teachers in the classroom before they enter the classrooms, so that the teachers can also modify their teaching accordingly, or the tutoring system can be better implemented by use of AI apps. In our university, what we tried to do or what experiment we did was by integration of AI in VR. What we did was we used a Oculus headset. Students are given Oculus headset with an AI assistant embedded into it. If a student does not understand, he feels shy to ask a question to the teacher, but asks a question to the AI assistant, which is there in his Oculus headset, a spectacle-like thing. And a video representation of what is being taught comes in front of his eyes in the virtual world. That is what we tried. And as a result, the student understands, and if not understand also from there, at least teacher has got a list of students who did not understand, because the student is anyway saying that to the AI assistant. So that is what we tried. Now challenge. What challenges are we facing? Because I need to answer your question too. First challenge is, I would say, ethical considerations. I have got a list with me as given by AI itself. I'll just see the points and tell you, I'll brief a little bit. Ethical considerations. What is ethical consideration in what we are doing? A little bit of my system is replacing at least a little bit of classroom teaching, not to the full extent, but a little bit of classroom teaching is being replaced. Because if a student is not understanding, is asking the question and a video counterpart being shown, is actually a little bit of replacement of the teacher. Yes, that is coming, but mostly it is not working. Mostly the list of students given to the teacher is actually the output, and the teachers teach accordingly. So it is not really a big problem, but yes, it's a problem. Myths and misconceptions. It is very, very difficult to convince people that use of AI will not straight away take away your jobs. If you know AI, if you know how to use AI, it will enhance your capabilities in the job. I will give a very small example which is not related to education. I think you can relate. You know, in the metro rails, people used to sit in the counters and purchase tickets. Those were replaced by the machines. You know, many of those are replaced by the machines now. People straightforward ask the question, आपने देखा ना कि हमारा जॉब चला गया, AI ने हमारा जॉब ले लिया, आपने मशीन बिठा दिया. It is very difficult to convince people ये AI नहीं है. It is a simple automation. जो चीज आप कंप्यूटर के सामने बैठ के करते, the things you used to do sitting in front of the computers, only thing the passenger will do it themselves. It is not AI. It is a simple automation. AI नहीं भी आता, तो भी automation आता. It is very difficult to convince. What you need to do is you need to equip yourself more so that you know that software very well and get a job in that domain. That is the thing. So the myths and misconceptions. Second thing I will say, last thing I will say, rather, sorry, third thing I will say is the bias. What is that bias? Algorithm bias. Very simple. Please understand. When we train, suppose I want to develop, my students want to develop a very simple project of AI. What is the project of AI? Just to understand that whether I have written a negative thing or a positive thing. Very simple. I can give a simple project to my students that you please check entire social media through AI. You develop an AI bot which will check the entire social media and tell me what negative comments are written against my university so that I can answer those negative comments. Very simple. I can clarify those negative comments in front of the world. If it is a positive comment, you can ignore. Develop an AI bot to do that. Now, when the students will develop that, they will need to train the AI model to do that. Where will they get the AI model? Data to train. They will generate the data from ChatGPT. Industry can relate with me. They will generate that data from ChatGPT. Now what happens? Algorithm bias. What do I mean by that? Algorithm bias, I mean by that is that now if ChatGPT actually writes negative comments, it understands that it is a negative comment, and when the human is writing a negative comment, it does not understand it is a negative comment because the algorithm was, the data that was used was ChatGPT generated. So I will request all those industry people also and the students also, if they are present over here, I will tell the same thing to you. If you are developing AI models, then use data not from ChatGPT. Use data from genuine sources where human data is fed, like Kaggle, data for SEO, government data, data for Gov, data gov.in. Use those sources where human data is fed so that it works on human beings and not on machines. So this is the third challenge. Next thing I will say very quickly, cost of implementation is there. I cannot give a Oculus headset to all my students. It is very difficult. It is not possible for the university. Also, it is very difficult for a student to purchase because even today it costs around 25,000 rupees. So I'm putting a burden on each and every student that you purchase that. So a cost of implementation is definitely there. And I would say overall, I need to deal with the misconception, or even if it is not a misconception, a little with the actual conception that AI is not going to take, in the long run, it is not going to take jobs. It is going to generate jobs. But in the short run also, jobs are not taken away. So that is a last challenge I would talk about. And maybe the last point, sorry, maybe government and industries present over here, I am talking to you also, you in collaboration can devise some means, because I'm sure that ASSOCHAM over here is there and they are doing a big thing, they're doing a great thing in bridging the gap between the industries and the institutions and also the industries and the students. They have really taken up the project big. So I'm telling in front of you also, maybe the industries and the government can work hand to hand to devise methods so that you can use AI to reduce the cost of operations, but at the same time, jobs are not lost. And how that can be done? Several policies are there in the internet. I will request all of you to kindly go through those policies. If those policies are implemented by the government, I think that can be assured that industries will benefit, but jobs will not be lost. Sorry for taking more time. I know I have taken more time. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, sir, because you have lightened up with all the information what we are doing and what is required. Rajiv sir, just a quick round of, you can say, thought from your side. What are the comments being given by all the panelists over here? That what you think on this? The use of edtech platforms, use of softwares, AI tools will help definitely, or will help the implementation of NEP or solve the purpose of NEP, because NEP, what we have seen is the basic purpose is to increase the gross enrollment ratio, as well as to provide education to all, as well as to bridge the gaps wherever it was earlier. So those are the broader perspective and the objectives of the NEP at that time when it was developed. So how you think, in a very short, I will expect that within 2 minutes, if you can shorten up and please summarize that how it will help.
No, on the diets itself, so many, we can say, the educationists from national level, state level are sitting with me, and they have given their opinion on this gap technology like this. One challenge I have faced at the time of COVID, that the date is decided, you remember, 8th of January in 2021. And we have to organize the convocation because it is already decided by our governor, sir, what to do, because in the all over the world, COVID is having very at a peak. So what we have done, when there is a challenge, opportunity is there, way is there. So we have made success through the virtual way. What we have seen from the IIT Bombay, and then we copied it. We have tried. वो एक अलग बात है कि उस रात भी 9 तारीख का 8 तारीख का दिन था, 7 तारीख की रात को पूरी रात मेरे को नींद नहीं आई. कारण ये कि हमने पूरा वर्चुअल तो तैयार कर लिया. We have shoot at the Raj Bhavan, वहाँ हमारे चांसलर एंड गवर्नर सर की सारी शूटिंग पे हो गई. We have developed all the things in the university और complete virtual कर लिया. बट रात को पूना से फोन आया, हमारी टीम ने कहा कि टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम है और ये है. तो व्हाट आई वांट नेक्स्ट डे राइट टाइम पे, और हमने एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई राजस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी की, फर्स्ट टाइम 18 मिनट्स की डॉक्यूमेंट्री है. उस पे सारा राजस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी कैसे उससे 47 से उस समय तक कैसे आया, वो भी हमने उसमें रखा. मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि हमारे पैनलिस्ट ने सारी बातें बहुत अच्छे तरीके से यहाँ पर रखी है. मेरी बात से पहले मैं ये चाहूंगा कि कुछ यहाँ से क्वेश्चंस हो तो उनको भी टेकअप करिए.
We'll take it, but a quick round of questions and answers. Just 2 minutes each member. I'll expect 2 minutes answers. Starting from Sudipti ma'am again. Sudipti ma'am, how you think that edtech platforms use data to enhance the teaching and learning experience? You know that whenever the online platforms are there, so we use to fetch those platforms different kind of data. So how you think that this data will be helpful, or in the long run will be useful, or should not be capped or capped in the servers? What is your take on that? Very quick answer.
So one very quick example that I will tell you, that we used to have a system in our institute which is called GSP. That is Guru Shishya Parampara. So it's a mentoring platform. So every student is assigned a guru or a teacher to work on and polish the skills, and we used to see that what the student is facing and challenges, and overall good for the overall success. So basically what we used to do is there is a spectrum of empowerment. Just consider it as a there's a neutral point, then there are plus points and there are negative points. So the teacher used to assess the student. But eventually, when there are more number of students, there is one teacher. So a teacher used to, judge, not judge exactly, mentor a group of students. Then, so at that point, it became really difficult for a teacher to mentor each and every student in the group, maybe 25, 30, and then it slowly expanded to 50 students. Then this became even more challenging that because जैसा सर ने भी बोला कि at times it becomes a job of a teacher to tell everybody the same thing, but the slow learners will face difficulty, will face challenges, of course. Then so at that time, how can you measure the performance or the, I will not say even performance, the learning ability of a student on that spectrum? Some student may fall into -2, some student may fall into +5. At that time, what we did was, and that actually helped us, was this data tool. So we used a platform where it's a self-paced platform now. So student takes a course, a very small videos, and then mark himself on the basis of some questionnaire. So a teacher gets to understand that the where the students stand in terms of that spectrum of empowerment, I would say, and that really helped me. That really helped the teacher also. So that I feel is the correct use of data and correct integration of the technology to help students, and this policy even became more strengthened now, the Guru Shishya policy. I would say. Thank you.
Prerna ma'am, definitely means how you think that edtech platforms and these softwares what we are using and digital tools right now in the campus, right now with the students, right now with the teachers, I mean every organization, every system right now they do have different kind of digital tools. So how you think that these digital tools play their role in making the education, career, and self-learning, the entire learning, you can say, curve easier for them? How you think on that?
ऐसे मैं जब अपनी जर्नी देखूं तो पिछले 30 साल में मैंने 3 बीटेक एमटेक एंड पीएचडी किया था. जैसे बीटेक मेरा 88 में हुआ, तो दैट थीसिस आई रोट बाय पेन, and MTech I did in 96, and I typed my thesis using WordStar, where we have to feed some coding. Not एक टाइप करना तो A नहीं प्रेस करना, हमें कुछ कोड्स थे वो प्रेस कर देते तो A आता था. Then PhD time में it was wonderful platform, and we could have typed and formatting tools were available, and it became so easy for us to generate a good quality thesis. And MATLAB is also there for us, like in electrical engineers. So we could produce our outcome of research through figures using MATLAB tools. So very beautiful figures were seen in that time, 1990s and 2000 onwards, in research papers. So this has actually uh, decreased our efforts to do research with this platform. So HIL, DSpace, and uh, 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 everyone is talking about AI and ML nowadays. So for doing AI and ML, we need data. So from where data will be available, this is the question when somebody is doing research. So IEEE has a platform where they're like data ports. So lots of data is free of cost available. If you are a member of IEEE, you can get the data free of cost, and you have generated data, you can upload your data there for others to use. So this is a good platform where this research can be easy using that data port. Similarly, in the pandemic time, recruitment for any institution is a big job, and we have to do everything carefully. So on 20th March, institutes were suddenly closed. हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारी एप्लीकेशन थी. हम लोगों ने स्क्रूटनी आधी की थी, आधी नहीं. But vice chancellor was keen to do recruitment within 2-3 months. So I suggested him that application online portal से आया था and सबके email address थे. हमने एक API score के हिसाब से उनसे मंगाया था application. So I suggested that we will make a Google form, and if you allow, we will send it to all candidates to fill up all those things which they filled up in hard copies, and they will give undertaking also. So sitting at home, we did scrutiny of all candidates, and वो जो मेरा model था वो सबको दिखाया, and everyone was actually did it so efficiently, and foolproof system. अगर हमें सब impact factor देखना है जो कि इससे API score बढ़ता है, हमने उनसे DOI मंगा लिया था, so it was very easy to on a click we could find out what is the impact factor. So these tools are available and we can use comfortably.
Thank you, ma'am. Because you are taking care of all the initiatives of research and development in your organization, and you have faced a lot of challenges definitely. Thank you very much on writing on this. Dr. Rohit, I will take on this question that because you are in MNIT, and MNIT definitely taking care of all sorts of initiatives in all type of students, and we have students starting from, you can say, 10 plus, 2 plus, and PhD and all other sorts of categories. So how you think that what are the ethical challenges for development of edtech tools in different age groups? Because definitely you can understand that the student of around 18 plus age and a student of around 35 plus age group will have different challenges, different you can say benefits out of the different ad tech tools. So what are the ethical challenges you see need to be considered for that particular age groups?
Definitely, as we have got challenges in uses of any online tools, EdTech again has its own set of challenges. As users, we are logging in our information, so every person is submitting his personalized information that can be used for commercial purposes, and that obviously opens up a source of revenue for those entities. So one has to be careful on what type of information is being submitted, what type of information EdTech tools are asking for. Apart from that, also, when the EdTech tools are providing specific domain understanding, so they would be capturing a lot of information about what your interests are, what domain subjects you are interested in. So they do get a lot of information about the user perspective. So from the user also, they are able to capture the uses of the knowledge that they are disseminating. So that gives them a upper hand on what type of queries, what are the challenges. So that again is a segment that needs to be focused upon. Apart from that, also going beyond even the university scale education, when the EdTech tools are being used for education, providing education to the school students, again the set of challenges are even more grave because the younger minds, they don't even understand what all information they are providing and what all uses the information would be used for in future as well. So one has to be careful on what type of information is being compiled and what future uses, as is common for all other online platforms or social media platforms are. So,
Thank you. Dr. Rashmi, can you elaborate on that? How schools, colleges, government collaborations, they can bring new ideas for, you can say, development of the teaching learning aids, teaching learning tools, as far as every segment. You are taking care of every segment, starting from school education to the higher education. So how you think that these things can be taken care of?
Yeah. So, like if you talk about how to engage, so I think partnerships can be a very good way, wherein we can partner, the institutions can partner. So, the universities can be the test beds for the experiments, like you said, that there's a lot of data being collected. And when you develop a new attack tool, then you need to test it on people. And the universities or colleges or even schools provide a test bed for the ideas that they can be checked upon whether it is moving in the right direction or not. Like I said at the previous time, that it is necessary to see that it is equitable for all and it does not harm the sentiments of people. So that public-private partnership could be one way in way wherein we can see that because you see most of the government institutions do not have the kind of research funding which is required for development of tools. So that could be a very good industry academic interface could be one of the things which can be done. Secondly, that we, of course, training should be provided even to the user. Many a times the users are also not aware. So most of the technology is becoming so easy now that it is very user friendly, and you can. But then there are certain things which need to be understood in terms of. So I feel that this kind of partnership can be there with either with the industry or with the government also. And even if I speak on the private institution side also, I feel it is a misnomer to say that a lot of funds are available there. They also face challenges of their own. So since they face, like the Vice Chancellor sir had said that he cannot expect that he cannot provide the tools to everyone because it's expensive. So similarly, if there can be a partnership between them, innovation hubs can be opened. We have a ECX center, entrepreneurship center at the university where we are generating innovative ideas and coming up with startups. So these types of facilities should be shared by all. So it is not just that if it is mine, but see nowadays, geographical barriers are breaking down. There is no need for geographical barriers. So we need to share the technology also. We need to share the implementation part also. And I'm sure with partnerships, things can go very well.
Thank you, ma'am. We have seen that many of the inventions, many of the innovations, what the research organizations are doing, they are doing basically for, you can say, a large societal base. But when we are developing this, definitely a segment, a small segment left out, that persons with disabilities. So, Dr. Viswas, I just want to have an idea that how the steps can be taken to have more edtech tools, you can say AI and different kind of digital tools can be developed or can be helpful for these persons who are having disabilities. Because while developing, suppose Oculus Set or different kind of AR VR tools, how these can be useful for those persons who have some permanent disabilities in terms of eyes, in terms of hands, or like that. So how it can be useful? So can we have a small, very quick reference to that?
Okay, so whenever you're asking me a question, you're getting into AI and VR. Otherwise, it is the questions are different. Okay, doesn't matter. The thing is that disabilities are of different types. If you're talking about disabilities, means disability in learning easily, I have already answered your question. But if you're talking about disabilities, means physical disabilities, then I think the best way of doing is using tools which addresses or which uses assistive learning. I think that is the term, assistive learning. Now, what is assistive learning? Very simple. If you are unable to see, then everything read out into your eye, into your ears. Again, human being doing it, difficult. Machine doing it, easier. AI comes into play. Definitely, VR can also come into play because you can always wear an Oculus headset along with a genuine headset and have everything written in front of the eyes, read out in the student's ears. Now, one assistive technology I will talk about, which is very, very interesting, is students reading books. A student reading a book, suppose he cannot say while reading, he cannot actually feel or understand or maybe take into his brain that what is being written, that is a disability. Then it is possible that with in a virtual world again, the page of the book converted to a video format. You may kindly use certain apps. I don't remember the app name. I'm very sorry for it. Question suddenly came to me, and I don't like seeing questions beforehand. So sorry for that. I forgot the name of that app, but you can very quickly do a Google search. There is a wonderful app which converts the pages of the book with that Oculus headset when you are wearing, converts the pages of the book to a video format, and the same book, the content of the pages read out to the students' ears from that same Oculus. There's a camera fitted over here which reads it, scans it, entire content converted to audio, read out in the ears of the student with their disabilities. So I'm sure that that is a wonderful tool which everybody, anybody with a disability can use, and I'm sure it will help because if you can read a book, You cannot read a book. Now you can read a book. The content of the book is there in your ears, and if you can read, if you can see at least, but got difficulties in reading, a sort of dyslexia sort of thing, then you cannot read it, but you can see. Then the content of the book also converted to video in front of your eyes. A wonderful app which you can use, but again you need an Oculus headset. I'm sure I will float this. All the guests over here, we have got the list. I will float the name of the app to all of you. I assure you that. Thank you so much. I think I have.
Thank you. I hope all the inputs given by the all esteemed panelists will be helpful definitely for near time to come. Definitely it will sort out. And I request to have only two questions from.
Can we have a little bit of conclusion from sir?
Yes, sir, after the questions, he said. So, can we have two questions from the students or our esteemed guest over here? Anyone? Yes, yes, yes. Can the mic be passed?
So I think we can hear. We can hear.
Sir?
I want to know about the misuse of AI.
Misuse of AI.
Of misuse of AI. Sir, I will request you if you can highlight.
Just 1 minute.
Yes.
My question is also similar to that one. That we are all talking about that making use of AI and all those things. The question is in this attack platform, what kind of sanity check we are doing so that the misuse can be stopped?
Yeah, okay. It's related to misuse and how to check it.
Right.
Okay.
And I have the second question also with that. What are the key measures and integrations we are taking it to? What are the key measures we are taking it to have the integration with the attack system? Basically.
Oh, integration with the attack system. Okay. Any other question? Yes, yes, yes.
Go that way. We need a mic.
Can we have a mic?
Can someone please pass on the mic?
AI?
Just a minute. The mic is coming towards you.
We are unable to hear. So
Thank you. So my question is just can AI hamper to global environment?
Hamper. Can AI hamper the global environment?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
it's a similar question.
Yeah, it's a kind of similar, but I'm just talking about the global nature. See, the technical question is different.
Okay.
My question is totally different. It's a technically might be
I
hamper.
understand. I understand your feeling.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Sir, I request first question
but
you to answer.
firstly,
Yeah.
are there
Anybody
else
if you
who
want to
would
add?
answer then?
That first question.
So I think I had answered the difficulties of AI definitely. So I think Sir was not present when I was talking, so he does not get the answers to his questions. So I've talked about the ethical part. I have talked about the data part, that is the difference in data. Those are the difficulties in AI. But that question makes a big sense that how these tools have been integrated in EdTech. So it is regularly being integrated in EdTech every time, now and then. Like see, a very simple example. All of you are using Grammarly. I'm sure that every one of us are using Grammarly. So you see how AI is used over there. A very simple thing. I write something wrong. It is correcting not only my spelling mistakes, it is correcting the sentence construction. If I'm missing out a point, it is adding that point. So I think it is so well integrated there. If you are talking about, say a platform like, what should I say, that we wear that glass, what is that platform name? We purchase the spectacles. Lenskart. I keep forgetting names. Lenskart. You see, they have now integrated that you just select a spectacle and click on 3D view. Automatically, camera will open and show your view, show your face wearing that glass. on you. AI being used? Definitely. So everywhere you are seeing that AI is being used. In learning, for example, in learning what they are doing is those systems like I can take a name, I'm sure that over here there's not a problem. Coursera. In Coursera, what is happening is usually there was a complaint that it was very easy for students students who are well equipped and difficult for students who are slow learners. Nowadays, what they're doing, they're asking questions, 2, 3 questions, and then generating the rest of the question as per your ability. AI being used again, that same personalized learning. So take another example. For example, if I take up uh, I think I've given enough examples. I'm trying to find out very quickly. Say, for example, this Infosys Springboard. Take this Infosys Springboard. What they're doing, they are taking the number of students who are enrolling in the course. They are getting a list of the number of students from each university. So, for example, they find University XXX has got the maximum number of students enrolled. What they're doing, they are automatically finding out AI tool, finding out the syllabus from the website of that university and integrating the courses, their own courses, with our courses. For example, their course name is X, our course name is Y, content is more or less similar. They are showing it to student of X university as Y instead of X. I think I will explain this once more. A very simple example. Number of students from X university is maximum in Infosys Springboard platform in University X. What they're doing, they're just finding out that, okay, University X, what is the syllabus of the subject A? They have named the same subject as subject B, so content is more or less similar. They are renaming B as A and showing it to the student of University X as A. So that student of University X understand it is the same subject which they are studying in their syllabus and opt for that subject. Enrolling the number of students and helping the number of students. So all these things, everywhere in the tech tools, you find that it is being used. You have found a company going down, Byju's. Byju's have gone down now, very sorry to take their names. They used the concept of virtual reality much before it was introduced. Sorry that they have gone down, but they used the concept of virtual reality. What they did, a teacher teaching, a teacher drawing on the screen just like this. Teacher drew a line on the board. They just click the picture of the student, putting a camera on the board, and just draw that line as a virtual line on the screen. How did they understand that the teacher was drawing a straight line or a circle? AI, nothing else. So everywhere, in every edtech platform we use, I see the use of AI. So there is no search engines. So many we are seeing from last 10 years. Actually, we have talked about AI in the last 1 year, but search engines are using, like I will give again because search engines have been mentioned. In Google, we used to write, I want to go to Shimla. What are the 10 places I should visit? When Google was there, it listed the 10 places. Nowadays, what is happening? In ChatGPT, we are saying that we are going to Shimla. How should I visit? It is preparing the itinerary and giving you. Other considerations in the preparation of itinerary, when a place closes, whether this place is on the way of place A to place B, so place B should be covered in between. But in between, at that time, place B might be closed. So maybe they put C first, then B, then A. Understand? So much things are in consideration, but they're doing.
Yes. That's what.
So the integration is to the level that if you are searching something on ChatGPT, Instagram ads, Facebook, Make My Trip, all the apps are now activated on your phone and start giving you those.
But one thing over here is that when a thing becomes more human-centric, when anything becomes more human-centric, automatically the question of ethics come in. Because it is human-centric, so it is doing human's job, question of ethics come in. So that's why ChatGPT is questioned and Google is not.
So not only the question of ethics, but also the question of regulation.
Yes.
I think it is very much required because technology is a double-edged sword. So while it has an advantages, it is also invading the privacy of people.
Sure.
And then there is a need to regularize it. And here, I think the government should step in and have some regulations put in. There are some, but I think with advancement in technology, we need more regulations.
100%.
And we need more reflection on What kind of regulation? It is not simply saying you can use this, you cannot use this. It is on the usage, how and how much. So we need to introspect, I mean, reflect on this issue a lot.
And I think having said all of that, the advantages and the challenges, we all should understand that humans are still at the top of the hierarchy and we should not let technology overpower us.
Yes.
So to make effective
Sure.
use and the right use is still in our hands, and I think we should all respect that and should move forward with that. So,
Rajesh sir, your closing remarks
Sir,
on
just I
this.
would like to
Yes.
answer the question which
Yes,
was very
please.
right.
Please.
Yeah, please, ma'am.
Since this topic is actually very close to my heart about the environment. So I would just like to, tell you a little about the environment here, the climate change. The whole buzz is talking about climate change, GHGs. Where does all of this coming from and how technology can be a good thing or a bad thing? Let me come up to that. So firstly, we need to understand why we are talking about environment, why we say that climate change is happening, it's real, the 1.5 degree temperature is, on the rise and we are already on the mark. So everything is a play of energy. If we use the right energy, we are right. If we use the wrong energy, we are at the wrong. What is this energy? This energy primarily in today's world is coming from coal, fossil fuels, and all of that emits carbon dioxide, we all know that. And carbon dioxide is a gas which stays there for 300 years. So today we are using all this electricity, and this electricity is coming from fossil fuels, the coal or oil or gas. Currently we are using that. That means every time we are switching on the light or talking on this mic and using the energy, we are emitting carbon dioxide. Now this carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. It is staying here for 300 years and it is causing more heat, the global warming, and climate is changing. As a result, we know more floods, more droughts, and more of the effects of climate change. So clearly, if we are using technology to the extent by using the wrong energy, still using fossil fuel, still using more energy, that means of course we are disrupting environment, that is very clear. And if we are using the right energy, so by right energy we mean the non-renewable, we use the renewable energy here, we use solar energy, we use biomass or wind energy, that means we are making sure that the environment is not being degraded at the cost of technology. So this is a simple definition of how we are taking AI and technology towards saving the environment or not. So be it technology or be it your daily use. Whenever you wake up in the morning, you have a choice to use energy. If that energy is right, you are doing right for the environment. And the ultimate approach to this, all of this, using technology, safely using technology and saving environment, I think we have one principle to follow and we all should agree to it, I believe, is AMG approach. Now what is this AMG? AMG is avoid, minimize and generate. Avoid one third of the things which we can clearly. Right now we see that if a lot of lights are not being used, it is still okay. So avoid one third of the energy, minimize the next one third of our resources, our energy, and the rest one third can be generated using solar energy. Because clearly climate change is here, it is real, and if we will not follow OMG, we have to say OMG. Oh my God. So let's follow AMG and let's save the environment and let's make the correct use of AI and technology. Thanks.
What I feel when we have started the panel discussion morning, now it is afternoon, तो उस समय बहुत सारी बातें यहाँ से हमने स्टार्ट की थी. कुछ चीजें वहां से लेकर के, वैसे तो जो मेरे साथ पैनलिस्ट बैठे हैं डिफरेंट एरिया से, बड़े एंथुसियास्टिक भी हैं, साथ में अपने फील्ड के क्या कहते हैं मास्टर हैं, और साथ में बहुत ही आपके क्वेश्चंस का आंसर देने में और सारी बातों को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से रखा. यहाँ हम इसको स्टार्ट इस तरह करते हैं कि 36 साल बाद, 1986 के बाद में 36 साल होने के पश्चात नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, इसीलिए नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी कही गई, फिर इसको नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी कहा गया. मंच पर बैठे सभी लोगों ने जब ये इम्प्लीमेंट करने की तरफ आई, सेंसिटाइजेशन के बाद इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का पार्ट आया, तब कोविड सामने था. कोविड की प्रॉब्लम्स पूरे वर्ल्ड के सामने थी. एक नया वर्ड निकल के आया, सेमिनार कॉन्फ्रेंस की जगह वेबिनार आया. एंड वेबिनार क्रिएट से, और वेबिनार का यदि सही मायने में सबसे अधिक यूज हुआ वो दो जगह हुआ, एजुकेशन में हुआ, और आजकल जो आज हम सारा वर्ल्ड जिसको देख रहे हैं, हमने अपनी लाइफ में कभी नहीं सुना था, कभी सोचा नहीं था कि हमारे बच्चे घर पे बैठ करके घर से वर्क फ्रॉम होम किया जाएगा। ये वेबिनार के माध्यम से ही, टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से। मैंने जब स्टार्ट की थी अपनी बात तो 4 बातें रखी थी, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, मशीन लर्निंग, डेटा एनालिटिक्स एंड ब्लॉकचेन मैनेजमेंट, जिस पर बहुत यहाँ पर जो विश्वविद्यालय के वाइस चांसलर हैं, जो जिनके इनिशिएशन से आज ये प्रोग्राम आयोजित किया जा रहा है, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से इस पर प्रकाश डाला। कुल मिलाकर के सारी चीजें अब आकर के जो सामने सबसे बड़ी समस्या, वैसे तो हमारे पास पढ़ने के डिसिप्लिन में बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी आई है, मैं किसी भी सब्जेक्ट का स्टूडेंट रहा हूं और मेरा थ्रस्ट दूसरे सब्जेक्ट पे है, मैं इजीली टेक ओवर, ये सब न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की देन है। और जिसमें हम देख रहे हैं एक चीज रहती है, वो है कि जिसको कि अभी इनिशिएट यूजीसी भी बहुत जल्दी कर रही है, जिसको बोलते हैं रिसर्च फाउंडेशन, जिसमें घोषणा तो पिछले बजट में 50,000 करोड़ या 60,000 करोड़ की है। वो आने के बाद मेरा यहाँ पर एक, चूंकि सब शिक्षा से जुड़े हुए और इंडस्ट्री से लोग हैं, क्योंकि शिक्षा का ही इंडस्ट्री में प्रयोग किया जाता है, और इसको पास करने में इंडस्ट्री और एकेडमिया का बहुत ज्यादा इंटरफेस की बातें, वो भी हमने यहाँ पर बहुत डिस्कस की है। नोबेल लॉरिएट्स कहाँ से हुए हैं? यूनिवर्सिटी से हुए हैं। यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ने वाले व्यक्ति, वो जो प्रोफेसर हैं, उनमें से हुए हैं। हमको हम उस एजुकेशन के पार्ट हैं जहां से वर्ल्ड को नोबेल लॉरिएट्स मिले हैं, और वो ज्यादातर वर्ल्ड की बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी से, हमारे भारतवर्ष से भी हुए हैं। तो हमारा दायित्व तो और बढ़ जाता है, और इन टेक्नोलॉजीज को, जिसको कि हम थोड़ा सा पीछे हैं, पर अब हमको इसका आत्मसात करके 2047 है, उसके अंदर जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री महोदय मोदी जी एक सपना देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से हम इसको साकार करेंगे। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि हमारी यहाँ की युवा जनता इस बात को, युवा हमारे क्या कहते हैं छात्र, इसको बहुत तेजी से आगे ले जाएंगे टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में, और हम विश्व के गुरु बनेंगे। और मैं समझता हूँ ये जो सारी डिस्कशन हुआ वो इस पैरामीटर पर खरी उतरेगी। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
For the panelists for giving insightful information as well as knowledge about all the implementation work we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. एक बार तालियां please जोरदार होनी चाहिए हमारे इस amazing panel discussion के लिए. We have gained a lot of insights today. In fact, I would say. Now may I request our guest of honor to please do the presentation for all the panelists. तालियां प्लीज एक बार जोरदार होनी चाहिए कि अमेजिंग आज आपने इंफॉर्मेशन गेन करी है, इनसाइट्स आपको मिली हैं एनईपी पे, एआई पे, मशीन लर्निंग पे, ऑटोमेशन पे, जो शायद गूगल भी बहुत ज्यादा देर लगाती करने में, लेकिन यहाँ पर आपको बहुत अमेजिंगली बताया गया है। उस हिसाब से अमेजिंगली एक बार वापस से दिल से तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए। कम ऑन। मैं रिक्वेस्ट दी बैठें तो प्लीज स्टार्ट दी presentation. Yes. So first and foremost, may I request sir to do the honor for Professor Dr. Prerna Gaur, Director of Netaji Subhash University of Technology, New Delhi. तालियां प्लीज एक बार जोरदार मैम के लिए।
She will feel great.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Check.
Next, I would like to request Sir to felicitate Professor Dr. Bishwadhar Chatterjee, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Please give them a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much for sharing all the insights, sir. Please तालियां एक बार जोरदार हो जाएं सर के लिए। Moving on to the next one, may I request Dr. Sudipti Arora ma'am, Chairperson, SOCM Rajasthan Women Wing. तालियां please ma'am के लिए जोरदार। Well, even in fact, I told you that this is beneficial for us as well. Blood circulation वाली बात. तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए, please come on.
Next, I request Sir to please felicitate Professor Dr. Rohit Bhakar, who is the Registrar of Malviya National Institute of Technology, MNIT Jaipur. Please, sir.
Next, I would request Ajib sir to felicitate Professor Dr. Rashmi Jain, Director UGC, MMITC HRDC University of Rajasthan. Please, तालियां जोरदार मैम के लिए. And now for the charismatic moderator as well, right? Clapping, जोरदार चाहिए for the amazing registrar. Under his mentorship, I think we all learn each day, every day. Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma. Please एक बार तालियां सर के लिए जोरदार होनी चाहिए for being such a lovely moderator. Now may I request guest of honor and the all the panelists for a. I request everyone to for a group photograph, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. I would request our guest of honor, Vice Chancellor Sir Rajta Sir, to please be with us on the stage. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you. All right. The reason why I requested you all to please stay with us is because we are about to start the award ceremony. We have some distinguished and eminent personalities there with us today, and I would like to request one by one to please come forward, join us on stage. All right, so to begin with, first and foremost, the personality that I'm about to announce, amazing person, I would say. He is very renowned, but as a person, he is really appreciated. I'm talking about Mr. Nand Kishore Chaudhary. He is the founder and CMD of Jaipur Rugs Company Private Limited. तालियां please sir के लिए एक बार जोरदार वाली होनी चाहिए. Down to earth, humble, ये कुछ definitions हैं, कुछ words हैं सर के लिए जो मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ. और बहुत ही amazing personality हैं आप. तालियां please सर के लिए जोरदार शोरदार वाली होनी चाहिए. Mr. Nand Kishore Chaudhary, founder and CMD, Jaipur Rugs Company Private Limited. Sir, Nand sir, अगर आप 2 मिनट हमारे जो current and future और generation of India है उनसे कुछ words share करें तो please, it would be an honor. Please sir.
सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि देखिए मुझे याद आ रहा है कि जब मैं अपने ग्रेजुएशन के लास्ट ईयर में था तो एक दिन बिजनेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के प्रोफेसर क्लास में आए और उन्होंने बोला ये रोल नंबर किसका है, खड़े हो. तो रोल नंबर मेरा तो मैं खड़ा हुआ. तो मैंने सोचा आज ये क्या पनिशमेंट देंगे, मैं तो ओवर टाइम से करता हूँ, बड़ा डिसिप्लिन स्टूडेंट हूँ. फिर उन्होंने अपने हाथ में एक टेस्ट कॉपी निकाली और पूरी क्लास को बोला कि सी द आंसर दिस बॉय हैज रिटन. सवाल था कि व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ बिजनेस. और मैंने जो जवाब दिया था वो था बिजनेस इज नेक्स्ट टू लव, इट इज द क्रिएटर एंड प्रिजर्वर ऑफ सिविलाइजेशन। प्रोफेसर बोले ये लड़का एक दिन यूनिक बिजनेसमैन बनेगा। तो थैंक यू इसके लिए।
स्टूडेंट्स तो उल्टा समझते हैं, ये समझते प्रोफेसर सही नहीं हुआ।
तालियां भी अगली बार जोरदार मिल चाहिए। और ये बात सही है, प्रोफेसर हमेशा सही होते हैं। गुरु गुरु का जो दर्जा है वो भगवान के समकक्ष माना गया है, तो वो गलत कभी हो ही नहीं सकते हैं। मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट वन।
Now, let me allow to call upon stage the amazing co-founder of FitClap, Mr. Mukesh Bhargava.
So young entrepreneurs, amazing, talented, I would say, entrepreneurs are there with us. So तालियां please जोरदार होनी चाहिए सर के लिए। Thank you so much, and big congratulations, so well deserved. Thank you. Moving on to the next one now in leadership category, we have Mr. Om Prakash Swami. He is the director of UY Ecom Management Private Limited. तालियां please अगले जोरदार होनी चाहिए Mr. Om Prakash Swami. He will be getting the award under the leadership category. तालियां please जोरदार, come on, जोरदार होनी चाहिए please. Congratulations, sir. Well deserved. तालियां please जोरदार सर के लिए.
Next, I would request the director of UY Technologies Private Limited, Mr. Dinesh Kumar, to please come up on stage. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Next, may I request Mr. Tarun Vyas sir to please be ready. I will be inviting you, Mr. Tarun Vyas. But इनके लिए सर के लिए please एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं. Mr. Dinesh Kumar sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next one, I would like to request Mr. Tarun Vyas. He is the founder and CEO of Helpful Insight Private Limited, and he'll be getting the award under the entrepreneurship category. तालियां please सर के लिए जोरदार होनी चाहिए. जब हम यंग इंडिया की बात करते हैं, जब हम यंग नेक्स्ट की बात करते हैं, तो बेंचमार्क सेटर्स आज आपके सामने हैं. तालियां उन्हीं के हिसाब से जोरदार शोरदार वाले होनी चाहिए.
Those students who are over there, these people are your inspiration because they are young entrepreneurs and they are making their businesses successful and getting funds from venture capitalists also with their pitches. So things you dream of. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Anil Bhargava, who is an NEP speaker. Please, sir.
तालियां बजाएं सर के लिए प्लीज. May I request Mr. Akhilesh Saxena sir to please be ready.
Sorry for the delay, sir.
पीछे आपका सेकंड हाफ में था शायद सामने किया गया था. He had a flight to catch Mr.
तालियां प्लीज सर के लिए जोरदार हो जाएं. Mr. Anil Bhargava sir, NEP speaker. He's also getting the award under the leadership category. And next one, as I already announced, I would like to request Mr. Akhilesh Saxena, CEO and Director, Ajivika E-Mobility India Private Limited. तालियां please सर के लिए जोरदार होनी चाहिए.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, I would like to invite upon stage the CEO of Chariot Steel and Power Private Limited, Mr. Manoj Sharma. Please give him a huge round of applause.
After Manoj sir, I request Mr. Nitin Basi sir to please be ready. तालियां प्लीज एक बार सर के लिए जोरदार हो जाए मिस्टर मनोज शर्मा सर. Next one, Mr. Nitin Basi sir. Sir would like to say something. Please, sir.
Thank you, organizing committee for inviting me. I am grateful. पहली बात मैं यहाँ यंग अपने इंजीनियर से कहना चाहूँगा जो प्रोफेशनल्स बनने वाले हैं कि हम जो भी काम करें उसमें एक बात ध्यान रखिए कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ में बक स्टॉप विद मी. ये काम मेरा नहीं है, ये मेरी कोई बाउंड्री नहीं होनी चाहिए. ऐसा अगर आपको सक्सेसफुल होना है तो आपको बाउंड्री नहीं बनानी है अपने लिए. जो भी काम आपको मिलता है उसमें कीजिएगा. तो एक अपने कॉलेज वालों से कहना चाहूंगा कि आप लोग इंजीनियर तैयार करते हैं, मैनेजमेंट प्रोफेशनल तैयार करते हैं, हमें एक चैलेंज जो आता है बहुत बड़ा. ठीक है, आप लोग बीटेक हैं, आपने कहा अभी बहुत बड़ी अच्छी बात कही कि पहले चैलेंज था कि आप लोग जो है ना कोडिंग करना जानते हो, बाद में एआई को आप एआई ऑल्सो. हकीकत ये है कि बहुत सारे इंजीनियर्स या एमबीए प्रोफेशनल्स आते हैं जो कि बेसिक चीजें नहीं जानते. सॉरी, आप वाली बात नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं. तो उसके लिए आप क्या कोई ऐसा करना चाहते हैं कि हमसे पूछें कि हम क्या चाहते हैं आपके स्टूडेंट से, हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या है आपके स्टूडेंट से, जिससे कि हम उनको एम्प्लॉय कर सके. बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज हमारे सामने है. आप कहते हैं एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं है, हम कहते हैं हमारे एम्प्लॉय नहीं है हमारे पास. आपके इंजीनियर्स बेसिक चीजें नहीं जानते, मैनेजमेंट प्रोफेशनल बेसिक चीजें नहीं जानते, कैसे हम उनसे काम करवाएंगे. सो प्लीज इसके लिए हम एक काम कर सकते हैं कि आप जो पार्टनरशिप बात करते हैं, इंडस्ट्री अगर पार्टनरशिप बात करते हैं, उसमें होता क्या है कि आप लोग इनवाइट करते हैं लेकिन कहीं कोई बिजी होते हैं, हम आ नहीं पाते हैं. तो क्या आप लोग ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं कि वर्चुअल मीटिंग कर सके हम लोग साथ में. अभी पिछले 2 महीने में मैंने 2 अपॉर्चुनिटीज की हैं. एक आईआईएम से मेरे कॉल थी, आई कुडंट अटेंड. एक था मेरे पास में ऐसे जेके लक्ष्मी सिंगानिया कॉलेज से, मैं नहीं आ पाया, मार्क पोस्टेड था उस टाइम. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है इस तरीके के इसके लिए कि हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशन है और आप क्या हमें ऐड कर सकते हैं. हम लोग एक वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म बनाएं जिसमें कि इंडस्ट्री प्रोफेशनल्स जो है ना वो आपको पे इनपुट दे सके कि हम आपके स्टूडेंट में क्या चाहते हैं या जो प्रोफेशनल बनने वाले हैं उनमें क्या होना चाहिए. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very good insight. Moving on.
आइंदा से क्वेश्चन पूछते ही रहेंगे सर, आप परेशान हो जाओगे आंसर.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to request Mr. Nitin Basi, sir, Regional Head, Yes Bank. He will be getting the award under the leadership category. तालियां सर के लिए एक बार जोरदार होनी चाहिए. Nitin sir, if you don't mind me asking, आप इससे पहले शायद रिलायंस में थे. Actually, I've heard a lot about him. और मैं इनको नाम बताना चाहता हूँ किनसे. We are LinkedIn connections by the way. लेकिन इनके बारे में मुझे कहाँ से पता चला था, इनके एक सबऑर्डिनेट थे विनीत बैजल. He is a very good friend of mine. बहुत अप्रिसिएशन सर के लिए सुनता था. तालियां भी सर के लिए जोरदार होनी चाहिए प्लीज. Yes.
Yes, one.
Sir, please.
First and foremost, would like to thank UEM College and the university to just invite me here. My sincere message to the young blood here. If you talk about last 25 years when we have passed out our MBA days, these kind of facilities was not there. मैं आपको बताता हूँ, अगर आपको ऐसे मौके मिलते हैं तो प्लीज कम्युनिकेट विद द लीडर्स हु आर कमिंग टू योर कॉलेज, टू योर यूनिवर्सिटीज, अपने एलुमनाई से बात कीजिए, अपना रेफरेंस नेटवर्क बहुत मजबूत कीजिए, बिकॉज आने वाले समय के अंदर नौकरी आउटकम से नहीं, रेफरेंस से मिलेंगी। और जितना नॉलेज बेस बढ़ा सकते हैं बढ़ाइए, जितने भी इंस्टीट्यूट, जितने भी आपके अंदर सेमिनार्स होते हैं उसको प्लीज अटेंड कीजिए, अपना रेफरेंस नेटवर्क बढ़ाएं, बिकॉज रेफरेंस नेटवर्क इज अ रियल नेटवर्क। थैंक यू।
You said the most important thing. Human beings' biggest quality is networking. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nitin sir.
Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Ankit Arora, who is the founder and CEO of Brisk Minds Software Solutions Private Limited. Please give him a huge round of applause. Mr. Ankit Arora will be getting an award under leadership.
May I request now Mr. Brajesh Pathak sir to please be ready. And next one, I would like to request Mr. Brajesh Pathak. He is a senior journalist. I can call him as my brother because we know each other since ages. He's a senior journalist and he is very renowned. In fact, not just in Jaipur but in Delhi, everywhere. Please, एक बार तालियां हो जाए विजय सर के लिए जोरदार वाली. He is also a National General Secretary, Human Rights Safety Organization, Delhi. तो विजय जी कल खबर जब छपेगी तो आप लोग सक्सेस नाम दिया गया. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Viren Shekhawat, who is a co-founder of Implando. Mr. Shekhawat would be getting an award under recognizing excellence in an entrepreneurship. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone.
They have also got a lot of fun all across India. They have expanded in Jaipur. Now they are very big in Jaipur. They are gaining.
Now may I also request Mr. Paranjit Daya sir to please be ready. Now next one I would like to request Mr. Paranjit Daya. He is the Deputy General Manager, Reliance Industries Limited. He will be getting the award under the leadership category. तालियां please सर के लिए जोरदार होनी चाहिए. Thank you so much, and thank you so much to the guest of honor, Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir. Now we move on to the second panel discussion, and over to Rupsa.
Thank you, sir. Now, let us move on with our next panel discussion, the topic for which would be experiential learning and multidisciplinary approaches in schools' role of teacher capacity building in enhancing learning outcomes. The moderator for this panel would be my co-host, Mr. Aplav Saxena, who is the Director, Impact Foundation and TV show host of Doordarshan. Please, sir. For the panel, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Preeti Sangwan, who is the principal of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Vidyashram, K.M. Munshi, Marg, Jaipur. Please, ma'am. Please give her a huge round of applause. Next, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Rajesh Sharma, who is the Chief Managing Director of Sand Dunes Group of Schools and Colleges. Please, sir. Please give them a huge round of applause, everyone. Next, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Kamaljeet Yadav, who is the principal of Subodh Public School, Rambagh Circle, Jaipur. Please, ma'am. Please give her a huge round of applause. Next, allow me to welcome Mr. Om Prakash Parekh, who is the principal of Prince International School, Jammu. Please, sir. Please give them a huge round of applause, everyone. Okay, sir.
And may I also request Dr. Rajesh Sharma sir, Chief Managing Director, Sand Dunes Group of Schools and Colleges, to please join us on the rise. इसका थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दीजिएगा प्लीज माइक का तालियां भी सर के जोरदार हो जाए And before I start this talk, may I request Rupsa that we have, I think, one award which is remaining. So should we do it later? Yeah, we can do it now before we'll start the talk. So I would request you to please.
I would request our guest of honor, our registrar, and our vice chancellor, sir, to please come up on stage.
Since both of them are already there, so I can call back. Yes, please.
First, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Sudipti Arora, who is the chairperson of ASSOCHAM Rajasthan Women Wing. She would be getting an award under leadership. Please give her a huge round of applause. Thank you very much, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Arvind Batra, who is the CEO of News 21 Globe Communication. He will be getting an award under leadership. Please, sir. Okay. Moving on to the next one, let me welcome Mr. Vishnu Mohan Jha, who is the Chief Airport Officer of International Airport Limited, Adani Jaipur. He will be getting an award under leadership. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you very much, sir. Now let us move on with our panel. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. And I would also like to request Dr. Akbar Ali sir, if in case he is there with us, to please join us. He will be here on behalf of Professor Dr. Kailash Sudani ji. He is the Vice Chancellor of VMOU. So I request sir to please join us on the panel. So it's actually an honor for me that I am sharing the stage with all the eminent personalities. So please. Even Talia sir, please over there. Please, sir. Thank you. So as we are going to talk about the role of teacher capacity building in enhancing learning outcomes, my first question is from Ricky ma'am. Ma'am, you being a principal of Bharati Vidya Bhavan Vidya Ashram, how do you see this when it comes to experiential learning and how it makes education, I would say, more effective for students?
So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, UEM, for inviting us for this very well-meaning discussion. Right. Although experiential learning is not a new term or a new concept, to be very precise, when we say experiential learning, in the simplest way we can understand, learning by doing. Right. So I would like to share a very simple example. The students who are sitting here,
I guess right from grade 11 and 12, you have been doing practicals, right? This is nothing an example of experiential learning. If I take example from, say, junior classes, for example, children of, say, upper primary or lower primary, if they wish to understand about soil conservation or soil erosion, without even explaining them all these terms, simply take the children out in the lawn, tell them to pour water in two different areas. One area covered with grass, one area without grass. They will understand simply by observing, simply by experiencing that yes, what do we mean by soil erosion? Perhaps I guess the term soil erosion or soil conservation can be introduced later on back in the classroom. But what they have experienced, they have understood the concept and the reason behind it, right? So when we say experiential learning, it is pedagogy, it is a methodology of teaching, wherein a learner is engaged in hands-on learning. It's not a new concept in India. If we talk about our ancient way of teaching, so Brahmat Kadambari. So he mentioned here there are 64 kalas. Kalas means skills, and skills means when you do something. Okay, so the word which we associate with skill is do, activity, not just acquire more information or enhance your vocabulary, right? If I talk about the recent past, recent in terms of say in the last 50 years, a US-based educationist and theorist, Dr. David Kolb. So he brought formally experiential learning in the limelight. So he explained in his theory and his research there are four stages of experiential learning. It's a kind of a cycle. It's not that four stages. So it's a cycle which involves four different phases. Starting with when a learner is actively engaged in an activity. Okay, engaged in the sense the learner is understanding, is trying to explore what I am doing. On the basis of that experience, the learner is reflecting, he's observing first of all, and then he's reflecting. And on the basis of observation and reflection, the learner is drawing conclusion. Okay, he's trying to make sense whatever he's observing. And the conclusion which is drawn, we can say the knowledge which the learner has created out of the experience, the learner will now apply. Right? And based on the application, again, the existing knowledge will be modified. It is very much correlated to how we live or how we learn throughout our life. If there is no curriculum in our life, like later on once we pass out from school and from colleges, there is no defined curriculum. But do we learn? Yes. Till the time we are taking our last breath, we are learning. How do we learn? This is the process of learning. Based on our existing knowledge and our experience, our observation, our reflection, okay, we create knowledge. Right? So this is what we mean by, and this is how I understand experiential learning. The second question you asked, how is it important? Okay. How is it important? To
Make it more
education.
effective, yeah.
Okay, to make
For students.
education.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am emphasizing on this word education because it is not learning, education. Right? So what's the purpose of education? Equipping a child, a person, so that as an adult, he or she can manage his life in a good manner. He can lead a well-meaning life and also can contribute in the society. This is possible only when a person knows how to apply knowledge. An application comes with a deep understanding of the knowledge, right? So the first, I would say the first benefit is deep understanding. So there is a difference in simply understanding certain words or taking information, enhancing vocabulary. In fact, this is the emphasis. NEP has emphasized on this aspect. We have to shift from rote learning, where children simply memorizing the vocabulary and the words in certain sentences. But when it comes to understanding a concept, this is where many children are lacking. And understanding means You can apply the knowledge in an unfamiliar situation as well. You can understand the connect in the concept which you have understood with the other related domains of knowledge as well. This is what we mean by deep understanding. So this is the first, I would say, most important benefit. Experiential learning involves, most of our senses. We understand better when we are involving all our senses, eyes, hands, and everything. Uh, the retention is for a longer period because you have understood, you have not memorized, right? So you can retain the knowledge for a long period. When it comes to real life situation, you can easily connect with it, and that's the real purpose. In fact,
Sure.
when I came in the morning, so there was a discussion. There's a problem of employability. So what is this problem of employability? It is partially when a learner, when a student is unable to apply the knowledge which he or she has learned in the school or in the colleges, right? So if a person is experiencing, this problem can be solved. Okay, I won't be taking more time on this. I
Thank you
guess.
so much, Preeti ma'am. Thank you so much for this insight. So when it comes to understanding, you rightly said, and this is the reason why, Dr. Akbar, I would like to ask a question related to understanding only. When it comes to combining different subjects, or I would say multidisciplinary learning, how it actually gonna help students understand the real world problem in a better way?
Definitely. Very good afternoon to all of you. An opportunity given to me by the UN. I was there and I have seen and I have practiced multidisciplinary approach. Before coming to Kota, I was in Pandit Deen Petroleum University in Gujarat, and it was the pioneer university in starting the multidisciplinary approach. And it's a concept came from USA, and the liberal approach, the liberal school of liberal studies, and we used to teach them each and every subject. It was there in the arts group, but we have started now. They have started this multidisciplinary approach in the management also, in the engineering also. As this particular panel discussion, most of the distinguished guests are coming from the school. My suggestion, or I want to initiate this panel discussion that the school should incorporate the multidisciplinary approach in their teaching or in the pedagogy. So it is very much needed in all the field. अगर कोई engineer, this particular university UM, management students are there and engineering students are there, but they should have the knowledge of all the subjects from political science, from economics, from the other humanities subject or the art subjects. So multidisciplinary approach should be started, and the ma'am said that experiential learning, it should be more enhanced, and it should this experiential learning and multidisciplinary approach will go in hand in the school curriculum, and it will enhance the quality, or the it will give a broad horizon to the students who are coming from the school, and they will be able to cope up with the college or this particular system, or liberal approach or the liberal studies. As being a Weberite, I have seen that experiential learning a lot, and an open environment is there as well from the starting. So this should our parents should I initiate this discussion that this particular multidisciplinary approach should be there in their school system, which will help the student in their college and their
Curriculum.
curriculum.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for these insights. And as the question, or I would say the answer is that it should be inculcated in schools. So let me ask this question from Dr. Rajesh Sharma, sir. Sir, as this is being said by Dr. Akbar Ali, that it should be done. I just have another question. What do you think, like in your perspective, why it is crucial for teachers to be trained in this new teaching methods, especially like experiential learning?
Good afternoon to all. You must have heard one term in your life,
History repeats itself. What is NEP? There is nothing new in NEP. हमने क्या पढ़ा था हमारे टाइम पर, क्या मेथड था हमारा, दैट इज एग्जैक्टली इन NEP. आज लौट के सब चीज वही आ रही है, सेम पैटर्न, सेम मेथड, प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच. मैं आज ही पेपर में पढ़ रहा था सुबह मॉर्निंग में, कहीं पर शायद उत्तराखंड गवर्नमेंट ने कुछ ऐसा प्रपोज किया है कि स्कूल्स के अंदर 10th क्लास में 5 की जगह 10 सब्जेक्ट होने चाहिए. शायद आज का न्यूज में आई एम टोटली अगेंस्ट दिस. आज देखिए, मैं एक चीज इसी चीज से रिलेटेड थोड़ा सा मैं आउट ऑफ क्वेश्चन जाऊंगा इस चीज के लिए, एक प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच में जाता हूँ इसमें.
जी सर.
हमने बच्चों को इतना ज्यादा सैंडविच बना दिया है. सैंडविच जो बनाया है सिलेबस और एक्सपेक्टेशंस के बीच में. सिलेबस क्या कहता है, हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या है, पेरेंट्स की एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या है, बच्चों को हम स्पॉइल कर चुके हैं. नहीं होना चाहिए. आप लोग अपने टाइम को याद कीजिए कि कितने सब्जेक्ट हम पढ़ा करते थे. अगर ग्रास रूट लेवल पर हम स्ट्रांग हैं, हमारी रूट्स स्ट्रांग है, तो जरूरत नहीं है टीचर को आज के सिनेरियो में आना पड़ेगा. ये बात सच है. अभी मैं पहले भी सुन रहा था AI का जमाना आ गया है, पता नहीं और क्या क्या चेंजेस आएंगे फ्यूचर में. टीचर को उसके साथ कदम से कदम मिला के चलना ही पड़ेगा. लेकिन मैं एक चीज ये कहना चाहूंगा, यहाँ हम सब टीचर्स बैठे हुए हैं, कोई स्कूल लेवल पे है तो कोई हायर लेवल पर है, कि एक चीज में हर टीचर, बच्चों से पहले मैं पहले टीचर्स के लिए कहना चाहूंगा, प्लीज डोंट टेक एनीथिंग इन अदरवाइज वे. We are teachers. By the grace of God, if we are teachers, we must have some set teaching ethics and values. Otherwise, we should not have any right to say, I'm a teacher. सवाल इस चीज का आता है कि मैं यहां खड़ा होकर के मेरे बच्चों को पढ़ा रहा हूं. पढ़ाने वाला कौन है? ये टीचर इन रियल सेंस. आज मेरे पास में 50 डिग्रियां हैं, लेकिन मेरे पास मॉरल एथिक्स नहीं है, वैल्यूज नहीं है. क्या बिना वैल्यूज के बच्चा अपना प्लेटफॉर्म बना सकता है? नो एंड नेवर. टीचर्स को लेटेस्ट जो एजुकेशनल टूल्स आ रहे हैं, अकॉर्डिंगली उसको एडजस्ट तो होना पड़ेगा. ये तो मैं मानता हूँ, आई डू एग्री विद दैट. सवाल इस चीज का आता है कि क्या मैं अपनी रूट्स को पढ़ा रहा हूं, बच्चों को नहीं पढ़ा रहा हूं. आज हम कितना ही फॉरवर्ड हो जाए, मॉडर्न हो जाए, लेकिन आज हम में से कौन पेरेंट ऐसा है जो ये चाहेगा कि मेरा बच्चा शराब पी के नाली में पड़ा रहे? कोई नहीं चाहेगा. हर कोई माँ बाप ये चाहता है कि मेरा, एक वो पिक्चर का गाना था, पता नहीं कौन सी मूवी थी मैम, मेरा नाम करेगा रोशन में जग में मेरा राज दुलारा. कौन पेरेंट है जो इस गाने को सहमत नहीं है? लेकिन मैं यही कहता हूं कि आपकी एक्सपेक्टेशंस के साथ में अपनी ड्यूटीज को देखिए. आज हम सब बुकिश नॉलेज के पीछे भाग रहे हैं, सभी बुकिश नॉलेज के पीछे भाग रहे हैं. कितना टाइम, 5 मिनट 10 मिनट हम अपने बच्चों को दे. ये बच्चे बैठे, मैं कहना चाहूंगा इनसे कि अगर पेरेंट टाइम नहीं देते हैं तो पेरेंट से टाइम लीजिए. केवल 5 मिनट 10 मिनट अपनी वैल्यूज पर डिस्कस कीजिए, संस्कारों पे बात कीजिए बेटा. और हमारी भी ये मॉरल ड्यूटी बनती है. आज केवल परवरिश का मतलब क्या रह गया है? सिर्फ एक लैविशली पाल रहे हैं, पोस रहे हैं, मोबाइल दे रहे हैं, गाड़ी दे रहे हैं, सब कुछ दे रहे हैं. हम कभी पेरेंट के, दोनों पेरेंट, बोथ आर इन जॉब, उनके पास टाइम ही नहीं है बच्चों से ये बात करने का, बेटा वैल्यूज किस चीज का नाम है. अगर वैल्यूज पर हम बच्चों से थोड़ा भी बात करेंगे, कम से कम प्राउडली ही और शी कैन से आई एम ए गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग, एंड विदाउट वैल्यूज नोबडी कैन बी ए गुड ह्यूमन। तो बुकिश का लेकर मैं देखिए सिंस 35 ईयर आई हैव बीन इन दिस होली प्रोफेशन, लेकिन मैं अगर मुझसे पूछा जाए, मेरे व्यूज पूछा जाए, तो मैं अभी जो प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो चल रहा है, जो सिनेमा चल रहा है, आई एम टोटली अगेंस्ट। हम उस चीज की अप्रोच तो करना चाहते हैं कि जो आपको भविष्य में नजर आ रही है, लेकिन सवाल इस चीज का आता है कि भविष्य तक पहुंचने की गाड़ी में पेट्रोल क्या भरेंगे। हम इंडिया में रहते हैं, वी आर इंडियंस, और अगर वैल्यूज आपको अगर देखनी है तो थ्रू आउट द वर्ल्ड ओनली इन इंडिया यू कैन सी। मैं इसलिए कहता हूं टीचर्स को, मॉडर्न एआई टूल्स हो या कुछ भी एजुकेशनल टूल्स हो, उनके साथ आपको मिलना जरूरी है, लेकिन अगर आप अपने दिल पर हाथ रख करके ये कहें कि वॉट एवर आई एम टीचिंग इन माई क्लास, क्या उसमें थोड़ा बहुत भी वैल्यूज का एडिशन है या नहीं। प्लीज मेरा तो आपसे यही कहना है कि मॉडर्न एजुकेशन बहुत जरूरी है। हमारे इतने चेंजेस आ रहे हैं, अब नहीं अगर हम इसको अडॉप्ट करेंगे तो हम बहुत पीछे रह जाएंगे, बहुत पीछे। लेकिन कदम से कदम अगर बढ़ाने हैं तो आपको अपनी इंडियन ट्रेडिशनल वैल्यूज को अपनाना ही पड़ेगा। शिकागो में जब विवेकानंद जी गए थे, उन्होंने सारे देश के विद्वानों को डाउन कर दिया था केवल और केवल अपनी वैल्यूज के पीछे। रिकॉग्नाइज किया था उन्होंने कि यस ही इज अ मैन फ्रॉम इंडिया एंड इंडिया इज अ कंट्री ऑफ वैल्यूज। इसलिए मेरा ये कहना है कि जो भी अपने आज का संदर्भ है, प्लीज थोड़ा सा हमें चेंज करना है। हम सिर्फ एक ही चीज में बात करते हैं कि बच्चों को मैक्सिमम टीचिंग एड्स प्रोवाइड करें, उनको पढ़ाएं, मैक्सिमम सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाएं हम उनको। कहाँ गया वो नाना नानी की कहानियों का दौर, कहाँ गया वो दादा दादी के नुस्खे का दौर। आज की बुकिश नॉलेज से वो चीजें हम गेन नहीं कर सकते। प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच जो हमारे एंसेस्टर्स के पास में थी, आज बच्चे भूल चुके हैं, बच्चों को पता ही नहीं, हमें पता नहीं। मैं तो कहता हूँ कि एक सब्जेक्ट ये भी ऐड हो जाना चाहिए कि दादा दादी की नुस्खे क्या है, नाना नानी की कहानियां क्या है। मैं कभी मेरे छोटा सा एग्जांपल बताता हूँ मुझे, कि मेरे नाक पे एक अंदर की तरफ एक फुंसी हुई अभी 8-10 दिन पहले, और मैंने कई एंटीबायोटिक खा लिए, मुझे कोई रिलीफ नहीं मिला। मेरी एक रिलेशन में दादी हैं, वो आई, उन्होंने मुझे 1 घंटे में ठीक कर दिया। कैसे? वी मस्ट नो दैट। उन्होंने कहा कुछ नहीं, कोयले को गर्म करो गैस के ऊपर, उसके ऊपर जीरा डाल करके उसकी फूड्स को आप इनहेल करो। आई डिड, और जितना बार मुझको लगा कि बहुत मुझे रिलीफ मिल रहा है, और शाम तक आते आते मेरी वो फुंसी कहाँ चले गई, पेन कहाँ चला गया। कौन से बुक में मिलेगा ये बताइए आप। दिस इज माई प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस। आपको ये किसी बुक में मिलेगा कि आज तक किसी की मत में नहीं मिलेगा। तो कितने ही हम आपको सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाएं, साइंस के पढ़ाएं, कॉमर्स के पढ़ाएं, ह्यूमैनिटीज के पढ़ाएं, लेकिन अगर उसमें एक सब्जेक्ट टीचर आउट ऑफ द सिलेबस अपनी तरफ से अगर ये ऐड कर दे, दादा दादी के नुस्खे, नाना नानी की कहानियां भी कोई है, तो शायद उसकी लाइफ में एक प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच डेफिनेटली। एजुकेशन थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज तो हम सब देते हैं, हर स्कूल दे रहा है, हर कॉलेज दे रहा है। अभी कोई एक सज्जन कह के गए थे यहाँ पर कि बड़ी बड़ी डिग्रियां बच्चे लेकर के आ जाते हैं, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच उनकी कुछ भी नहीं। आज एक इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियर को पढ़ाया जा रहा है सर्किट क्या है, अगर कोई एक इलेक्ट्रिसिटी में फॉल्ट आ गया, क्या वो पॉसिबल है कि उस फॉल्ट को रिपेयर कर देंगे? नो एंड नेवर, क्योंकि उन्होंने बुकिश स्टडी की। अगर उसके साथ में मेरा अपना सजेशन, प्लीज डोंट टेक एनीथिंग इन अदरवाइज वे, अगर हम थोड़ा सा अपना प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच, अपनी पास को हम हमारे दादा दादियों की चीजों को अगर हम बेस बना करके एग्जाम्पल दीजिए ना, हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि उसका आप पेपर एग्जाम कंडक्ट करिए, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा, मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि अगर हम अपनी टीचिंग में थोड़ा सा भी उन चीजों को शामिल करके और बच्चों को लेक्चर दें तो देखिए कि बच्चों के प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच कितनी फास्ट ग्रो करती है, बहुत फास्ट उनको, that all things will be easily grasped, that will be very easy to understand. आप बच्चे को थ्योरेटिकल को पढ़ा दीजिए, आज आप हिस्ट्री को पढ़ाइएगा, उसको एक थ्रू चार्ट एक आप चीज बनाइए, चार्ट बना के जब आप पढ़ाएंगे उस चीज को ऐसे समझ नहीं आएगा। हम जब पढ़ा करते थे फिफ्थ सिक्स क्लास तक हमको सेंटेंस नहीं आता था, व्हाट इज सेंटेंस? टीचर ने कहा सेंटेंस इज ए ग्रुप ऑफ वर्ड्स, फिर किसी बच्चे ने उसमें ऐड कर दिया, नहीं सर दिस इज इनकम्प्लीट डेफिनेशन, सेंटेंस इज ए ग्रुप ऑफ वर्ड्स व्हिच मेक्स ए कंप्लीट सेंस। आ गई बात समझ में? ये क्या था? थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज नहीं आया समझ में, क्या मतलब निकलता है, कैसे ग्रुप ऑफ वर्ड्स को हम सेंटेंस बनाए। व्हाट डिड माय टीचर, जिसको थ्योरी के साथ उन्होंने अपने एक्सपीरियंस को शेयर किया, उन्होंने अपने गले से रुद्राक्ष माला को खोला और तोड़ दिया और वो बीड्स फैल गए। वो जो बीड्स फैले, उन्होंने कहा ये है आपका आर्ट ऑफ स्पीच, अलग 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 अलग, व्हाट इज नाउन, प्रोनाउन, वर्ब एंड जो कुछ है उसको हम अलग से आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं, डेफिनेशन दे सकते हैं, एग्जांपल दे सकते हैं, लेकिन व्हाट इज सेंटेंस, दैट इज अ ग्रुप ऑफ वर्ड्स। उन्होंने कहा इन सारे बीट्स को आप धागे में बोलो, देन इट विल बिकम अ सेंटेंस। इतना प्रैक्टिकल एग्जाम था जिसको मैंने महसूस किया, इससे बड़ा कोई एग्जाम और नहीं हो सकता कि ग्रामर को समझने का, तो जीवन भर के लिए आपको प्रैक्टिकल है। दूसरा है, एक एग्जांपल मैं देना चाहूंगा इस चीज के लिए, आजकल हम फोकस नहीं करते, पहले के मैगजीन, आजकल भी शायद न्यूज़पेपर में आता है कि वो आता है चित्र बना हुआ था बच्चों, आपने देखा होगा, डॉट 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 बने रहते हैं और उस पर लिखा हुआ रहता है खोजो तो जाने। हैव यू एवर सीन दैट? खोजो तो जाने। और हम देखते हैं इसमें कुछ भी नहीं है, केवल डॉट्स बने हुए हैं, और जब हम थोड़ा उस पर फोकस करते हैं, कॉन्सेंट्रेट करते हैं, अरे इसमें तो हाथी है, और आपको तुरंत हमेशा वो देखते ही हाथी नजर आएगा, व्हाट इज दैट? एक अलग से प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच है किसी सब्जेक्ट पे फोकस करने की, कॉन्सेंट्रेट करने की, लर्न करने की। लर्निंग एंड ट्रैवलिंग, these two are different. आज का बच्चा ट्रैवलिंग कर रहा है, रट रहा है, ग्रैस्प नहीं कर रहा, उसको याद नहीं हो रहा। इस चीज को अप्रोच करने के लिए हमें हमारे पुराने नुस्खे, और मैं हमारे सभी स्कूल्स में, इवन इन माय कॉलेजेस, आई एम डूइंग द सेम, माय टीचर्स आर डूइंग द सेम, कि बच्चों को हम ज्यादा पूरा चैप्टर पढ़ा दें और एक पैरा भी उसको ग्रैस्प नहीं हो पाया तो क्या फायदा उसका। इसलिए मैं कहता हूँ टीचर्स को बहुत ज्यादा पड़ेगा, लेकिन अगर अपनी अप्रोच नहीं करके जाते हैं तो
Indian knowledge system is all part of NEP.
that is
part of NEP.
मैंने आपको क्या कहा, हिस्ट्री रिपीट इटसेल्फ। आज जो एनईपी आ रहा है, ये एनईपी, देयर इज नथिंग न्यू इन दैट, ये वही एनईपी है जो आपने हमने पढ़ा होगा।
जो आप बोल रहे हैं वो ऑलरेडी कर रहे हैं अभी, एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम, ऑल आर पार्ट ऑफ एनईपी। जो आप बोल रहे हैं
मैं सर वो ही आपसे कह रहा हूँ, इस चीज के लिए हम कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे, नहीं कर रहे। हम अपनी टीचिंग में, अपनी टीचिंग टेक्नोलॉजी में, टीचिंग आइडियोलॉजी में हम कहीं पर भी अपने पास्ट को ऐड नहीं कर रहे हैं। दिस इज व्हाट माय प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस इज, नहीं कर रहे हैं।
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we have limited time, and I know that we have a lot of information to share. But दिमाग भी तभी चलता है जब खाना होता है पेट में ना, और खाने के लिए अगर हम लेट होंगे तो बच्चे देखिए उधर से देख रहे हैं ऑलरेडी, Because right after that we'll be enjoying our lunch. So I'm really sorry. I know that we have a lot of information to share, but we have time limitation. I'm really sorry, sir, that I interrupted you. Please carry on and please finish whatever you were saying, sir.
इन नटशेल मैं तो यही कहूँगा इसके अंदर कि हमको थ्योरेटिकल पार्ट के साथ साथ जितना प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच पे हम जा सकते हैं वी शुड गो अहेड अदरवाइज नॉलेज विल ऑलवेज बी इनकम कंसंट्रेशन आज बच्चों में है ही नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं है कंसंट्रेशन अगर नहीं है तो सिर्फ किताबी कीड़ा बन के रहता है
True.
इसलिए मैं तो आपसे यही कहूंगा प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच दीजिए एक टीचर ने हमें बड़ा अच्छा एग्जांपल दिया कि मैं तो मेरे ऊपर एग्जाम
No, no, please, sir.
आधा मिनट क्या बच्चों के
Yeah,
लिए
please, please.
हो सकता है बच्चों के लिए हेल्पफुल हो जाए कि मैं 8th क्लास तक किसी भी टॉपिक पर कभी कंसंट्रेट नहीं कर पाता था याद करता और भूल जाता मुझे मेरे टीचर ने कहा एक मान प्रकाश सिनेमा के अंदर एक मूवी लगी हुई थी सत्य काम सुना होगा नाम आपने बहुत अच्छी मूवी थी मेरे टीचर ने मुझे कहा कि मैंने कहा सर मुझे कंसंट्रेशन नहीं होता है मेरे टीचर ने कहा कि आप एक काम करो कि मान प्रकाश में एक मूवी लगी हुई है सत्य काम को देख के आओ मैं कहा इससे कंसंट्रेशन का क्या लेना देना क्या शौकीन भी थे और टीचर का आदेश भी था चले गए हम देख के आ गए हमने कहा सर हम देखे हैं मूवी अच्छा ठीक है उन्होंने हमसे कुछ भी बात नहीं की करीब 1 महीना निकलने के बाद में उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया आपने वो सत्यकाम मूवी देखी थी ना कहा देखी थी सर क्या स्टोरी सुना सकते हो उसकी डायलॉग सुना सकते हो गाने सुना सकते हो हमने हूबहू पूरी सत्यकाम को परोस के रख दिया टीचर ने कहा और क्या चाहिए आपको दिस इज कॉन्सेंट्रेशन हम मूवी में जाते हैं बच्चों आंख और कान स्क्रीन पे लगे रहते हैं ना इधर देखते ना इधर देखते ना बात करते ना कुछ कोई बात भी करता नहीं लोग मूवी देखने दे होता नहीं होता कुछ नहीं किया हमने और वो मूवी हमारे लिए हमेशा हमेशा के लिए बिल्कुल फिट हो गई हम क्लास में क्या करते हैं इधर देखा उधर देखा उससे बात की अगर फोकस नहीं करें कंसंट्रेशन के लिए कि आप अपनी प्रायोरिटीज को बनाइएगा अपनी प्रायोरिटी सेट कीजिए उस काम को पहले कर लीजिए जिसे आप नहीं करना चाहते हैं ताकि वो टाइम पूरा हो जाए और जिस काम को करना चाहते हैं उसको लास्ट में कीजिए मैं आपसे उल्टी बात कह रहा हूं लोग कहेंगे लास्ट में करने के बाद एनर्जी खत्म हो जाएगी नहीं होगी आप एक्सपेरिमेंट करके देखिएगा आप लास्ट में उसको करके देखिएगा आपको फोकस होगा आपका कंसंट्रेशन बढ़ेगा और वो आपको होल लाइफ याद रहेगा दिस इज प्रैक्टिकल है
एक बार तालियां हो जाएं सर के लिए थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर दिस नाउ मैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है वो कमलजीत मैम आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ अभी जैसे सर ने भी कहा और हम भी इस बात को जानते हैं कि अगर हम प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपोजर की बात करें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है सो माय क्वेश्चन टू यू इज हाउ हैंड्स ऑन एक्टिविटीज especially in schools make lessons more interesting and meaningful for the students what are your insights in this
Well, namaskar everyone. My fellow panelists have already said a lot about it. The new education policy, of course, is just a reminder to all of us, and it has given, to a great extent, a little more focus to all of us. कि हम जो चीजें करें वो कैसे करें ताकि एक यूनिवर्सल व्यू अप्रोच डेवलप हो स्कूल्स में कॉलेजेस में हायर एजुकेशन और इन स्कूल एजुकेशन वो एक कॉमन प्लेटफॉर्म है आई रिमेम्बर आई ऑलवेज फेल्ट एंड हर्ड सिंस माय चाइल्डहुड दैट टीचिंग इज एन आर्ट एज वेल एज अ स्किल and for any art and skill, we need to have a very clear-cut, designed approach in which there are a lot of things. If I'm not good at communicating things, I will not be able to deliver. If I don't have understanding of the content, I will not be able to justify.
If that information is not being translated into as knowledge, there is no use. Hence, a teacher has to have many or different kind of skills as well as art. I would give an example here. Last year, I had been to Germany, and I observed that a teacher in school there is teaching two subjects compulsorily. A teacher is teaching in higher class, maybe English, but in junior classes must be teaching mathematics. In our schools, we have very clear kind of compartmentalization. इंग्लिश का टीचर कहेगा मुझे साइंस पढ़ाना नहीं आता, मुझे मैथ्स पढ़ाना नहीं आता. So वो interdisciplinary या intracurricular या एक डेवलप नहीं हो पाता है अप्रोच टीचर का, और वो एक रिस्ट्रिक्टेड प्लेटफॉर्म में एट टाइम्स बिहेव करते हैं. So somewhere our teachers need to be given this, because एक साइंस का टीचर होता है, उसका एक अप्रोच ये रहता है कि मैं लैंग्वेज के साथ शायद को जस्टिफाई नहीं कर पाऊँ, and that way the teacher is always hesitant in maybe preparing students for any activity or something. Reason कि मेरी इंग्लिश या मेरी लैंग्वेज इतनी अच्छी नहीं है तो मैं नहीं कर पाऊँ. Somewhere this approach has to go into schools, because today's generation is learning so many things, and they always have to be given this, that how this information has to be used and how this can become knowledge for you, because knowledge is power. और जब हमें पावर मिल जाती है तो हम उसको कैसे यूज करें और किस तरह से वो नॉलेज जिसने हमें पावर दिया है उसका जब हमें सही इस्तेमाल आ जाता है तो हम काफी हद तक चीजों को सीखने की फोकस होके ही बिना without focus, without keeping clear-cut objectives in mind. So this wheel that has started because of National Curriculum Framework has really given us a lot of focus as well. Yes, we need to revive our Indian tradition, our Indian knowledge system. और बुक्स पहले नहीं आई थी, चीजें पहले हो रही थी हमारी सराउंडिंग में, उन्हीं चीजों को या उसी इंफॉर्मेशन को या उसी नॉलेज को has been translated into books. And for certain things, yes, there have been laws propended, and the laws can be practiced, and sometimes these laws really help us. एक सिस्टमैटिक अप्रोच को डेवलप करने में और उसको डिलीवर करने में भी हमें हेल्प मिलती है उन चीजों से. सो इसीलिए जो रिवाइवल ऑफ एंशिएंट मेथोडोलॉजी या जैसा प्रीति मैम ने भी कहा पेडागोजी को हम और थोड़े से अच्छे से समझेंगे तो हम हमारी जो यंग जनरेशन है उसको हम और अच्छे से मोल्ड कर पाएंगे. और एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग का जो बात है, एक्सपीरियंस हम रोज करते हैं लेकिन उसके प्रति हाउ मच वी आर गाइडिंग द यंग लॉट in our classrooms, it all depends on us.
And that is very important.
That is the most important.
Please एक बार तालियां मैम की हो जाएं. Thank you so much ma'am for explaining it in this way. My next question is from Om Prakash sir. जब हम सर एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग की बात करते हैं तो मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि हम स्टूडेंट्स को कैसे प्रिपेयर करें फॉर द रियल वर्ल्ड चैलेंजेस एंड ऑफ कोर्स फॉर देयर फ्यूचर करियर्स.
Very good question. Respected panelists, Sanwan ma'am, Yadav ma'am, Sama sahab, and patientful audience. I will not take much time. First, before coming to the experiential education, I would like to tell what was our old traditional system. That was a road system. That was based on the ratification, one word, जो बनाया गया है, not from the English dictionary. Ratification, रट लिया, then you appeared in the examination, then you taught as much as needed to get the good marks, then you did, and you got the good marks, 95 plus 96, 97. But that was not perfectly the part of learning system. Just if someone asked to me, what is the experiential learning? So first I would like to tell, earlier what we did, teacher prepare, that earlier our system was the teacher or the instructor based education system. Teacher comes in the class with full preparation, with chalk and talk. And whatever the lesson he prepared, he vomits in the class. Either student is understanding or not, that after all his class activities, he tells to learn it, to do the homework, then students going to the home, ask it to parents or the tuition teacher, then after they are helping to him and he is completing his homework, then teacher is understanding that the students have understood what I taught him. This was, this was. But now what the experiential learning, this is just opposite to that. Now this is the learning and learner based approach. That is philosophical and methodological based approach. In we one I want to say one great maxim of Confucius, that he was brought in 450 BC. If I hear, I forget. If I see, I remember. But if I do, I learn. अगर मैं करता हूं तो मैं सीखता हूं, वही हमारी लर्निंग बाय डूइंग. If just I'll give a very easy example. If there is some fire, an infant just who cannot stand, just he can creep on the ground, जिसको हम घुटनों के बल चलना कहते हैं. That fire is the matter of attraction for him. So he wants to go to that attraction, but his mother not allowing him. He goes too close, then mother picks him and put him or set him apart from that. Again and again the same process is going on. He goes, she brings back. See, he goes, she brings back. But what the experience learning says, one, leave him carefully and let him touch that fire little extent. Then he or she will understand what is the fire, and again you will took him to the close to the fire, he will not go there, he will start to cry. Why? Because he has learned by experience, by learning, by doing, by learning by doing. वह करके सीख गया है, उसने उस चीज को सीख लिया कि ये फायर है, इसके हाथ लगाने से मेरा हाथ जल गया था, मुझे पीड़ा हुई थी, अब वो उधर नहीं जाएगा. Sometimes you see very little infant, another example I'm giving. You talk with him with love, with affection, then he will give you a smile. And you don't talk with him, just you make your eyebrows high, then he will start to cry. What is this? This is the experiential learning. And in school curriculum, we can go forward through one keyboard I am telling to you, that ABL, PBL and CBL. ABL, activity based learning. Then PBL, project based learning. And the third one that is important, competency based learning. If you want to make competent your student, then you have to give him some experiences. That experiences you can give by art. And even I would like to say, you can add some sports activities. Suppose, if you are teaching projectile motion in physics, so how long, angle, if we throw something from the perfect angle, then how long it will distance? So that will be the, I think, 45 degree angle. So if he is playing cricket, then he will throw from the boundary, and suppose he is making the angle of 30 degree, that will not cover much distance. If he will making 60 degree angle, that the same result will be. But if he is throwing with the 45 angle, so that can be connected with the learning system. Teacher should say in the class that in the sports class or when they are in the ground, then you have to make him understand that is this is the best angle by which if you will throw the ball, then we will cover the maximum distance. So this is the activity-based learning or competence. And if you will, the other side I also say, if you will teach that he will increase his knowledge. Then after knowledge will be converted into the skills, and skills will come into the attitude. अरे हमने पढ़ा दिया, पढ़ाने के बाद उसके नॉलेज में नहीं आया, नॉलेज में आ गया तो उसकी एक्टिविटीज में नहीं आया. तो behavioral changes, if not coming behavioral changes, then no need of vomiting in the class, teaching whatever the ideas or whatever the approaches you are teaching in the classes, all in vain. So, my dear friends, I would like to say here, just we go for the experiential learning with very carefully, and experience can be taken from everywhere. Suppose one student is interested in art, he is trying to he love to make some good pictures. So that is the experience. That is the experience by experience. Suppose you are teaching swimming coach is teaching to a student how to swim, but in the class with chalk and talk. कि ऐसे ऐसे आप पानी में कूद जाइए, ऐसे ऐसे आप हाथ पैरों को हिलाइए, ऐसे ऐसे गर्दन को ऊपर रखिए. How to swim can be possible by this method? No. Then we have to go for that is only knowledge. Then students should go for the skill. He should go to the swimming pool and with the swimming coach, and he should start to try that. That is the skill. Then if he will do it again and again, that will come the behavioral changes in his attitude. And suppose after that he is standing on a swimming pool or on the bank of a river, then someone is drawing. He doesn't know how to swim. Then that boy or that student, without thinking a single moment, he will jump into the river. Why? Because the behavioral changes has come due to that process, due to that experiential learning through the skill and he will save that person. So this is, and why this? If you want to make the global leaders, global citizens, so then we have to go through the experiential learning. If we will able to bring the behavioral changes in students' habits, then our motive, our objectives, our outcomes of the education, we are successful in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You know, I can really admit this. I have two challenges here. One is that the topic is very broad. Second, I have really knowledgeable panelists here. It's very difficult to stop each and every one. I am admitting it because you have a lot of knowledge, and I know this topic is broad, and I think this is touching your heart. It's not just coming from the brain, but coming from the heart because you are into the education system. So, अपनी जब काम की बात हो रही है, it comes from the heart. So I understand that, but respecting the time. Now, since I have a lot of questions, I would not be asking at all. I will not even dare to do that. Okay, I'll be asking simple questions from each one of you, and I would really humbly request you if you can just sum it up in maximum 1 minute. Otherwise, pardon me if I'll really stop you in between. I'll just go ahead and ask you with your experience now. When it comes to enhancing learning outcomes, what do you feel? What all are required? Just to sum it up, क्या कहना चाहते हैं आप कि हाँ, this is what is, I think, the best one when it comes to enhancing the learning outcomes.
So first of all, when the teacher is preparing the plan for a concept or a topic, so she should be absolutely clear what is the objective of this lesson and what outcomes I am expecting. Secondly, accordingly design the activities. What all activities will be done so that I can expect that outcome. Third is what evidence I am going to collect. When the teaching learning is happening, that will give me an indication that yes, the children are understanding, right? Evidence in the sense, what kind of assessment should I conduct, right? Okay, so to be very precise, I guess yes, as you know, these three important points. I have saved the time. I wish to reflect on what Sir said. Sir, first of all, the name of the movie is Phul Ka Phul, Tujhe Suraj Ka Hoon Chanda. Right? It's a black and white movie. Rajendra Kumar and Malasena in the lead role. I don't remember the person. It is quite possible. Okay, it is quite possible, but as far as my memory goes, oh, I'm wrong here as well. Okay, okay. I wish to reflect on one more thing, actually, since we don't have time. Otherwise, when we're talking about multidisciplinary, approach, we talk about yes, the value system. See, first of all, value is never taught; it is always taught. As you said that yes, who's teaching is the most important thing, right? So it all depends upon the teacher who's going to the class. The personality trait, what he or she does every day, whether being a sincere person, an honest person, a hardworking person, a very knowledgeable person, all these qualities she is rubbing on the children, right? This can never be part of the curriculum planning or lesson planning, right? Yes, this is, I feel, when we are talking about, what skills or competency a teacher has, the most important thing is what attitude a teacher has, what value system a teacher has.
And what they feel is at most important at that particular time. I mean, that's what matters. Please, एक बार तालियां होता है मैम के लिए. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll move on to Kamalji Yadav ma'am. Again, based on your experience, to sum it up, how would you see that enhancing learning outcomes would be better in which ways?
Qualitative approach, looking into the pros and cons, understanding your class and the need of the hour, and how to bridge, how to teach, how to bridge those things, and keenness for learning from learning.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was very nice. Thank you. You know why I said so. Please, sir. Please. Sorry.
I was very much eager to just to add on the which sir have said about ethics.
Ji.
We recently had a meeting with the management of St. Xavier's. Being an alumni, we were also there in that meeting. And what we have suggested experiential learning in moral science. The students are taking moral science as a subject only. What we suggest, ma'am, that we should inculcate that भारतीय संस्कृति क्या है, हम लोग वही भूल गए हैं, भारतीय सामाजिक. अगर बच्चा अपने स्कूल से ही what our priest used to tell us, हमारे टाइम में फादर्स यही कहते थे, at our time sir, भाई बच्चा आपके 4 घंटे स्कूल रहता है, बाकी तो वो आपके 20 घंटे तो घर पे रहता है. वो moral values should be inculcated those students or experiential learning should start in moral science. What we have suggested, उनके बच्चों में सामाजिक जो भारतीय समाज की वैल्यूज हैं, एथिक्स हैं, वो सब चीजें इंडिकेट होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि जो सारे स्कूल में प्रॉब्लम फेस हो रही हैं, the same problem is faced by that particular school also.
True.
It is suggested some experiential learning in moral science.
I'll take one.
Wow. Yeah. Please, ma'am. Please.
Let's not misunderstand the concepts. ये चाहिए, ये करना है, चाहिए वैल्यू. वैल्यू किस चीज को किस तरह से क्या वैल्यू देना है, that should be part of incorporation by each and every subject and each and every teacher.
Nice.
Connecting to the subject rather than giving onus to one particular teacher कि आप जाके moral science पढ़ा दो. As ma'am said, values are never taught, those are taught.
And best part is ma'am, ये आपके हाथ में है. I mean, being a teacher, ये आपके हाथ में कि आप इसे कैसे modify कर सकते हैं. Thank you so much. Yes, true.
Starts from the home only.
True. Dr. Jay, sir.
सर मैं तो सिर्फ यही कहना चाहूँगा कि अगर टीचर क्लास में बच्चों को जब पढ़ा रही है तो उनकी प्रेजेंस एक टीचर के रूप में ना होकर के अगर एक मदर के रूप में हो, तो मैं ज्यादा समझता हूँ अलग से किसी सब्जेक्ट को ना इंट्रोड्यूस करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी, क्योंकि एक मदर एक ऐसी चीज है कि जो बच्चों को वैल्यूज पर फोकस करती है. कहते हैं मायनी शिक्षक माँ होती है, ये गलत नहीं है. अगर माँ ने अगर बच्चे को अपने टीचर को अपने स्टूडेंट्स को अगर अपना स्टूडेंट नहीं मान के बच्चा माना होगा, a mom cannot put any full stop on its growth. नहीं कर सकती. अरे इसका तो राइटिंग ऐसा ही है, छोड़ो, कभी नहीं कहेगी कोई माँ. टीचर्स सर ये तो ऐसा ही है. तो मैं तो कहता हूँ अगर टीचर को अपनी प्रेजेंस एक मदर के रूप में क्लासरूम में अगर रखने का अगर औदा हो, तो शायद कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. She will never do anything wrong with the students. Never. क्यों? उसने उन बच्चों को अपनी औलाद मान लिया है और अपनी औलाद मान के अगर पढ़ाया है कभी भी उसको ऐसा कोई टिप नहीं देगी जिससे कि बच्चा थोड़ा भी आउट ऑफ ट्रैक हो जाए, और अगर आउट ऑफ ट्रैक है तो डेफिनेटली ही और शी विल कम बैक। यही एक टीचर का रोल होना चाहिए। देखिए मैं इन चीजों पे बहुत फोकस करता हूँ, हो सकता है मैं गलत भी हूँ, मेरा एक्सपीरियंस भी गलत हो सकता है, लेकिन मैं यहाँ तक मान के चलता हूँ कि अगर हमने अपना थोड़ा सा मेथड ऑफ टीचिंग चेंज कर लिया तो शायद जो आजकल बच्चों में जो रोज देखने का मिलता है, स्कूल लेवल के बच्चे चेन स्नेचर्स बन रहे हैं आजकल, ड्रग एडिक्ट बन रहे हैं आजकल। कौन माँ बनने देगी? कौन माँ कहेगी कि हाँ चेन तोड़ के लिया और मुझे पहना? कोई नहीं कहेगी। अगर टीचर थोड़ा सा एक मदरली रोल प्ले कर ले, लेकिन मैं इस ट्रेडिशनल पैटर्न को ज्यादा फॉलो करता हूँ और उसमें मैं बिलीव भी करता हूँ, एंड प्रैक्टिकली आई एम डूइंग दैट।
नाइस,
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। मुझे पहले पता होता तो मैं एडमिशन सर के स्कूल में लेता, बचपन में जो मार खाई थी शायद उतनी नहीं पड़ती टीचर से, बट दैट्स इज ऑन द लाइटर साइड। सर ओवर टू यू प्लीज।
One great example, I got the history of Draupadi Swayamvar. That was the biggest example ever I found in the history of the concentration and behavior changes that happened in the life of the Arjuna due to the repetition and practice of archery. Could you imagine that how difficult that was to kill a fish by his arrow by seeing in the pot that is filled with oil, and oil is not clearly transparent, so that opaque picture is seen that आप क्लियर नहीं देख सकते ऑयल के अंदर, सरसों के कम से मस्टर्ड ऑयल के अंदर जो, और that one bandage also covered on your eyes. So that was the behavioral changes came in the Arjuna's life during the Gurukula that was run by the Dronacharya, and he taught him, and skill he adopted, and that behavioral changes came in Arjuna's life. Friends, sir just told कि mother should be like mother, teacher should be like mother, but I think I don't disagree with you, but I want to say up to nursery level or primary, up to pre-primary, primary level, it is possible. But in upper classes, students are denying the authorities. I'm running a senior secondary school, and if I talk to the students of 11th, 12th, I can see clearly in their eyes, teachers are complaining to me, sir, he is not obeying us. Sir, they are not doing their homework. They are, sir, pursuing us. Sir, they are many type of preparing they are doing. They are not following. If one certain age comes now, that start to deny the authorities. So, teacher should be like mother, but not always like the mother. Some rules and regulations of the class, some hardship must be there for the good learning atmosphere. I think. I personally agree with that. Thank you very much.
So balancing is the key. That's what the message is. Please, for the entire panel, एक बार तालियां हो जाए, please. In case you have a question, only a question we can take, and otherwise we'll conclude the session. Do you have any questions to ask from any of the panelists? Only one we can take for a time being. No? I guess we don't have any. I think it's all clear. I think it's pretty much well defined. Thank you so much to the entire panel. Over to Rupsa, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. That was a wonderful panel. Now, I would like to call upon stage our guest of honor. Now, I would like to call upon stage our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Rajiv Jain, who is the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Rajasthan, our Vice Chancellor of the University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur, Professor Dr. Kishore Chatterjee, and our Registrar, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, for the felicitation of the panelists of the second panel. Please, sir. Please give them a huge round of applause, everyone. I would like to request Professor Dr. Prerna Gaur to come forward for the felicitation. She is the director of Netaji Subhash Chandra University of Technology, New Delhi. Please, ma'am.
I'm sorry, this is my mistake. This is for Miss Preeti Sangwan, ma'am. I'm really sorry. She's the principal of Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Vidya Ashram. I would request ma'am to please come forward. तालियां प्लीज एक बार जोरदार हो जाए मैम के लिए. And एक ताली ना रुपसा के लिए बनती है. She is doing, you're doing wonderful. Don't be nervous. एक बार तालियां प्लीज हो जाए. It's not easy to host an event, but you're doing wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pam, and thanks for all the wonderful insights that we have got from you. Thank you. The next one now, I would request Dr. Akbar Ali sir to please come forward. And as I already announced, he is here on behalf of Dr. Kailash Rani, who is the Vice Chancellor of EMOU. So thank you so much for your insights as well and for the active participation in this panel. तालियां please एक बार सर के लिए जोरदार हो जाएं. Over to Ripsa, please.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Rajesh Sharma, who is the Chief Managing Director of Sand Dunes Group of Schools and Colleges, to please come forward. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone.
So sir actually played a combination of Virendra Sehwag and Rahul Dravid both. एक बार तालियां please जोरदार हो जाए सर के लिए. Sir, please take it on the live side with due respect. Thank you. Next one, I would request Kamaljeet ma'am, Kamaljeet Yadav ma'am, Principal of Subodh Public School, Rambagh Circle, Jaipur, to please come forward. तालियां please जोरदार हो जाए मैम के लिए. Yes, Kamaljeet Yadav ma'am. Students, तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए. Please come on, एक बार जोरदार. Over to Ripsa.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call Mr. Om Prakash Parekh, who is the principal of Prince International School, Jammu. Please, sir, please give him a huge round of applause, everyone.
बताने से प्रजा सर के लिए.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Aplav Saxena to be felicitated by our honors guests.
Yeah, deserved one. I would say within an hour I concluded somehow with this panel. Please एक बार तालियां मेरे लिए भी हो जाए जोरदार वाली.
Please come forward for a group photo.
After the group photograph, Ripsa, please announce for the next one.
Now, let us proceed with our award ceremony. First of all, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Naveen Sharma, who is the co-founder and CIO of Greenfield Global Consulting.
Thank you so much to the entire panel. May I request our guest of honor, VC sir and Registrar sir, to please be with us as we are starting the award ceremony. So to begin with, Rupsa,
I would request Dr. Naveen Sharma to please come up on stage. Okay. Now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Vivek Goel, who is the founder of True Value Infosoft. Please, sir. Please give him a huge round of applause.
And in the meantime, I would like to request सभी से एक बार हम लोग जोरदार तालियां बजाएंगे. We have श्री पंकज कुमार ओझा sir, Additional Commissioner Food Safety, Directorate of Food Safety, Rajasthan, Jaipur. तालियां सर के लिए प्लीज एक बार जोरदार होनी चाहिए. आप आई गेस मैं तो सर का बहुत बड़ा फैन हूं. आई एम श्योर आप लोग भी सर को देखते होंगे, क्योंकि आज के टाइम पे अगर मैं बीइंग अ जयपुरी कह सकता हूं कि हाँ मैं आज शुद्ध खाना खा रहा हूं, सर का उसमें बहुत बड़ा रोल है. सर आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्लीज हमें स्टेज पे ज्वाइन करिए. एक बार तालियां हो जाए पंकज सर के लिए जोरदार. सर के साथ लास्ट मंथ ही हम एक अवार्ड सेरेमनी में थे, और सर के बारे में आप लोग जानते होंगे, देखते होंगे. बहुत सारे रेस्टोरेंट्स में आज के टाइम पे रेड्स हो रही हैं जहां पता चलता है कि खाने की मिलावट है, खाने में शुद्धता नहीं की जा रही है, और वो सर के द्वारा की जा रही है. तालियां प्लीज सर के लिए जोरों से शोरों से होनी चाहिए. पंकज कुमार ओझा सर, आप एक सीनियर आईएएस ऑफिसर हैं, और मैं ये कह सकता हूं प्राउडली कि राजस्थान की तो आन बान शान है. प्लीज एक बार तालियां जोरदार सर के लिए. सर मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा फॉर शेयरिंग फ्यू वर्ड्स.
सभी को नमस्कार और सम्मानित मंच, आपको भी प्रणाम. माँ सरस्वती को प्रणाम करूंगा. और एजुकेशन पॉलिसी पर पैनल डिस्कशन है तो निश्चित रूप से जब मंथन होता है तो अमृत ही निकलता है. यहाँ से भी अमृत ही निकलेगा. हालांकि मैं भी साइंस का स्टूडेंट रहा, फिर एमबीए भी किया, नेचुरोपैथी भी किया, हिस्ट्री भी मैं भी एमए कर लिया, पब्लिक हेल्थ में भी कर लिया, और भी सर बहुत सारे कर लिए. लेकिन मुझे मेरे जीवन काल में समझ नहीं आया कि मैंने अल्फा बीटा क्यों पढ़े थे, मैंने त्रिकोणमिति क्यों पढ़ी थी, और उनका मैं अपने जीवन में कहाँ उपयोग करूँ. अभी तक तो नहीं आया समझ में. केमिस्ट्री फिजिक्स थोड़ी थोड़ी जरूर समझ में आती है कि जीवन के कई क्षेत्रों में हम उपयोग कर सकते हैं. तो लेकिन मैं ये जरूर कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारे यहाँ जो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है उसमें आमूलचूल बदलाव की जरूरत है, क्योंकि हमारे अपने बड़े एकांगी दृष्टिकोण के साथ हम अपने सब्जेक्ट्स को पढ़ते हैं. और मैंने नौकरी में आने के बाद में फिर मैंने वास्तविक अध्ययन मैंने बाद में चालू किया, और मैं ये पूरी जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहना चाहूँगा कि जो एजुकेशन मैंने कॉलेज स्कूलों में प्राप्त की किसी काम की नहीं थी, वाहियात थी, बिल्कुल बेकार थी, और मैंने अपना टाइम खराब किया. इस शिक्षा ने मेरे अंदर दुख पैदा किया, मेरे अंदर निराशा भरी, और मुझे कमतर और नीचा दिखाने की पूरे प्रयास सारी किताबों में थे. अब मैं इसे प्रमाणित भी कर दूंगा क्यों कहा मैंने ये. पता नहीं ना जाने कैसे कैसे लुटेरे बदमाशों को महान पढ़ाया गया मुझे. वास्तविकता में बड़े गंदे लोग थे जिन्होंने हजारों लोगों को, लाखों लोगों को मार दिया हो, वो कैसे महान हो सकते हैं. जिन्होंने भारत की शुचिता अक्षुणता के लिए, देश को महान बनाने के लिए काम किए थे, वो गायब कर दिए गए. सिकंदर को महान बता दिया. राजकुमारी कार्वी का जो जिसने 2 बार सिकंदर को हरा करके भेजा, तो हमारे किताबों से गायब कर दिए गए. खाप पंचायतों वालों ने महमूद गजनवी को ज्वालापुर के पास बड़े भयंकर तरीके से हटाया, उसको गायब कर दिया. राजस्थान के गोगा जी और उनके बेटे जिन्होंने लगभग 1 लाख के आसपास सैनिक इसके मार दिए थे, उनको हमारी लड़ाइयों से गायब है. कानड़दे और जो जालोर के राजा थे जिन्होंने एक बार में अलाउद्दीन खिलजी के सेनापति का पूरे ऊपर से नीचे तक चीर दिया था, जब वो सोमनाथ को तोड़ करके शिवलिंग के टुकड़े लेकर के आ रहा था, उससे लड़ाई लग के वो गायब कर दिया गया. कैसे कहें कि ये सही पढ़ा मैंने? मैं तो पढ़ा ही नहीं, मैंने सारा ही गलत पढ़ा है। और बता दिया गया साहब कि साइकिल का आविष्कार मैकमिलन ने किया है। कैसे कर लिया? फिर 12वीं शताब्दी में साउथ के मंदिरों पे साइकिल चलाते हुए आदमी की मूर्ति कैसे बनी हुई है? दूरबीन का आविष्कार इन्होंने किया, तो 10वीं शताब्दी के साउथ के मंदिर पर फिर वो कैसे दूरबीन देखते हुए चित्र बने हुए। अगर 41,075 साल पुराने विष्णु भगवान की मूर्ति तो पुष्कर के पास कानवाई गांव में, जिसकी कार्बन डेटिंग में 5,000 साल की उम्र आ चुकी है, तो सभ्यता का विकास ये 17वीं शताब्दी से मानते हैं। कोपरनिकस को इसलिए जिंदा जला देते हैं कि वो ये कहता है कि भाई सूर्य नहीं पृथ्वी घूमती है सूर्य के चारों ओर। यही चर्च जो प्रोग्रेसिव बन के आज वर्ल्ड में सबसे ज्यादा ये कह रहे हैं कि हम ही प्रोग्रेसिव है, बाकी तो व्हाइट मैन्स बर्डन है कि ये जो इंडियंस और अफ्रीकन है इनको शिक्षित करने का जिम्मा हमारा है। 7वीं शताब्दी में ये कहने पे फिर तुमने कोपरनिकस को क्यों जिंदा जलाया था? यही बात गैलीलियो प्रूव करता है तो आपसे माफी मंगवाते हो, और यही बात हम आर्यभट्ट 6वीं शताब्दी में कर देता है, उसको हमारी किताबों में स्थान ही नहीं है। परमाणु की परिभाषा डालकर नजर छोड़ देते हैं। हमने हमारे ग्रंथों को पलट के नहीं देखा कि श्रीमद् भागवत के 30वें स्कंद के 11वें अध्याय में स्पष्ट लिखा हुआ परमाणु की परिभाषा के पदार्थ का वो सबसे छोटा कण जिसे बिल्कुल तोड़ा जाएगा, अंतिम रह जाएगा कण से परमाणु कहेंगे। 2 परमाणु मिलकर के एक अणु बनेगा, जो हमने केंद्रीय वाले शिक्षा में जोड़ा। पृथ्वी पर सात द्वीप हमने अब देखा है, श्रीमद् भागवत के 12वें स्कंद में लिखा हुआ है, द्वीपों में नाम तक लिखे हुए, हमने क्यों नहीं जोड़ा उसको? हमारे ग्रंथ हमारे शिक्षा प्रणाली में क्यों नहीं था? घाघ और भट्टरी की कहावतें मौसम विज्ञान की लिए किताब लिखी गई, इतनी सटीक है कि आप खुद पढ़ करके सच्ची भविष्यवाणी कर सकते हैं। सुना किसी ने? क्यों नहीं पढ़ाया हमको? गीता का श्लोक है कि न आत्मा मरती है न जन्म लेती है, और न इसे काटा जा सकता है न जलाया जा सकता है, इसका स्वरूप परिवर्तन होता है। इस श्लोक को उठा करके थर्मोडायनेमिक्स की थ्योरी बन जाती है, न्यूटन लॉ ऑफ कूलिंग बन जाता है, E बराबर mc स्क्वायर बन गया यहीं से उठा करके। हमने अपने चीजों को पढ़ाया ही नहीं। कैसे? फिर कैसे कहें ये सिस्टम सही है? ऐसी अनेक चीजें हैं। अब फिर नई चीज हमारे ऊपर थोपी गई, ईसा मसीह ये ईसा मसीह वो। मैं कहता हूँ कि साहब ईसा मसीह 17 साल भारत में रहे, हमारी किताबों में ही नहीं। अभी मैं आपके सामने बात करूंगा, आप भी मुझे पागल समझेंगे। मैं बात करूंगा भविष्य पुराण की कि उसमें लिखा हुआ है ईसा मसीह के राजा शालीवाहन से कश्मीर में मुलाकात हुई, आप नहीं मानेंगे। तो हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम है कहाँ? लेकिन अभी आप डालिए गूगल पर क्राइस्ट इन कश्मीर, अंग्रेजों ने किताबें लिख दी और मान लिया कि यहाँ कश्मीर में मीरपुर में लोग पहाड़ी पर रहे थे, जिस पर मुसलमानों ने वो बना दिया मस्जिद, जिसका रोजाबल नाम दे दिया। डाल के देख लो आप, और उसमें बाइबल में लिखा है कि ये 17 साल ईसा मसीह का थे, हमें पता नहीं, तो उन्होंने मिसिंग ईयर्स या साइलेंट ईयर्स नाम दे दिया। वो तो यहाँ थे, अब तो अंग्रेज खुद लिख रहे हैं। रशियन विद्वानों ने अपनी पीएचडी सबमिट कर दी, हमने क्या किया? रोमिला थापर कहते हैं कि सारे ये था वो था, और बाद में उससे पूछा गया कि ये बंदर थे वो बंदर थे, हम ऐसे तो गलत समझ दिखती थी। इंटरव्यू कहती, हम उसको पढ़ करके इतिहास की किताबों पढ़ करके क्लासरूम में जा करके टेंशन लेके के जा रहे हैं कि हमें ये याद क्यों नहीं है। पता लगा सारा इतिहास की गलत लिख दिया। ये कैसा एजुकेशन सिस्टम है? होलिस्टिक अप्रोच ही नहीं है कि ज्योतिष है गलत है, बेकार की बातें हैं, मूर्ता की बातें हैं। अरे मूर्ता की बात है तो आज भी हम उससे प्रेडिक्ट कर सकते हैं कि 6000 साल बाद में प्रयाग में कुंभ कब भरेगा। हमारे पास ऐसा कोई साइंटिफिक टूल नहीं जो बता दे कि इतनी तारीख को आएगा, लेकिन ज्योतिष बता देती है। ज्योतिष की मैं तो कहीं मेरे जो परिचित हैं उनको थोड़ा सा प्रकाश देने की कोशिश करता हूँ कि आपकी जो कुंडली है, अगर आप कुछ जानते हो तो जो ऊपर जो लग्न जहाँ लिखा रहता है, जिसको कहते हैं मेष लग्न मिथुन लग्न, वो वाला जो हिस्सा होता है वो पूरब दिशा है। नीचे जो 8 और सब लिखे रहते हैं, 8वां ग्रह 7वां ग्रह पश्चिम में, पश्चिम पूरब पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण। अभी आप गोचर देखेंगे तो ऊपर जो लिखे हुए ग्रह हैं वो पूरब की तरफ आकाश में चल रहे होने चाहिए उस हिसाब से, नीचे वाले पश्चिम में चल रहे चाहिए, इधर वाले दक्षिण में दिखने चाहिए आकाश में, और इधर वाले उत्तर में। अगर आप आकाश में देखते हैं, आप कैसे देखें? एक है तो इंडियन स्काई मैप आप डाउनलोड कर लीजिए, उसमें आप देखेंगे ये लगा के कि हाँ यार ये तो पूरब में ही है। ओल्डी में भी देख लो गोचर में कि हाँ ये पूरब में लिखा है, हैंस प्रूव्ड कि ये बिल्कुल सही है। तो ये इस तरह से मिलाकर के चीजों को देखना पड़ेगा, अब हमारी चीजें ज्यादा बेटर होगी। हमारे यहाँ पे एक दूसरा हम प्रयास करते हैं रटाफिकेशन, इसलिए हम चीजों को, नई चीजों को कर ही नहीं पाते। वो यूएस और वहां पे दूसरी चीजें होती है, वो चैट जीपीटी का आविष्कार करते हैं, वो एआई का आविष्कार करते हैं, उनके जो एमटेक करने वाले स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको वो रटाते नहीं है। वो समस्या दे देता प्रोफेसर कि इसको करो, अब कैसे करोगे तुम जानो, जो उसने दिया वो किताबों में है ही नहीं, वो नई चीज निकाल करके नई चीज बन जाती है। वहां की, अच्छा हमारे यहाँ पीएचडी करवाते हैं, गाइड होगा सॉलिटू से, वो जिसके अंडर में आप पीएचडी करेंगे वो आपको खून पी लेगा पूरा। महिला है तो उसको क्या क्या करना पड़ेगा वो अखबार में खूब आता रहता है। फिर उसका, जबकि होना ये चाहिए कि किसी के अंडर में वो पीएचडी कर रही है, वो गाइडेंस दे, उसको जांचने वाले परखने वाले बिल्कुल दूसरे हो। जैसा इनकम टैक्स में हो गया है, आपका रिटर्न है तो यहाँ जयपुर वाला कमिश्नर जांच ही नहीं सकता, अब वो कहीं और ही जचेगा, किसी को नहीं पता कि वो कौन इंडिया में कहाँ कर रहा है पर्दे के पीछे। वो चीजें यहाँ भी होनी चाहिए, अच्छी चीजें आएगी। जिसने चैट जीपीटी या एआई का आविष्कार किया है, अब आप सोच सकते हैं कि गूगल सीईओ या वर्ल्ड की दूसरी कंपनियां उसको कितना पैसा दे सकती है, लेकिन वो सर वहां के जो प्रोफेसर हैं उनका पढ़ाने में रुचि है, वो यूनिवर्सिटी में जाकर के पढ़ाते हैं, चाहे वो एनवायू न्यूयॉर्क यूनिवर्सिटी पढ़ाएं, चाहे पेनिसिलिवेनिया में पढ़ाएं या किसी और पे, वो जाके पढ़ाने में रुचि रखते हैं कि हम कुछ और सीखें, पढ़ाएं, नए लोग तैयार करें। और हमारे यहाँ बिल्कुल साफ तनख्वाह उनका का कार्यक्रम सब सेट हो गया, अब हमारा रिसर्च में कोई नहीं है, तो वहाँ नई चीजें होती है, हम पिछड़ते जा रहे हैं। हमारे 60,000 पांडुलिपियों पे रिसर्च चल रही है अमेरिका और जर्मनी में, हमारे पास तो पांडुलिपियां भी नहीं है। ये सारी चीजें मिलान करनी पड़ेगी, होलिस्टिक अप्रोच लेना पड़ेगा सब चीजों का, आयुर्वेद, फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, एस्ट्रोलॉजी, एस्ट्रोनॉमी, इन सब को कोई एक साथ एक दृष्टि से देखे तो नई चीजें एस्टैब्लिश हो सकती है। एम्ब्रियोलॉजी बात रह गई थी कि गर्भ में भ्रूण का निर्माण कैसे होता है, सोनोग्राफी का एक नया सब्जेक्ट बना एम्ब्रियोलॉजी, और उसमें डेवलपमेंट ऑफ फीटस बताया जाएगा। मैं तो पुरानी चीजों में जोड़ रहा हूँ आपको, जो मैंने खुद किया है, क्योंकि एजुकेशन का तो योगदान ही नहीं था ना लाइफ में। मैं अग्नि पुराण पढ़ने बैठ गया, जिससे सब डरते हैं कि एक ही बैठक में बातचीत जाती है, और जैसे जैसे बांटता जाता है वैसे वैसे कलेजा जो नीचे गिरता जाता है कि पता नहीं हमारा भी क्या होगा। उसी को पढ़ा मैंने, उसमें पूरा लिखा हुआ है कि 10 दिन में ये होगा, 1 महीने में ये अंग बनेंगे, दूसरे महीने में ये बन जाएंगे, तीसरे चौथे, पूरा जो डेवलपमेंट है एज इट इज बताया हुआ है। फिर मैंने गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट से कंसल्ट किया कि भाई ये सही लिखा हुआ है क्या, किस पर बिल्कुल सही लिखा, ऐसे ही बनता है। तो बताओ एम्ब्रियोलॉजी का जनक कौन है, वो या हम? हमने जगह ही नहीं दी, उन्होंने कॉपीराइट करा लिया। सेम चीज अग्निपुराण में मिली। भारत में सैटेलाइट तो आया है, अग्निपुराण में कहाँ कौन से पहाड़ हैं, कौन सी नदियां हैं, कहाँ से क्या निकलेगी, कहाँ मिलेगी, पूरा वर्णन लिखा हुआ है। हमने उनको खंगाला ही नहीं, हमने हमारी किताबें देखने की जरूरत ही नहीं समझी। अगर हम देख करके उनको हमारे टेक्स्ट बुक में डाले होते अंदर, तो हम कहाँ चले जाते। पंचायती राज 93 में आया था ना, कहाँ से आया? टीएन सेशन साहब हुआ करते थे, और दूसरे एक और चुनाव आयुक्त थे, तो ये दक्षिण में गए। 12वीं शताब्दी का एक मंदिर, साउथ के नाम टिपिकल होते हैं इसलिए मुझे याद नहीं है वो। तो वहाँ मंदिर की दीवारों पे प्रजातंत्र की पूरी चीजें तमिल भाषा में पत्थरों पे उकेरी हुई थी। क्या उकेरी हुई थी? कैसे कोई प्रत्याशी होगा, उसकी योग्यताएं क्या है, चुनाव कैसे होगा, कैसे फार्म भरा जाएगा, कैसे वोटिंग पैटर्न होगी, चौराहे पर मटका रखा जाएगा, उसमें ऐसे डाला जाएगा, ऐसे विजेता घोषित किया जाएगा, उसको रिकॉल कैसे किया जाएगा प्रतिनिधि को। 12वीं शताब्दी के मंदिर पर ये सारी लिखी हुई है। वो गए, फिर राजीव गांधी गए, वो चीजें वहां से ली गई और पंचायत राज के अधिनियम में 93 में डाल करके लागू की गई। हमारे पास इतना सारा मसाला है। अच्छा है कि अगर हम वक्त रहते इन चीजों को करें। मैं तो वन मैन आर्मी हूँ, तो मैं अपने स्तर पे चीजों को देखता हूँ। मैंने सर एक चीज और भी की है कि हमारी गीता के कौन से श्लोकों से किस वैज्ञानिक ने कौन सी थ्योरी बनाई है और किसने नोबेल अवार्ड ले लिया, ये भी हमने एक्सरसाइज की। और मुझे सबसे जोरदार बात ये लगी कि जिसने परमाणु बम बनाया था उसके पास एक पत्रकार गया, उसने कहा तुमने ये बनाया कैसे? तो उसने वो किताब ला कर दी, इसमें लिखा हुआ है, तो गीता थी वो। गीता के 11वें अध्याय का 12वां श्लोक है कि जब कृष्ण विराट रूप दिखाते हैं तो हजारों सूर्यों से भी अधिक प्रकाश हो, वैसा प्रकाश हुआ। इससे उन्होंने प्रेरणा ली, परमाणु बम बनाया। और 2 साल पहले जो एक फिल्म आई थी ओपन हिमर, इसमें इस बात को रेखांकित किया गया। ये हमारे गर्व की बात है। तो मतलब इतना ही कहूँगा, बात कोई ज्यादा होगी तो गलत चीज हो रही है, माफी चाहूंगा, लेकिन मुझे लगा ये सही मंच है इसलिए बोला। धन्यवाद।
प्रोफेसर, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा आपसे हमारे साथ ही स्टेज पे रहें। और ये बिल्कुल सही बात है जो सर ने बोली। और मैं एक और रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, आप डॉक्टर राजीव सर, विश्व सर को तो आप करते ही हैं सोशल मीडिया पे, पंकज सर को भी आप फॉलो करेंगे कि मैं करता हूं। मैं आई थिंक हर दिन कुछ नया सीखता हूं, तो प्लीज सोशल मीडिया पे आप पंकज सर को जरूर फॉलो करें। ओवर टू द नेक्स्ट वन फॉर द अवार्ड प्लीज।
I would like to invite Ms. Kanwal Jeet, who is the principal of Mahatma Gandhi International School, Sri Manupur. Please, ma'am. Please give her a huge round of applause, everyone.
तालियों की सिंगल्स हो जाएं। थैंक यू सो मच। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा मिस्टर विवेक चतुर्वेदी सर, फाउंडर एंड सीटीओ विद्यमान विद्यमा टेक्नोलॉजीज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, और इनको अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है अंडर द कैटेगरी ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप। इफ सर इज देयर विद अस, मिस्टर विवेक, आई थिंक ही इज नॉट देयर। टू द नेक्स्ट वन नाउ।
Next, let me call upon stage Mr. Munesh Jadhav, who is the founder and CEO of ZNet Technologies Private Limited. He is being awarded under leadership. Please, sir.
Ma'am will take this award on his behalf. Co-founders, we have the co-founder there with us. एक बार तालियां प्लीज हो जाए मैम के लिए। Next one, I would request Mr. Ankit Dhir. He is the CEO of Habil Labs, if I am pronouncing it right. If not, I'm sorry, sir. Name is unique, but he will be getting the award under the category of leadership. तालियां please एक बार sir के लिए जोरदार हो जाएं। Sir will definitely correct me if I have done some mistake. So it's correct. Oh wow! Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. तालियां please sir के एक बार जोरदार हो जाएं।
Next, I would like to request Mr. Abhishek Singh, who is the co-founder of School OG, to please come up on stage. Sorry, sir, School Dog, I'm very sorry.
I think he's not there.
Okay, proceeding, let me call upon stage Mr. Sunil Sharma, who is the CEO of Hawks Code. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone.
तालियां की सर्कल एक बार जोरदार हो जाए। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा मिस्टर उमा शंकर अरोड़ा सर से कि वो प्लीज तैयार हैं। Next one is in the category of leadership again, and we have Mr. Uma Shankar Arora sir. He is the co-founder of 7X Consulting. तालियां please एक बार जोरदार सर के लिए। Thank you so much to our honorable dignitaries. Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor sir, Registrar sir. And it's time for us now to do paid puja. So I invite you all to please join us for the lunch as well as for the networking opportunity. And after that, we'll be coming back to enjoy and experience the third panel discussion. So we'll try to keep it as precise as possible. So within 30 to maximum 40 minutes, we'll try to be back. So it's so 2:30. We'll be back at 2:30. 2:30 पे फिर आपसे मुलाकात करते हैं. Thank you so much. Enjoy the lunch and enjoy the network opportunities that we have today for you. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. Yes, I finished coding. बात चला फ्लैट्स दे रहे हैं हाँ नहीं नहीं वैसे ही है हेलो 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 सर जयपुर से बोल रहा हूँ मैं वो रिकॉर्डिंग स्टॉप करने के लिए बोल रहा था जी पॉज कर रहे हैं यस अभी लंच ब्रेक हुआ है तो अभी पॉज हुआ है हाँ सर हो गया
Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakrabarty. I am the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Engineering and Management. I welcome all of you to the panel discussion on the National Education Policy 2020. The National Education Policy is a game changer. We at UEM Jaipur have been adopting all the aspects of the National Education Policy, starting from multiple entry exits to having arts and engineering courses, Indian knowledge systems, to various academic collaborations with foreign universities, dual degrees, and other aspects. We have seen the NEP 2020 has been wholeheartedly accepted by the student community and teachers community. Students are very keen to explore the opportunities generated by NEP 2020. Faculty members are very keen to adopt the interdisciplinary nature of the NEP 2020. By adopting the interdisciplinary aspects in our research, our publications have grown by leaps and bounds. Our collaboration with multiple organizations, with multiple universities, multiple disciplines have grown by leaps and bounds. So I hope today's panel discussion on the NEP 2020 is very fruitful. It gives a good direction to all the schools and colleges and universities that are participating. I think we all are adopting NEP 2020 to some extent, but I think by listening to the adoption by various universities, various schools, it will be more evident that what are
So that's the director of IEM and UEM group, Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakrabarty. Please एक बार तालियां सबके हो जाएं जोरदार. So within a while we'll continue the third panel discussion. So we're just waiting for some more people to join in. Okay, it's time for us to now start the third one. So first and foremost, may I request the moderator of this session to please join us on the stage. He is none other than Professor Dr. Mukesh Yadav. He is the Associate Dean, University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. तालियां please एक बार सबके जोरदार हो जाएं. And for the panel, I would request Rupsa to brief, but I'll just brief about the theme. So we have best practices in higher education, institution and strategies adopted for quality assurance, the NEP perspective, along with the role of NEP in reducing exam stress and promoting continuous evaluation in schools, holistic development through the NEP vision. So, what do you?
Now, let us call upon stage our esteemed panelists one by one. First, I would like to invite on stage Professor Dr. H.P. Singh, BSM, the President of ICFAI University, Jaipur. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone.
Yeah, he's from ICFAI University, a renowned one. तालियां please sir के लिए जोरदार होनी चाहिए. Professor Dr. H.P. Singh. The next one.
Next, I would like to invite Ms. Harsha Rohit, who is the co-chair of ASSOCHAM, Skill Development Committee, ASSOCHAM. Please give her a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon stage Professor Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Palwadia, the Dean of Academics of Rajasthan Technical University. Please give him a huge round of applause. Next, Ms. Rita Bhargava, who is the principal of Maheshwari Public School MPS, Pratap Nagar, Jaipur. Please welcome her with a huge round of applause. Now, last but not the least, Mr. Praveen Sharma, who is the founder and CEO of GatePay. Please, sir.
Mr. Praveen Sharma, sir, if you're there, please join us on stage. So over to the moderator, please, sir.
Thank you, Akhil sir. So welcome to this post-lunch panel discussion, and I welcome all the educationists here. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and thank you for being here. Especially, sir, I could see you. You are with us since morning. So thank you so much.
Same for sir. May I request you to leave the work because this is
Closer. Okay. Yeah, thank you. But then if we join our moderator.
The moderator will take the seat.
Okay. So to start with, I will start with Professor Dr. H.P. Singh, sir, which is Sena Medal and the president of ICFA University, Jaipur. Sir, we could see that the wind of change is blowing. So when the wind of change blows,
Just a minute,
yeah.
sir.
Praveen sir has come. Welcome, sir. Please have a seat.
You sit here and sit. No,
It's okay. Okay. So you could see with the implementation of NEP 2020, the wind of change is blowing. So when the wind of change blows, some take shelter and some make windmills. So my question to you is, what do you think are we making windmills, and what are the best practices that our colleges and universities are following to improve the quality of education?
Good afternoon. Firstly, let me thank the University of Engineering and Management for inviting me over, and Dr. Pradeep Sharma in particular, and it advised me that I should stay throughout the proceedings. So I have faithfully done so. Right from morning I'm here and I'm continuing. And Dr. Chatterjee also, thank you, the Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management. UEM and ICFA are something, similar kind of universities. Same kind of strength, same kind of, pedagogies, and same kind of, I think, progress that both universities are making. So my best wishes from the ICFA University for the UEM, and thank you for inviting me over. The subject is very relevant about NEP, what are the best practices. So in the morning we had a lot of discussion on experiential learning. We have heard people saying that whether so far whatever we are learning, it was no use. But I don't agree that whatever we studied or whatever you study, it is no use. It is definitely of use. Only thing is that like the NEP now has brought in, there are practical aspects. There are aspects where you need to concentrate on learning rather than only teaching and only providing information. The emphasis has to be on learning. So I would like to talk about the best practices that the national education policy or the new education policy 2020 is there in the store, and we are in the process of implementation. As the Pro-Chancellor of UM was saying, the ICFA University is also implementing the NEP 2020 very seriously, and we have done the two projects that have been started, that is starting of the 4-year UG program as per the national education policy. That is your first year, you can have multi-entry, multi-exit. You can have certificate after first year. diploma after 2 years, simple degree after 3 years, and research degree after 4 years. We have implemented from the year 2024-25. We have created ABCIDs and uploaded all the results. And we are very excited that the national education policy, if it is implemented in letter and spirit, it is going to transform the lives of our students. It is for sure, undoubtedly, because all the shortcomings that were there in the earlier system have been now addressed in the NEP. What is required is proactive implementation of those measures and those projects which are under NEP. So talking about the best practices, now the main thing is that what are the best practices in your universities which make your students empowered, employable, and good citizens of this country? Now, I would say the first best practice that the NEP propagates is the course curriculum. How your course curriculum, has been designed. Earlier, it was just, you prepare syllabus and you go ahead with that. You need to take into account the industry input. What does the corporate sector require from you? What does the industry require from you? Your syllabus, your curriculum has to take into account the requirement of the industry. So one of the things which has been propagated by NEP is that you design your curriculum in a way that you take industry inputs and you prepare it so that it is relevant. Your curriculum has to be relevant, it has to be contemporary. That is very, very important. Second aspect of the curriculum is that you need to implement outcome-based education. That is, you need to know what are the specific objectives that you are being taught for. So if I teach you a lesson in the class today, at the end of it, I would like to know what are you supposed to learn. If you have not learned those things, then you have not attained the objectives. So therefore, in the curriculum, you need to take into account the outcome-based education, which is extremely important for our students today. And industry input, all these taken into account your course curriculum. If it is prepared properly, then one of the requirements that we keep saying that we keep teaching the students the same thing over and over again. There is no change in the syllabus for years. That is to be changed, and the course curriculum has to be designed as per the NEP. That is one of the best practices that needs to be done, and we do it. Second thing is that all of you know that the NEP it is on the 5 pillars. Basically, it is built on 5 pillars. And those pillars are access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. Now, those 5 pillars you need to understand. Access is one thing. How many our population, our students, our boys and girls are actually getting into higher education? You will be surprised to know Rajasthan has got the highest number of universities in our country. We have got 92 universities in the state of Rajasthan, but the enrollment ratio in the state is 23%, which is lower than the national average. National average is 28.4% today, but world over it is 37%. We are much below that. So NEP says by 2035, your gross enrollment ratio should become 50%. Now, what does it mean? Students, I hope you know what is a gross enrollment ratio. Supposing you are 18 years of age and you come to the university or college, your age, girls and boys, in that, let's say 18 to 25, how many are there in that? Let's say, for example, you take state of Rajasthan. How many boys and girls are in that age group? And how many of them have taken admission in the colleges and the university? So that comes out that we have only 23 of our boys and girls actually getting enrolled into the universities and higher education, which is very, very low. So that needs to be addressed. How it is being addressed? All of you know, you keep reading UGC guidelines. Now the universities are permitted online, degrees which can be awarded by taking online courses. You must be seeing a lot of letters coming from UGC. You can do, double degree. You can do one degree in physical mode. One you can do in the online mode. You can do it distance education. So all these modes will allow more enrollments of students. And when more enrollment takes place, probably by 2035, we are looking at 50% gross enrollment ratio may be possible. So the access is very, very important, and we should promote access so that more and more students get benefited out of it. The next parameter of the NEP, as I'm telling you, is equity. Equity is to take into account, no, there is no gender bias. You have the girls, boys, all of them are there. Inclusion. Now you see that in our PG course says the strength of the girl students is increasing, whereas in the UG it is still lower than the boys. So equity is that you have all kinds, your girl students, boy students, all equal. There is no difference. All of them are same. There is no gender bias, including the disabled ones. The handicapped one who are not they are facing problems, challenge, physically challenged. For all of them, the universities and colleges have to prepare very well. That means the universities have to be disabled friendly. You have to have provisions for them. So equity is another thing which we need to look at in the NEP. Quality. And all of you know the quality standards, NAC, NIRF, all the rankings that you get. Because unless your education is quality oriented, it will not serve the purpose that it is supposed to serve. Because if you are taught rote learning, which we keep talking about, traditional learning, you don't have the quality of education. You don't get learning because basically education is teaching learning process. So if the learning is not effective, then obviously your education is not good. So all the quality standards, all the universities are supposed to attain the quality standards. So that is why there are changes being made in the NAC. Earlier the NAC was National Assessment and Accreditation, Council. Now it has been converted to NSC, only accreditation. So there are things like, lot of universities are not accredited as of now. Lot of colleges. We've got more than 1,200 universities in the country and more than 50,000 colleges in this country. And you'll find majority of them have not been accredited. So the quality aspect is pending. So in the NEP, what they're saying is that you can have binary accreditation. That is yes or no. You can be just accredited or not. Then these are the schemes going on so that you achieve minimum qualitative standards in your university, which is very, very important parameter. Another parameter is affordability. How much fees being charged to you? There will be regulations where the fees will be regulated so that the fees are affordable. They are not, very, very high. The education should be not for profit kind of deliveries. And if it is not for profit, obviously your fees will not be. So affordability is another aspect, and accountability. All these institutions have to be accountable for the quality and all. So in the best practices, one is that I told about is the curriculum. Other thing is that it has to be a student-centric approach. The institution, universities have to be student-centric. They have to pay more attention on the learning aspects of students. How the learning can be made effective, that is where your experiential learning, that is where the internships and all these come in effect. Because if you just do theory, the conceptual framework will still be the chalk and the board. Board and chalk is not going to go out. They will be there, but they will be supplemented with the practical work that you need, or with the smart boards, which can further supplement to make impactful learning for you. So very important thing is that all the universities and the colleges should be student-centric, so the attention is on the student, because the final beneficiary out of the whole exercise are the students. So if they are made employable, if they are made good citizens, then I think we achieve the target of the best practice. So another best practice is that you have the student-centric approach. The third one is that you have research and innovation. In the morning we have talked about it. The institutions are differentiated by their research output. So if the university is not doing good research, this university is not a quality university, because if you are not working deeply into the subject, you will not get the best of faculties. Your faculties who would teach you would also not be the best, because if the research is not promoted in your university and the faculty don't have opportunities to carry out research work and carry out, give a research output, then you will find that your research output of the university will not be up to the mark. And all these IITs and IIMs, you look at it, how they are differentiated from normal colleges and the universities are because their research output is much better. So your research and innovation is one of the other best practices. Other thing is that your faculties have to be updated in the sense that there's a team. Anywhere, it is the team which delivers. So in a university or colleges, it is the faculty which is central to the teaching part of it. If the faculties are not updated, if the FDPs are not carried out, if they are not given opportunities to participate in conferences, present their papers, give their research output, then you would find that the quality of the teaching staff will not be up to mark. So faculty development is another best practice that you need to take into account. That's one of the other things. And of course, I would say in my university, I make sure that you have a very, very fair and transparent administration in the university. I would say that I've been 6 years as a vice chancellor, but your majority of time is taken by administrative issues. So if your administration is proactive and fair and transparent, you would find that environment in the university will be very conducive. Teaching will take place properly because there will be lesser issues of bothering for your core work, which is your teaching and research in the university. So I feel a few of the best practices that we also have in our universities and all the universities and colleges should have are these ones. Course curriculum should be updated regularly. Take the input. You can have board of studies, industry people could be there and they could give the input. Professor of practice that talk about student-centric institution, faculty development program, research and innovation, fair and transparent administration and governance, leadership. Finally, there should be a good leadership in the university because I think the leadership and the governance decide how the university going to work. So briefly, I would say that these are the best practices that the NEP is propagating and we need to implement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insights. And you have very rightly pointed out that if we follow these best practices like curriculum development, outcome-based education, and research and innovation, we will definitely improve in terms of quality. Now, coming ahead, Harsha ma'am, you are the co-chair of Association Skill Development Committee. And if you see, NEP has put a lot of emphasis on skill development. So my question to you is, how can colleges balance traditional teaching methods with modern digital tools to create better learning experience?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. It's very august gathering and sitting with the academicians. I'm feeling very privileged. And thanks to UM, thanks to the management, and thanks for having this insight of having this kind of a discussion on NEP. Now, the question which you've asked is that how do you balance, the traditional teachings and the modern technology? Basically, what happens? We cannot take out the human touch from the education. That is very essential. However, to meet the global standards, we need to understand that we have to have the digitalization or the VR or AI being integrated into our education system. Now, when we are talking about the traditional, the life skills, the soft skills, the one-to-one interaction of the faculty, even the students gathering and actually doing the project work together, that's required as it was happening in the traditional. That has to go on. However, certain things like when we're talking about the modern technology, how that can be integrated. There, what can be done is there are certain students who are, probably from a rural background, who are probably they have some kind of a disability, or for that matter, we have to do certain project work at our own pace. So therein, that AI, VR, or these modern technologies can come in. So there has to be an amalgamation of both the things.
where the human touch and the skills are not lost. We are into one-to-one talks and one-to-one whatever understanding we have to. But of course, the digital thing, which is of global standards, has to be integrated. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I remember one of my professors told me that when you talked about human touch, so the word touch, the moment we remove P from touch, it becomes ouch. So it becomes very painful for the students if we don't have the human touch. So all the faculty, they should have that human touch. Thank you, ma'am, for your insight. Now, moving ahead, we have with us Professor Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Talwalia ji, who is the Dean of Academics of Rajasthan Technical University. Sir, I am sure daily you might be dealing with a lot of academic affairs, and especially when it comes to examination. Students, they face a lot of stress due to examination. So, how in your university, how in particular does NEP help in reducing exam stress for students, and how will this improve their learning experience?
Thank you, Dr. Yadav, and thank you to UM management for inviting me and putting my point of view on this platform. Although there remains a little space after Honorable Vice Chancellor's speech, but I would just try to add on some issues in this, and especially to the stress factor to the students. While we talk about the NEP, National Education Policy, and to my generation, to the generation in front of me, it's a new education policy. What earlier was there is the National Policy of Education, 1986. It was a wonderful breakthrough. And at that time, all the open university in the country came into existence. 1985, Indira Gandhi Open University, and continued with that. In Rajasthan, we have Varma Mahavir Open University, based in Kota. The course curriculum structure defined, designed in a wonderful manner. And that was truly for working professionals with a distance education as well as morning evening classes. With the change in global era and global situations, and we come to the liberal economy from 1991 onwards, the things changed drastically. And then we came to a new draft of education policy, which was widely discussed between adopting. And finally, on July 2020, this been adopted. While a new thing comes, all my brilliant students are there. Any of the new thing that come, like earlier the mobiles were there with having a keypad kind of thing, then there is a resistance to adopt those. If I talk to my parents, they were very resistant to that. No, it's keypad, it's good. Night time, maybe I can push it, and just have a push it and adopt it. At that time, touch phones were not that friendly. Registry touch was there, some pressure have to be put, that was not so smooth also. So there was a resistance of adopting. But any new technology, if we have to survive, have the only merit that it is there to facilitate you. If it doesn't facilitate, it will not populate. You all are aware of number of softwares on the daily basis coming. Which software will you adopt? That will facilitate. Now, there is a resistance of learning also. Earlier I was doing some C, C++, Java, Sharp. Now I have to do Python. And then there are versions of Python. But early you adopt it, more you get benefited. So NEP need to be adopted for our benefit, first of all. Early we adopt it, more we will get benefited. Now, second thing comes, what NEP have brought to us. And what NEP have brought to us is the freedom. A total freedom of curriculum, total freedom of my choice, total freedom of a basket, and total freedom of education. I underline it. Now there will be no permanent job in near future. That once you get graduated from university and get a job, and you will be insured for another 60 years. No, it is not there. You have to come back again and again to the university. During undergraduation, you can have a job. Post 10 year, 15 year, you get lagged with the system. You are outdated in your industry. Then you will come back again to the university. And say after 5 year, 10 year, you again need some thrust. If I got this skill development, then I can get this thing also. Then you will again come back to the university. It's a culture being adopted in Europe and some modern countries, and being simultaneously adopting in India also. Those who are doing on experience basis MBA have the same thing. For that, we have developed the academic bank of credit. In your lifetime, whenever you want to do something, it will be get added to your digital account automatically. Come and do and learn there. So the education now there onwards, in my view, and as adopted, it will be in the phases. Then it would be according to your taste. Recently in our university, we have adopted some foundation courses. Suppose a young student have a height of 6 feet, having a good body build. It's his merit, isn't it's his characteristic, and it should be given marks according to his body structure. If you have somebody you have a very good vocal, sings very good, have a very good taste of music, he should be awarded according to that. But it could only be happen if we have the course curricular design in that fashion that it identify to student himself and choice of this course is available. So with NEP we have divided the majority of the courses as the core courses and remaining 50% as the division as the audit course, foundation course, MOOC courses, whatever open elective, department elective, institute electives, a bundle of that value. Means a bundle of compulsory education as well as a selective education as per your taste. Because now the information is distributed. It's a distributed that one cannot get a collective basket of information. You have to select that information as per your use, as per your taste, as per your need. Industry demand for a daily basis to the uh, industry ready students. Now industry are having 1,000 type. To what I prepare, you decide yourself. What is your taste? So NEP is all about identifying yourself first. That's a madam said, touch. Identify yourself first, what you are, what you want to be. Then selection of your taste accordingly. It's not undergraduate, it's not postgraduate, it's not PhD, it's not certificate courses. It's a continued process. May after this undergraduate course, you may have a postgraduate chance, you may have certificate program chance, you have the MOOCs courses baskets, you have other elective audit courses baskets. So you have to develop yourself to make yourself industry ready. Now, industry does also have a changing phase. Some product, something is growing. At the time era when the cassettes were there, paradigm shift, CDs were there. Again a paradigm shift. Now no cassette is there, no CD is there. This time we are in the era of YouTube and Facebook and all that. Again the paradigm will shift. Before that it was Orkut. So the paradigm shift and that after that 5 year, 10 year span, you will again need to upgrade it yourself. Then come again to the university. So NEP is all about inclusiveness. At any point of time of your life, you need to upgrade yourself, come to the university. Your background of your academics is deposited in ABC. There will be no fixed duration courses also in future also. 4 year degree courses, 5 year degree course, combined course, UGPC combined course. The courses structure need to be restructured and then there will be a diploma, certificate, degree. That's why the multi-entry, multi-exit policy says, I have done this thing to 2 year program, okay, you have a diploma. After 5 years, you come back, 2 year I have done, now next 2 year, you will get graduate. Okay, so there will be no bindings by the rollout of the NEP from 2028 onwards, because as the system is changing, universities are changing, education scenario is changing, and we are in a rapid change world. So by the time it gets fully evolved, those changes will come in effect, and all of you, including me, will enjoy that. Because now it's up to my taste. It is up to my taste. And those who survive with the changes get the maximum benefit. And it is the you people who will be getting the maximum benefit of this change. Transition era is the most significant one. Those go across that transition era get maximum benefited. After that, it becomes tradition. So with that word, I just hand over the mic to the moderator.
I would like to come back to my question about reducing exam stress. How
Yeah.
anything can help in that.
You see, I have answered it in my words. While it is at your taste, why stress is there? Why stress is there? This is burden to me. Stress is only when we feel something to the burden. While it is your taste, you have chosen. You have opted this course of music. You have opted for this course for coding. You have opted for this. That your option is for your interest. And if you have opted with your interest, there is no question of stress. And in my plain words, as I am a teacher, there is no term like stress. Nothing like stress. Those who say I am stressed, what is the stress? Let's define it yourself. What is stress? No stress is there. Either the things are there or not there. If it is in your control, then do it. And if it's beyond your control, why to get a stress? Thank you.
Right. Before I come to the next question, I think Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. H. Singh want to add something to this question.
I just wanted to add to how NEP is, going to reduce the stress of students. One of the things is that now it's been made, assessment will be on a continuous manner. So if you have examination on after 6 months or 4 months, there will be a lot of stress on you. But if the checking and your examination is on a continuous manner, assignments, class tests or something, and then you keep getting feedback, then obviously that stress will not build up for a particular day. That's the one. Other thing is the NEP allows you to have a lot of, it's a multidisciplinarity it permits, promotes. So you can choose courses which you like. Like he says, if you can decide, your electives, you can decide yourself. You can do arts courses, even being a BTech student. Suppose your core is BTech. So your main 60% is your BTech, but remaining 40% you can choose management, you can choose arts, you can choose political science, any subject that you like. If you like a subject, obviously the stress will not be there. So NEP permits you much multidisciplinary kind of environment and choice of your credits, choice of your optionals, CBCS system. That will reduce the stress of students.
Right, right. So moving ahead, we have with us Rita Bhargav ma'am, who is the principal of Maheshwari Public School. Ma'am, if you have seen, NEP 2020 gives lot of emphasis on outcome, output. So obviously the work has increased for the faculties and a lot of evaluation. So what difficulties do you think schools might face when using continuous evaluation, and how can they solve these problems?
Thank you for your question first. And I take this opportunity to thank the university for organizing this insightful session, panel discussion, where we are expecting the students and the teachers to join hands and work for the upliftment and to come to the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, where he says that by 2030, the India or our country should be Vishwaguru. Now, I've been listening to all the three reverend speakers, and using this platform, I would like to address the students before I answer this question. Sir talked about innovations, and so before I begin with it, I would like to apprise you all that the schools, I will represent the school community, and it is that we are doing a lot of work at our schools, and sometimes it is CBSE that is making us do, sometimes it is the central government that is making us do, sometimes it is the government of Rajasthan that is making us do, or the state government. So we are doing a lot, and the only thing is that the students have to take things both with sincerity and seriously. Because NEP basically is for the students and their welfare. So unless and until they take it seriously, we will not be able to do much for them. Now, if I begin with Sir's idea, that is innovation. So we are promoting innovations. You'll be surprised and rather happy to know that we are promoting these innovations at our school basis also, at our school level also. We, during the time of COVID, we promoted learning through graphic novels, wherein we made the topics, certain tough topics of science and social science, easy through the representation of cartoons and story-based outline, and we created some graphic novels that were uploaded on CBSE website. Now, second thing is that we then went ahead and we created some Fard se Pad, means our students and teachers created Fard paintings, and through that we illustrated our lessons. And every year now we are organizing history festival, geography festival, wherein we are making these, I would say, dry subjects very, very innovative and very, very interesting for the students. It is that if the students are taking interest, we are on the top. Second thing, you talked about the faculty development program. Lot that is being done. Even the CBSE is sending the principals on their exposure visit to various universities. I also had a chance to visit one of the university, and I found that it is a storehouse of everything that a student desires. The only thing is that they have to make use of the things. If I come to ma'am's idea about the skill education, we are promoting skill education. We have also introduced certain subjects.
right from class 6 level, which will not only of some use to the students in future, but will also ensure and add to their employability skills. So vocational education is a promotion there at school level also. When talks about the digitalization of things, we are doing a lot. We started with say smart boards, and now we have come to the panels. And of course, we are promoting those subjects in our curriculum, like AI, data science, web application, and all, which will take the students close not only to the technology, but also empower them for their future. And Sir talked about the touch. So this is what is the major thing. Our students do not have to lose that touch which their teachers are giving throughout. Whatever they do in their endeavors, they have to keep that touch alive. Because it is the teachers, whatever, wherever we go, but the teachers are not going to be redundant in any way. You talk about anything in any field. Now I come to that question. So there are two things as far as the evaluation and assessments are concerned. These two things, assessment and evaluation. When you assess, there's a chance of further improvement, and we call it formative assessment. When you evaluate, it is that you give a verdict and improve it further in the next term. So when we come to continuous comprehensive evaluation, we need to say that we are going to monitor the child throughout the year and give him chances to improve and further evaluate at the end of the year whether and where has he reached. And this continuous comprehensive evaluation needs a lot of groundwork at not only the state level or the policymakers level, but also at the administrative level and the teachers level of the schools or the universities wherever we are doing it. Because the assessment or the evaluation should be objective. Now, when we talk about this comprehensive evaluation or continuous evaluation, the element of subjectivity may creep in. So to reduce that, we will have to go for the parameters, maybe the descriptive indicators, and we'll have to have a very, you can say, comprehensive overview of the entire thing, how we are going to go about. I mean, when we did CCE, that is continuous comprehensive evaluation, at school level, it failed because of this subjectivity and not coming up to the expectations of the policymakers, where we were asked to evaluate the students as per the descriptive indicators. So a lot has to come, and the training has to be there, plus the record keeping and everything. For that, we will have to prepare our papers accordingly and do the needful. Only then we will be able to succeed in this continuous comprehensive evaluation. But of course, it is in the favor of the students. It will not only help them grow, but also help them improve and improve to the level that they can decide for themselves. I think I have answered. Thank you.
Actually answered the question. And I think schools, they are playing a prominent role to educate, encourage, enlighten, empower, and make students employable. So schools are playing a great role in that. Coming to moving forward, coming to Mr. Praveen Sharma, CEO of Gateway. Sir, what do you think? How important is to teach life skills to the students? Because we are doing all kind of stuff, but what do you think? How important is to teach life skills to the students?
I think first of all, it's a privilege to be here with the gurus. So I'm too, I think, too young for this session, but I think I'll give you the industry perspective, because for me, I think NEP has the ecosystem has four major
pillars. One is the institute itself, then then the students, parents, and then the industry. Because I think we are the consumers of this entire talent which you I think which the institutes is producing. So I think while we implement the NEP 2020 or the further upgradations to this, I think this ecosystem plays a very important role. Neither the institute alone can do it, nor the student alone, or the it's the entire ecosystem which has to take part and play a very important role into it. And I think that's where I feel that too early detection of the interest of the students, that where they want to go and what they want to be what they want to become. Like say, I think down the line, if we can have that kind of mechanism with participation from the industry early on, like say you are calling us at the time of for the placements. I think if at the school level, what ma'am says, or at the early stage of the UGC or the post project courses, if you can have industry participation and where mentorship can be done by the industry with the relevant, like if someone is from biotech, I think companies can from biotech can come, somebody who has interest in payments, fintech companies can come. I'm from fintech, so I think then people from IT or whichever industry, I think if that will really help the implementation of the in a very bigger and wider perspective. Now coming back to the question which you asked, I think life skill is not about only about NEP, correct? Correct. It is a mandatory thing in our life itself, correct? So I think of late we have been discussing about it, but I think if you go back 25, 20, 30, 35 years ago, this was a part of the teachings which we used to get from our family, our gurus, and the life values were very important. I think we lost the touch in between because of this rat race of numbers. I personally don't believe in this 99% or these numbers, because I feel that no person can be defined by this academic numbers, because I've seen brilliant people who have been doing wonderful work. We have recently completed 9 years of the startup ecosystem. We have more than the Startup India program has completed 9 years, 1.65 lakh startups now. And you will see wonderful startups, founders, they have been average into their academics and now doing a wonderful work, and they're hiring people who have achieved 99%. So I think, first of all, I think this is a very important aspect where the institute, the parents, and the student itself has to believe that the real meaning of NEP or the real meaning of education is learning. It's not about getting the numbers. Yes, exams are important, but no exams can like you asked the question why there is a stress for the examination, correct? So this stress cannot be removed. It's alone by the institute, correct? The parents plays a very important role at their home, at their houses, where they don't push the students on this rat race that okay, शर्मा जी के लड़के ने 99 नहीं लाया, तो वर्मा जी के लड़के को क्या फर्क पड़ता है? So I think I believe in this, that that yes, we need to push this at all levels, where we have to we come out of this rat race and we put the academics upfront, the learning upfront, holistic development upfront. I think that's a very important aspect. And second, I think the life skills which are important is I think the institute, the parents, and the student itself. You have to learn this, that these are very important role which you will down the line 10 years, 15 years in your career, whatever you do. I think decision making, adaptability, resilience. These are very important aspects. Okay, only like say solving the theorems or solving the academics will not take you ahead in the life. Education is one part which helps you become a good person and go to the next level, wherever you want to go. But I think these skills are very important, where you have good communication, you have decision making, you have adaptability. Because because there will be situations in life. Life is a new chapter every day. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. I think the questions will be always different. आप महेंद्र सिंह धोनी पढ़ के गए, आ गए सुरेश रैना, लाइफ में तो वैसे ही होने वाले, है ना? So I think you have to be adaptable, and you have to have that resilience, that what ma'am told, that CC failed because people didn't wanted to implement, correct? So I think this is a very important aspect, that life will give you a challenge every day, and you have to change yourself. You have to change the decisions. And what sir told, that you have to come back to the university now and again, correct? You have to come. This is a mandatory thing, because learning never stops. Because my mentor told me one thing in my life, that till you are the disciple of this game, you are learning. The day you think you have become a teacher, your growth is over. So I think you have to be student throughout your life, till you are breathing last. I think you should be focusing on this life skills and learning. And for me, I think that's the way of implementation of any education policy. And NEP 2020 is no different in that aspect.
Yes,
This particular life skill is a very near and dear subject to my heart, because I have been continuously training. Apart from being the chairperson for ASSOCHAM Skill Development Committee, I have been continuously in touch with the schools and university and dealing with the students. I feel, and in fact, there was certain when this pandemic happened in 2020, so life skills came up in a big way. That how the people who actually had these life skills, and when we talk about life skills, I'm talking about what he just mentioned, resilience. And when I was talking to people, I felt, or for that matter, even the LinkedIn study suggested the people who were always successful throughout their life were the people who were unable to cope that kind of a situation which was thrown into their face. So that means now I hope the NEP gives us actually, the privilege to fail also. So that when we are failing very early in life, we know how to handle failure also. To become successful, we need to have certain failures. Earlier, the education system was continuously telling us that we need to be successful, as he mentioned, no, Verma ji ka beta and Sharma ji, all these pressures were there, right? And that's why the person was just performing out of the rat race, or just getting better than the other person. The life skills actually teach you how to get better yourself. That is what you were yesterday and what you are today, and there is no comparison. And hopefully, this NEP, when it is giving us such a lot of inputs, or for that matter, it is giving different way of learning, the interdisciplinary and everything. It is allowing us to fail also. As sir mentioned, that there is no one regular system. The end term examination. There is continuous evaluation, and we can keep on improving, right? And I felt that we can coin a new word, that failure is the new success. Thank you.
I have a lot of questions with me, but the time is not permitting. But you can and you can end up.
When we talk about adding to this life skills, dear students, it is that there are three things that we have to take care of. One is thinking skills. Life skills are into three categories. One is thinking skills, which begins with self-awareness and goes to the decision making and problem solving. Then we come to social skills, where we get that intrapersonal and interpersonal skills that we need to have in order to be socially adaptive. And then we have emotional skills, which begins with coping with stress, and it helps you how to deal with emotions. So these are the three categories of life skills. And now in NEP, we've got 21st century skills. And these 21st century skills can be taken up as 6 C's. And we begin with curiosity, critical thinking, collaboration, character building, citizenship, and one more, that is communication. So these are the 6 C's that are important as per NEP as 21st century skills. If you pay attention to all these things, I think you'll make better out of your own self. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I thank you to all the panelists for such intellectual deliberations. I am thankful for your insights and for your time. Over to you, Apla sir.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much to the entire panel. Please एक बार तालियां जोरदार हो जाए panel के लिए. So now may I request Vice Chancellor Sir and Registrar Sir to please join us on stage as we would like to welcome Shri Kapil Garg Sir. He is the former Director General of Police, Rajasthan Police. Please एक बार तालियां सर के लिए जोरदार हो जाए. If I remember correctly, I think this is the second time that I have the honor to share the stage with you, sir. हमने आदर्श पथ inaugurate किया था, तब आप थे, if I am not wrong. बिल्कुल. So आदर्श पथ हम लोगों ने बताना चाहता हूँ आपको पत्रिका गेट से हम लोगों ने inaugurate किया था towards GT और उसमें लाइन वाइज था इतनी स्पीड में चलना है and sir was there तो इसलिए मुझे याद है. So this is the reason I said this is the second time that I have the honor. तालियां प्लीज सर के लिए एक बार जोरदार दीजिए. Sir, yes.
So that was a major failure in my entire tenure. Others was a major failure. Together we ensured it doesn't succeed because we don't have the skills, the attitude, how to drive well on the road. So it really failed, hasn't picked up again in more than 500 years, half years. I don't know when it turns into success.
मैं रिक्वेस्ट रजिस्ट्रार सर
चांस पे भी काम होता है सर फिर प्रूव हो गया we have got so many successes in life
But you prove it to people you can do it.
you will be able to do it sir.
Once again please एक बार जोरदार तालियां श्री कपिल गर्ग sir, former Director General of Police from the Rajasthan Police. Now may I request Kapil sir, our guest of honor, along with VC sir and Registrar sir, to do the felicitation for the panel as well as the moderator. To begin with,
let me call upon stage Professor Dr. H.P. Singh, BSM, who is the President of ICFI University, Jaipur. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone.
thank you Professor Dr. H.P. Singh for sharing wonderful insights. तालियां please एक बार वापस से जोरदार होनी चाहिए सर के लिए. Next one, I would like to request Ms. Harsha Rohit, Co-Chair, ASSOCHAM Skill Development Committee. So please come forward. तालियां please मैम के लिए भी जोरदार होनी चाहिए. Ms. Harsha Rohit. Thank you, Jhalana.
Next, I would like to request Professor Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Palwalia, who is the Dean of Academics of Rajasthan Technical University, to please come forward. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Next one, I would like to request Ms. Rita Bhargava, Principal of Maheshwari Public School, Pratapnagar, Jaipur. So please come forward.
Lastly, I would like to request Mr. Praveen Sharma, who is the founder and CEO of Gateway, to please come forward. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone.
We had many startup companies who are getting big funds in this program, so they were the first start. We can be ready to go in this
Because Kolkata is a very no, no, I'm from Rajasthan. My parents are from Rajasthan, and because of my parents only मेरे तो retirement plan में भी जयपुर नहीं था, तो श्याम बाबा और parents इधर fix लेके आए और अभी लगभग 350 लोग यहाँ पर काम करते हैं बाबा के मल्टीपुरम में अपना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पूरा So we used to host you at
Thank you so much. Now I request the entire panel to please come forward for a group photograph, please. Thank you so much, panel. Let's move forward to the fourth panel discussion. So I would request Vice Chancellor Sir and Registrar Sir to be with us on the stage. May I request Kapil Sir to please join us and share a few words with our students. Please, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I've been asked to speak to you. I would normally want to speak long, but today under medical instructions, I can't speak for too long to you. So, frankly, I'm no expert on the subject, which you all are discussing today. I will share something which is which I came across maybe a year back. That was about our young graduates being unemployed. A very, very leading industrialist of the country made this statement. So there is a dire need to do something. Degree is not enough. When I go abroad, I see a 10th pass gets a job very easily and can explain what he does very well. Can convince you about what he is doing is good or bad or whatever. But when I meet people here or when we interview people here or people who are already in job, we find it very different. So a lot of skills were being discussed here. Besides the textbook learning, besides the technical learning that UEM provides, you need to learn a few more skills, which the panel was discussing just now. That is the key to success. It's not going to happen just because you know the technical background. You have the technical background. You may be the best. And I can tell you any number of examples, but if you see the somebody said 99%, 100%, that was the rat race sometimes, like Sharmaji and Vermaji and all. Um, but I can tell you, if you see the top, most successful people in the world, they haven't been toppers. Most of them haven't been toppers. So they must have acquired some skill which helped them, uh, reach that level. So I can't speak for long today. I'll have to close down. I'll just exhort all of you to please work on your strengths, develop them, use them in your life. It's not just a job, just not a profession or a startup business. It'll come in handy if you work on your strengths, develop them, and do well. Whatever you do, it should be your best. And it can't be compared with anybody. It has to be compared with yourself. Compete with yourself. Then you will reach the top. So I'll close here. I'm unable to speak too much for some reason. So all the best to you. And thank you very much for inviting me. Though I am part of UEM in one way, in some way, but I always love to come to their programs. Thank you for getting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So nice of you. Thank you. All right, so now it's time for us to invite the panelists as well as the moderator for the panel 4 discussion. First and foremost, I would like to request the moderator to please join us on the stage. Our visionary Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Joy Chatterjee. Please, तालियां सबके लिए जोरदार होनी चाहिए. Now we have in the panel, first and foremost, I would like to request Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma. He is the Registrar of University of Engineering and Management. Please join us on the dais. तालियां please, जोरदार होनी चाहिए for the panel. Now moving on to the next one, the Vice Chancellor of Sri Karan Narendra Agriculture University, job name. May I request Professor Dr. Balraj Singh sir to please join us on stage. Please have a huge applause for sir. And the next one, Mr. Paresh Gupta, Chairperson, Associate Rajasthan Startup Committee. We request sir to please join us on stage. Over to VC sir. May we request your attention? It's going to be very interactive and very informative. Thank you.
Okay. Am I audible out there? Thank you so much. I don't do this too often. I am always called to talk in a panel. Very frequently you will find me moderating a panel. Now that I have got a chance to do that, I'm very comfortable because teachers ask questions. Teachers पूछते हैं, बोलते नहीं है ना, answer नहीं देते. So I'm more comfortable this way. So let me do this. And as you can see, the topic is national education policy. And I have got a fixed set of questions with me. And mostly this panel circulates around exam stress. Now, as you know that when we were kids, आप लोग सुने होंगे जब स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पे है ज्यादातर, you have heard definitely, आपके पापा या दादाजी या कोई बोलते होंगे that when we were kids we used to play so much, आप लोगों को तो खेलने का मौका ही नहीं मिलता. They say things like this. Now that keeping that thing in mind, I think national education policy has been framed in a way that it talks a lot about reducing exam stress. Now that is one side of it. And the other side, where I feel a little bit of contradiction to creep in, is that there is a lot of focus on continuous education, continuous assessment. Now, these two combined whether it goes hand to hand, continuous education and reducing exam stress, or does it contradict a little bit? Like a student continuous in the examination, every week one or two exams, does it reduce the stress or it increases the stress? I've got a little bit of question on that. So I'm sure that the panelists will also, when I ask the questions, they will focus their answers on this part of the national education policy also. So let me start with Professor Dr. Balraj Singh, Vice Chancellor, Sri Karan Narendra Agricultural University, Jobner. So, when we talk about life skills, we generally try to focus from an academic point of view, especially when industry is there with us. We also think that life skill is also about solving industry problems. On the other hand, life skills is also about managing maybe your economics properly. That is also a life skill. Cooking is a life skill. So all these are life skills. But again, when industry is there, solving problems in the industry or getting the problem solved done is life skill. So NEP talks about reducing exam stress. So my question to you, sir, is by reducing the exam stress as per NEP, do you feel it enhances life skills or does it have a role in enhancing life skills of a student? And if you feel so or if you not feel so, if you can kindly say a little bit about it.
Okay, first of all, good afternoon to all. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here in this panel discussion. And as far as the agricultural universities are concerned, we have a different set of education system. We are more practical oriented, field practical oriented or laboratory practical oriented. So we have implemented the NEP with the first year only with this semester. And we have a body called ICR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. They have gone through the entire set of NEP and then they have come out with the implementation plan that how the agriculture institutions or agriculture universities have to implement NEP in the country. But for example, if we have the 4-year program, BSc Agriculture Honors, then we have a set courses, this much of courses from the basic science, then from the core subjects of agriculture sciences, like genetics and plant breeding, soil science, agronomy, horticulture, plant pathology, entomology, nematology, like this. But now when we were implementing this, exit policy after 1 year, exit policy after 2 years. So as far as the science or agriculture science is concerned, we are quite concerned how we will be succeeding in implementation. Although we have implemented from the first year, but this will be a tough job. If some students have just gone in 2 semesters, he has gone only some courses and then he is going out. And after 3 years, he is coming back. By that time, what will be his state of mind? Whatever he has learned in early 2 semesters. So there are so many questions. And when we were doing our BSc, MSc and PhD, so my PhD or MSc, we were in the trimester system, not even semester. This was more tough than this NEP. So trimester, you might be knowing,
yes.
3 trimesters in 1 year.
Yes.
And midterm, this quiz, midterm, practicals, assignments, all were there.
और इट वाज क्वाइट टफ कि हम इतने रिगरस उससे निकल के आए। अब ये तो आज के स्टूडेंट दे आर वेरी लकी, दे आर इन द मॉडर्न एरा ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, ऑल फैसिलिटीज आर अवेलेबल। अब मैं एग्जांपल बताता हूँ बच्चे क्योंकि बैठे हैं और आप लोगों की जानकारी के लिए भी। एक हमारे प्रोफेसर थे डॉक्टर कल्लू, ही वाज ए कोर मैन ऑफ जेनेटिक्स, ही वाज टीचिंग एडवांसेस इन वेजिटेबल ब्रीडिंग, माय सब्जेक्ट इज वेजिटेबल साइंस। सो वो 10 नंबर की 100 में से असाइनमेंट देते थे हमें, और 2 नंबर की एक असाइनमेंट होती थी, और हम लोगों को लाइब्रेरी जाना पड़ता था, 250-300 रेफरेंस इकट्ठे करके लाने पड़ते थे, और उनको ला के पहले हाथ से लिखते थे रफ, फिर हाथ से ही साफ लिख कर आपको देना पड़ता था। उस टाइम पे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक टाइपराइटर्स भी नहीं थे। 2 नंबर, एंड देन वी हैव टू मेक द प्रेजेंटेशन आल्सो क्लास में जाके। लेकिन आजकल बच्चे, आप देखिए क्या स्टेटस है, क्या बच्चे लाइब्रेरी जाते हैं, रेफरेंस ही नहीं जानते बच्चे आजकल। सो प्रैक्टिकल एग्रीकल्चर में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो हमारी चिंता यही है कि हम इंप्लीमेंट तो कर दिए हैं क्योंकि वी आर गवर्न बाय द सिस्टम, बट हमारी चिंता यही है कि जो एग्जिट और री एंट्री का जो होगा, इसको कैसे रियलिटी में इंप्लीमेंट कर पाएंगे। और जो अभी हम बच्चों को सिखा रहे हैं, अब हम लोगों ने जो सीखा वो प्लस में आज जो बच्चों को सिखाएंगे, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल कोरोना पीरियड में इट वाज ए क्रिटिकल पीरियड, उसमें कोई मजबूरी थी। जो बच्चे इस दौर से निकले होंगे कोई प्रैक्टिकल नहीं हुए उनके, जो क्लासेस थी वो भी वर्चुअल हुई, और वर्चुअल सिस्टम भी बहुत लेट डेवलप हुआ। आज वी आर वेरी फॉर्चुनेट कि मेरे हेडक्वार्टर में जॉबनेर में 14 स्मार्ट क्लासरूम्स हैं, और हर कॉलेज में 15 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मेरे 15 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट कॉलेज हैं, सब में एक स्मार्ट क्लास रूम तो जरूर है। और अब जैसे बिल्डिंगें बन जाएंगी, नई आ रही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, तो हर एक में वहां भी 4-4 स्मार्ट क्लासरूम बनाएंगे। और जैसे कि हम कई सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, जैसे इंग्लिश, हम इंग्लिश के एग्रीकल्चर की तरह 15 टीचर तो नहीं लगा सकते, 20 टीचर तो नहीं सेलेक्ट कर सकते। इंग्लिश के तो 2 या 4 होंगे, हेडक्वार्टर पे जयपुर लगा दिया 2 का पड़ा, उन्हीं को पढ़ाना पड़ेगा। मैथमेटिक्स हम 15 मैथमेटिक्स के नहीं ले सकते, कंप्यूटर हम 20-25 कंप्यूटर के भी नहीं ले सकते, 2-4 ही लेंगे। तो इसलिए जो फैसिलिटी डेवलप हुई है वो इस सेंस में जरूर हेल्प करेगी। पर जहां तक एग्जामिनेशन की बात आपने कही, ऑलरेडी हम लोग सेमेस्टर सिस्टम में चल रहे हैं, उसमें मिड टर्म क्विज वगैरह हम करते रहते रेगुलर, प्रैक्टिकल्स हमारा बहुत रिगरस एक्सरसाइज है, और कई कोर्सेज में तो 0+2, इसका मतलब है कोई थ्योरी नहीं, ओनली प्रैक्टिकल फील्ड में। सीड प्रोडक्शन, आपको फील्ड में जाना है, बच्चों को बताना है कि हाइब्रिड सीड प्रोडक्शन क्या है, ओपन पॉलिनेटेड क्रॉप्स का सीड प्रोडक्शन क्या है, ऑफ टाइप क्या है, अदर क्रॉप प्लांट्स क्या है, आइसोलेशन डिस्टेंस क्या है, ऑब्जेक्शनेबल वीड्स क्या है, डिजीज अफेक्टेड प्लांट कौन से हैं, डेजिग्नेटेड डिजीज अफेक्टेड प्लांट्स कौन से हैं, ये सारी चीजें हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं ठीक है, चीज नई आ रही है। आप जो कह रहे हैं कि क्या ज्यादा भार पड़ेगा, मैं नहीं सोचता। अगर हम पास्ट की को देखें, क्यों आपने पास्ट की बात की, तो मैं तो ये मान के चलता हूं हमारे टाइम पे ट्राइमेस्टर सिस्टम वाज द टफेस्ट सिस्टम। हमें बहुत फेस करना पड़ता था, फैसिलिटीज नहीं थी, कितने रजिस्टर हमें बनाने पड़ते थे। तो अब जो बच्चे हैं आजकल, क्योंकि फैसिलिटीज अवेलेबल है, मोबाइल है, कंप्यूटर है, अब हम बच्चों को कहते हैं असाइनमेंट बनाने के लिए, प्रेजेंटेशन करने के लिए, वो चैट जीपीटी से लेके आ जाते हैं। उनको कोई फिर क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं क्लास में, तो मोस्टली उनको पता नहीं होता उसके बेसिक्स का, ऐसी भी चीज है। और चैट जीपीटी के पास सारी चीजें भी नहीं है। अभी जैसे मैं बात करूं चैट जीपीटी को पॉलिनेशन मैनेजमेंट अंडर प्रोटेक्टेड कंडीशन, तो चैट जीपीटी को जवाब नहीं दे पाएगा। व्हाट इज पॉलिनेशन मैनेजमेंट अंडर प्रोटेक्टेड कंडीशंस, ग्रीन हाउसेज में कैसे करेंगे, उसके पास कोई इंफॉर्मेशन ही नहीं है। तो बहुत सारे इश्यूज है, लेकिन अभी समझना पड़ेगा इसको। इट इज टू अर्ली टू कमेंट, बट ये जरूर है, चिंता हमें है कि इसको साइंस में, एग्रीकल्चर साइंस में कैसे हम कर पाएंगे। 1 साल में छोड़ के जाएगा, फिर वो वापस आएगा, कौन इस। अच्छा, एक और चीज क्लैरिटी नहीं है, मे बी यू कैन क्लैरिफाई। एक स्टूडेंट मान लिया जॉबनेर से छोड़ कर गया, और वो 2 साल के बाद किसी दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूट में एंटर कर सकता है कि ये चीज भी अभी क्लैरिफाइड नहीं, कहाँ एंटर करेगा वो, किस सिस्टम से एंटर करेगा। मान लिया एक बहुत अभी हम जैसे हमारा जेट सिस्टम है जेईटी, उसमें सब रैंकिंग है कॉलेजेस की, टॉप के कॉलेज से मान लिया वो किस में जाएगा, और क्या या जैसे मान लिया कोई बच्चा बहुत नीचे से कॉलेज में उसको मिली रैंकिंग, वहां उसमें एडमिशन है, क्या वो जॉब नहीं पा पाएगा, क्या वो आईआरआई नई दिल्ली में जा पाएगा। तो बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं ऐसे। बाकी ठीक है, बीच में जो सिस्टम चला वो थोड़ा सा, हम तो ये कहते हैं कि सेमेस्टर सिस्टम, ट्राइमेस्टर काफी टफ था, सेमेस्टर में थोड़ा सा इजी हुआ, और अब आप इसको वापस इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं, तो देखते हैं इसको हाउ विल बी सक्सीडिंग इन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ दिस न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी। और दूसरे कोर्सेज पढ़ेंगे, अच्छी बात है। अगर एग्रीकल्चर में आप उसका पढ़ के आते हैं, मान लिया पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का, तो वो कितना यूजफुल होगा पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का एग्रीकल्चर में आपको कोर्स करके आएंगे तो ये चीजें कई सोचने की है कि कोर साइंस में या एग्रीकल्चर साइंस में प्रैक्टिकल ओरिएंटेड चीजें जब है, तो उस सेंस में हमें अभी समझना पड़ेगा कि बच्चे जाएंगे तो वो क्या पढ़ के आएंगे, कौन से कोर्सेज। फिर एक सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम आएगी रिकॉर्ड कीपिंग। अभी फॉर एग्जांपल मेरा सीओई कंट्रोल फॉर एग्जामिनेशन 42 कॉलेज का एग्जाम कराता, 15 तो हमारे, 16 राज्य सरकार के हायर एजुकेशन के मेरे जुडिक्शन में, और 12 प्राइवेट, तो 42 का एग्जाम हम करा रहे हैं। उन्हीं का रिकॉर्ड को रखने में, मेंटेन करने में कितना जोर आता है। मैन पावर आपके पास है नहीं, बात करिए ना आप मैन पावर। एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए आपको 40 टीचर चाहिए कॉलेज के लिए, जो आईसीआर की एक्रेडिटेशन हमारी आपकी यूजीसी करती होगी या दूसरी बॉडी करती होगी। अब कॉलेज में सेट ऑफ टीचर्स आपको सरकार देती है, 13 टीचर देती है फर्स्ट ईयर में। एक प्रोफेसर डीन का हो, उसको 2 एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, 10 असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर। तो ऐसी स्थिति में जब मैन पावर, टीचिंग, नॉन टीचिंग स्टाफ लिमिटेड होगा, तो इतना बड़ा रिकॉर्ड, कौन गया, कब आया, कौन सा कोर्स पढ़ के आया, उसको डाला, उसको रिकॉर्ड में रखना, और अल्टीमेटली उसको फिर ट्रांसक्रिप्ट देंगे, डिग्री देंगे, तो काफी हम ये मान के चलते हैं अभी इसको हमें थोड़ा समझना पड़ेगा। और अनलेस अनटिल 1-2 बैच नहीं निकलते, और उसमें एग्रीकल्चर में क्या इम्पैक्ट आएगा, कितने बच्चे छोड़ के जाएंगे, और वो अल्टीमेटली पढ़ेंगे क्या, वापस आएंगे जब क्या पढ़ के आएंगे, उन चीजों को समझना पड़ेगा। तो थैंक यू। और कोई क्वेश्चन होगा तो आई कैन लेटर आंसर। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
So as I go to, oh sorry.
So as I go to Mr. Paresh Gupta, he is the chairperson of ASSOCHAM Rajasthan, the startup committee of ASSOCHAM also. So, sir, you are a face of the industry when Jaipur is concerned. When people say, people from other domain, not from industry, from other places, talk about when the industry is thinking this way, they resort to you. Like the question is asked to you. So that way, you are also responsible for technology. So I will ask you, because NEP is saying that you go for continuous assessment, how can technology help this? Because sir has already placed the problem in front of you, that there is shortage of manpower, and we are in the mood to increase the number of examinations. We are saying that examinations will be continuous, so number of examinations will increase. So manpower shortage, number of examinations to be managed, difficult. How can technology help? This is the first part of the question to you, sir. And I will also like to take over the second part, the question that I asked to him, to address that a little bit, because I saw you hearing that question with a lot of interest. So I saw that. I will request you to touch that also a little bit while you are answering.
Not working? This is working. Okay. Hi everyone. Wake up. Good morning. Morning, evening, afternoon. What is the time? Guys, tired of sitting here for since morning?
Yes, very tired.
Yes, tired? Okay. So let's do a quick question, okay, with all of you guys. How many are stressed out sitting here? Give me raise of hands. No courage to say it in front of VC sir and say no. Say it or ऐसा नहीं तो बोलो हाँ stressed out है यार जबरदस्ती बिठा के रखा है. How many of you are sitting here मजबूरी में?
नो कोई दिक्कत नहीं, डीसी सर खुद ही स्ट्रेस्ड आउट है,
हाँ,
आप लोग आराम से
चलेगा।
हाथ उठा सकते हो।
चलेगा। Stressed out, tired. Okay, how many of you tired? Give me raise of hands. Tired. Don't worry, it's okay. I understand this point. Okay. उधर बैठना सबसे ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट काम है, इधर रहना is easier. I had the choice to walk out of the room 3 times. You guys are sitting here by majburi. But I tell you what, the best learning that you'll get out of this is patience. And I'm telling you that this patience is going to be way more valuable in your life than any other learning that you have. But sir said that there is a lot of stress by increasing examination and everything. Sir, I run an educational institution. I work with multiple schools, multiple colleges, multiple industries. And I'll tell you what, I know institutions who have done away with examinations. I know, I'm a mentor at IIM Ahmedabad. I'll tell you, वहां पर इतने बहुत सारे ऐसे क्रेडिट बेस्ड कोर्सेज हैं जिसका एग्जाम ही नहीं होता. Why do you have to have a written examination a lot of times? My question to you. Is it stated anywhere in NEP? Answer says no. I know for a fact, you can check, BITS Pilani runs courses without examinations. In Jaipur, we run certain courses. I know other universities which run those courses, जिसका एग्जाम देना जरूरी नहीं है. There could be an evaluation mechanism. It could be as simple as a submission. It could be as simple as a video. आपने कोर्स पढ़ाया, आपने बच्चे को बोला एक वीडियो सबमिट कर दो, खत्म. एक डिस्कशन पेपर हो सकता है, एक डेजर्टेशन पेपर हो सकता है, एक सिंपल सबमिशन ऑफ लर्निंग का आउटकम पेपर हो सकता है. It could be that simple. So evaluation does not mean an exam at the end of the semester. And that is what we have to understand out of NEP. So my problem with most of the institutions is that हमने NEP को ढंग से समझा ही नहीं. NEP को समझने के लिए हम उन see, and then comes technology, because now you can use technology to conduct all of this throughout the year. So आप पूरे time पे you can conduct. So all you need is a video submission. What do you need? You need an app. You need a platform. Google for education is free for all educational institutions. आप वो लीजिए, वो आपको ड्राइव देगा. 10 TB की तो ड्राइव गूगल ही दे रहा है. आप उस 10 TB की ड्राइव में डाल लीजिए, बच्चों का फोल्डर बनाइए, बच्चों को बोलिए असाइनमेंट अपलोड करिए, काम खत्म. गूगल क्लासरूम यूज कर लीजिए, गूगल क्लासरूम में टाइमिंग डालिए, सबमिशन डालिए, ऑटो करेक्ट मॉडल है. TCS IIM सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस के पास में है. All of them have ready-made solutions to doing this. In fact, आपको एग्जाम लेने की भी जरूरत नहीं है. And in fact, I'll be very honest. While coming here, मैं इससे पहले एक दूसरे इवेंट में था जहां पर मैं स्टार्टअप्स को जज कर रहा था. And I was trying to, because that's the industry side of question. I had one startup which was pitching, and Ben sir said chat GPT से आंसर निकल सकता है. तो ऐसे AI solutions भी तो चाहिए, बता सकते हैं कि chat GPT का आंसर है कि ओरिजिनल आंसर है.
Yes, that is
Right.
very common.
So that is now possible. So don't get scared of chat GPT. आपको अगर ओरिजिनल वर्क चाहिए, so then you can also run. जैसे हम प्लेजरिज्म की बात करते थे पहले, आज से 2-3 साल पहले तक, वो गूगल से कॉपी किया है कि ऑथेंटिक वर्क है. प्लेजरिज्म सॉफ्टवेयर लगाया, you'll get to know. Today you can put, in fact, chat GPT also answers the same thing. आप सेम आंसर chat GPT को डालिए, is it created by you? It will say yes or no.
Yes, it will say.
So you can check it out.
So the best part of AI is AI knows that it is AI generated.
AI knows AI is generated. So अगर कोई बच्चा इतना, अगर the only thing is that educationists have to become smarter than the children sometimes. अगर हमको इन बच्चों से सीखना पड़ रहा है कुछ पॉइंट पे, तो ये हमारा फेलियर है. Right? We have failed as educationists to keep track. If these guys come to my session first, the first day when I tell them, they think they are technologically advanced. The first day when they come to my session, I say चलो गूगलिंग करते हैं. तुमको गूगल करना नहीं आता, तुमको इंस्टाग्राम चलाना नहीं आता. इंस्टाग्राम की बात करते हैं. You guys are Instagrammers. Let's talk about Instagram, and I can tell you, you don't know how to run Instagram properly. Because आप WhatsApp है, WhatsApp business चलाना जानते ही नहीं हो यार. आप रीडर्स हो, आप कंज्यूमर्स हो, आप प्रोड्यूसर्स ही नहीं हो. So these guys do not know technology. The only thing is, education institutions have to graduate to use better technology and smarter technologies, and this speed will be very fast. So two sides of the story. So 2 questions. I'll summarize those 2 questions. Number 1, अच्छा दूसरा problem ये, do you think that students are stressed out of examination? I think there are bigger reasons for getting stressed. We are in a country which is flooded with people. We are a country which is sitting with highest number of unemployment right now. जॉबलेसनेस इज अ बिगर स्ट्रेस, रिलेशनशिप इज अ बिगर स्ट्रेस. इन लोग का सबसे बड़ा स्ट्रेस मैं आपको बताऊं क्या है? इंस्टाग्राम. एंड आई टेल यू व्हाई. उसका रील मेरे से कैसे बेटर है? दिस पर्सन लुक्स बेटर, दिस पर्सन अर्न्स बेटर. उसने हॉलिडे मॉलडीव्स में बनाई, मेरे पास तो मॉलडीव्स जाने के पैसे नहीं है. आई एम इन अ फोमो. दैट इज स्ट्रेस फॉर दीस गाइस. My girlfriend left me. I am under stress. That is reality of stress. Are they really worried about examination? I don't think half the students have lost the value of examinations. They are there for a degree, and they're saying degree de do kaam khatam, and that's exactly what is going wrong with us. So there is stress all around us. I think to de-stress themselves, we need to start giving them more emotional support. We need to help them with probably better mental peace. Give them better education of those life skills which you are talking about, sir. मेरे को लगता है क्लासेस के अंदर मेंटल पीस की क्लास होनी जरूरी है. लाइफ में कैसे शॉपिंग करते हैं, इवन बेसिक लाइफ को कैसे डील करते हैं, हैप्पी कैसे रहते हैं, हैप्पीनेस की क्लासेस, योगा की क्लासेस, मेडिटेशन की क्लासेस, I think should be introduced in every single institution so that these guys become better as individuals, human beings. So better human beings की क्लासेस अगर आप देखें,
स्टूडेंट्स आ जाएंगे सर योगा क्लास दे तो
सर फुल आते हैं और they love it. Art of living full है. This is my real experience.
No, I have different experience. That's why I asked you. I did it on a Saturday.
अच्छा.
So I did.
हाँ अलग से बुलाओगे तो शायद नहीं आएंगे.
Yeah, I did it on a Saturday because normal classes I did not want to disturb as a part.
I agree. ये होगा. So अगर आप normal class के बीच में एक क्लास घुसा दोगे तो बहुत खुशी-खुशी बोलेंगे it's a de-stressing thing. अगर अलग से effort डालना है तो these guys want instant gratification. So फिर वो Instagram पे खुश हैं, योगा में खुश नहीं है. और बाद में योगा इंस्ट्रक्टर को ऑनलाइन पैसे देकर के सब करते हैं. Right? सबको लाइफ कोच चाहिए. I'll tell you a real example. Yesterday, so in my campus, I called a life coach, and she said, only do it on voluntary basis. कौन बच्चे जो volunteer करके मेरा सेशन लेना चाहते हैं उनको बुलाना. मैंने बस इंट्रोड्यूस किया. She's a life coach. Anybody wants? The entire class was we need one-on-one session. Everybody was under stress. Examination तो अभी दूर की बात है. अभी सेशन शुरू हुआ है. So I think what is happening with their life is their life in general has become stressed. And they're taking unnecessary stress in life, which will probably, as they mature, they need to learn to become mature. So that is one side. Becoming de-stressed, not out of exam, but for other things in life will be more important. And as far as industry is concerned, I can tell you there are enough tools, enough products, और आप नहीं है ना, तो आप order करके बनवा लीजिए. I think there are enough. You tell me the kind of tool that you want today. You need a tool to judge AI-based evaluations. You need In fact, अपने जयपुर का टूल है. I have mentored him right from very beginning. विनय करके बंदा है.
We have in our university also. We have developed our own tools for all this examination.
So मैं आपको example देता हूँ. हम बोलते हैं जैसे teachers मुझे बोलते हैं descriptive questions check नहीं कर सकते.
No, नहीं हमारे system.
Now they are able to not only descriptive बच्चा लिख के देगा ना, that reader can read the answer and highlight the problems automatically through a system and software. Just that हमारा adoption rate slow है. So there is enough in the education space as far as technology is concerned to solve all the education problems. Just that हमारा adoption rate slow है. The moment we adopt them, I think there's no doubt of products for us. I hope I answered both your questions.
Absolutely, and I wholeheartedly agree with you. There is no there is no dearth of any question anywhere. There is no dearth of any tool. We can develop any tool from anywhere. Now, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, I will ask you. See, NEP has been talking about overall development of a student. Now, overall development of a student, what does it mean? Like, I would like to hear from you that what do you mean by overall development? When I talk about overall development, it can be many things. We can also think about a student being like he can be good at all the things, all the life skills. It can be like he takes it as like a distressor. The other things he takes as a distressor, and a particular thing he takes as a stress. So doing this, do you feel that the students will actually be good at all angles and that will help them in their academics and also other areas? Or maybe the other areas will be better, academics will be devalued a little, or maybe academics will be better, and they lose interest in the other things. How it will help this angle of NEP, that overall development of the student, how does it, I want your light on that. I'm not really putting you a question, I'm just telling you to throw light on that.
Thank you, sir. I hope the question is clear to all who are sitting over here. And I must thank Paresh and Balraj sir also giving insights into tricky questions, though tricky. But sir has given me a simple question, overall development. If we ask any single student, what do you want, what do you need, what is your requirement from any educational institution? It's not a degree right now. It's a, you can say, a confidence that after completion of the graduation or post-graduation course from that particular institution, he should be able to stand in a society with confidence that okay, he can support his family. He can have that skill set. He can have that alignment with the society that okay, he can have some respect. So when we are saying the overall development, that is the ongoing process of the graduate course or the postgraduate course or a school education. When we say a student, a kid entering into the school education system, I'm just starting from the beginning. I hope it will take 1 or 2 more minutes. But when a kid entering into the school education system, he might have some affection with some toys. But at the home, the toys are available, but in school it's not. Now, when we are saying that that affection will have some learning aspects also, so school can allow those students to play with those toys aligned with their learning outcomes. So definitely the learning curve will have some improvement for that particular student. When a student moves to the higher education system, the higher education institution can ensure that the maximum learning of the student should be aligned with his or her interests. Like a student can have an affection towards dance, music, arts, drama, whatsoever. But in earlier systems, there was no scope at that time. If a student entered into suppose Bachelor of Commerce, BCom, so he will learn commerce only. The teachers of his class only teach commerce. The schema of his curriculum only have become related subjects. There were no scope for entering or opting for his interest areas. Now, NEP has opened that particular gate. NEP is now giving the option that particular student can opt for their subject, their affectionate subject, like music, drama, and any other subject he can take a credit based. Now when we are talking about credits, again there is a question. There is a stress, like sir said that there might be a stress and a stressful or stress-free environment can be there. Examination, as Parish already emphasized that there some institutions have, I think, avoided this system. It's a better practice. Why to have the final exams? Why not to have continuous assessment of the things you are doing? If you are doing right now, sitting over here, the Instagramming, can we have a tool check that how much Instagram you are using since morning 9 a.m. We can have marks for that. Who is the better Instagrammer? Or how many posts you have posted since morning? What is the quality of video? Can we have that thing? If we can have, that is the development in terms of the extracurricular activities and that credit course, definitely we should have. This is a skill.
No, I'll just interrupt you over here.
Yes.
When you are saying this, you're assuming that a course on Instagram, see, Instagram students are doing about with their will. It's like if you tell the students to do AI on will, they will love it. But because you are teaching it and telling them to take the exam, it is becoming a stress. Like that, they are doing Instagram out of their will. Now, if you teach them Instagram as a course, how to do it better, and you will tell them that take an exam on that, don't you feel that will also be a stress?
That's again, sir, that's the point I want to emphasize. I am not giving them exam. I am giving the option to opt for that. It's the option. So NEP telling us to opt whatever the subject you want. It's not that all students must be given the exam on Instagramming, but might be possible you are the better, you can say, YouTuber. You can be a better in this Facebook. You can be a better post creator in LinkedIn. You can create a very good CV in LinkedIn. So that particular thing we can judge. Now, any student who are good dancer, good singer, good designer, any kind of thing which you think you are in that is important for your development, improvement. But when you are coming to the college, colleges are bounding you to that particular fixed, you can say, curriculum of your degree. NEP gives you that option right now that okay, in that particular degree bucket, you put all those things which you want right now, keeping that bucket full. It is your option now.
So I have to give you an example,
Yes.
and you'll be surprised to know, but I have a student who studied music production. He's a commerce student, by the way, and he studied physics. He studied percussions, which is the musical sound engineering. He studied music. He's a drummer himself, and he studied accounts and finance, and he studied digital marketing. Now it sounds like a Atarangi combination, right? Physics plus sound engineering plus accountancy. Nobody really takes these combinations. He did that. Today he's running a platform which provides platform to all other musicians as a social media platform to develop their entire digital marketing systems in the country. And he's doing one of the best performers like that. So sabka social media only for musicians karta hai. Now he understands his music skills, his science skills, his business skills, and digital marketing skills together, and great career created. And that's what future would belong to. Future will not belong to mechanical engineers. It will not belong to even chartered accountants. It will belong to chartered accountant who understands AI, or a engineer who understands commerce. And that is exactly what the future looks like.
I'll just give you one example. Means many of you are using, I think, all the teachers and students sitting over here and all the industry persons also. 5 years or 6 years back, when you plan to purchase the ration for your home or your house, how you did that? How you purchase the rations for your home? You have gone to some vendors, you have got a list, a fixed list. इतना किलो आटा, इतना किलो दाल, इतना किलो ये, इतना तेल आएगा, इतना पैसा मुझे खर्च करना है, 5,000 रुपया मैं लेके जाऊंगा एक दुकान पर, मैं वो सामान लेके आ जाऊंगा घर. लेकिन in the meantime, in these 5 years or 6 years, then mall culture came, shopping marts. You just go there, and in addition to means whatever your minimum requirement to run your home, you purchase 10 more things. You are, because there is options available, you just take a bucket, you can say empty bucket from the gate. एक गेट से आप खाली बकेट ले लेते हैं और उसको भरते जाते हैं उन ऑप्शन से जो जो आपके लिए जरूरी है. NEP gives you the same kind of bucket for a course. You just take that empty bucket, give whatever the credit score, the fixed credit score according to your degree, and fill all that bucket with the options given to you as per your choice, and develop whatever the things are. So my point, sir, over here is when we talk about the overall development, now NEP gives that particular flexibility so that a student can be stress free if he uses this bucket, I think, very intelligently, wisely, and use all those options in a very clear-cut manner, clearly. That's my point.
So because few students are there, I will just very quickly like to add to your points that see, only about the intelligently choosing the bucket is not only about intelligently filling up your choices. It is also about filling up your choices in a proper order. For example, somebody who wants to learn signal processing. So if we take signal processing as a course, then he must ensure that I will take signal processing in the 3rd or the 4th semester. Prior to that, I will take maybe a little bit of control system. So that knowledge of choosing it should be there. I think that is little bit missing because the students are coming in. How will they know? They don't. So we as teachers will have to look at that angle also. So anyway, I will go back to sir. I will go back to Dr. Balraj Singh. Sir, we will wrap this up because we are like running short of time. I will request you to kindly complete it in coming 2 to 3 minutes or maximum 4 minutes. But the question that I have for you is that do you really feel that students' interests and talent can be a part of their overall development, overall assessment, a part of the overall assessment of the institutions, like others have mentioned? You feel it is possible? And maybe one more question I can ask you, if you can combine these two, that whether continuous evaluation is good. Do you think that that can actually help the teachers to finding out that which student is good and which student is bad? We want your suggestion on that.
Yes, definitely. A continuous process of evaluation is right way. What we were doing in trimester system, that was again the same. Whatever now we are going to have in NEP 2020. And interest of students, yes, definitely. Even today, every day we are discussing with the students in class, what is your interest? Somebody will tell after BSc AG, I will go in job, in bank, in seed corporation, in seed certification, in seed company, or this, that, like that. And we are again motivating them, and they are coming out, I will go. Just presently, we have the ready student in fourth year, we called some program, ready program. So some students, they come out, I am going for masters, even I go for PhD. I want to be the best plant builder of the country because we have to feed the nation 21st hundred. And how will we feed it? That will be our responsibility. You have already done lot of. तो ऐसा है, और जहां तक बात है जो आपने बताया हैप्पीनेस की, हार्टफुलनेस की, even we have implemented already one course in BSc in the first year, human values and ethics. हमें पता था कि गांव में भी पहले सब जानते थे ह्यूमन वैल्यूज और एथिक्स क्या, बड़े छोटे में, लेकिन विद द टाइम ये चीजें डाइल्यूट हो गई, खत्म हो गई, इसलिए बच्चों को पढ़ाना जरूरी है. And several times, several occasions, we are also organizing some programs for happiness and also stress management, heartfulness. There are so many programs. और योगा वगैरह का भी करते हैं. और लेकिन सारी चीजें हैं, लेकिन हमें स्टूडेंट्स को साथ साथ दूसरी जो एक्टिविटीज है उनमें भी हम एग्रीकल्चर में इन्वॉल्व करते हैं, जैसे कि स्वच्छता अभियान. शायद जितना मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी के बच्चे हर लेवल पे, फ्रॉम फर्स्ट ईयर BSc AG to PhD, they are participating in all programs, and year round I think we are organizing more than 50 cleanliness drives. क्योंकि आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, आपका घर है वो. इस तरीके से हम ये मान के चलते कि ऐसा नहीं है NEP में. अब जब रिगरस और कंटिन्यूअस इवैल्यूएशन होगा, उससे पता भी लगेगा, बच्चों का इंटरेस्ट भी निकल के आएगा. लेकिन हमारी चिंता एक ही है, बिकॉज ऑफ मैन पावर, व्हिच आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड, कि कैसे उसको मेंटेन करेंगे, कैसे उसको आगे चलाएंगे. और साइंस के कोर सब्जेक्ट्स में जब तक जैसे बच्चों का, मान लिया हम बात कर रहे हैं, अब हमें कोर प्लांट बिल्डर बनाना है, पैथोलॉजी का आदमी बनाना है, प्लांट पैथोलॉजी का, तो उसमें अगर चीजों को हम थोड़ा बहुत डाइल्यूट करेंगे तो उसका फर्क पड़ सकता है. ऐसा नहीं, जब आप although we are in the modern era of science and technology, और ये चीज जरूरी है नेशन की स्टेबिलिटी के लिए. वी आर ए बिग कंट्री, वी हैव ह्यूज पॉपुलेशन. 3 सेक्टर्स को तो हमें मजबूत रखना पड़ेगा हिंदुस्तान जैसे देश को. फूड, बगैर फूड के कुछ नहीं हो सकता. ऐसा नहीं है बगैर खाने के कोई रह सकता है. पास्ट में भी यही था, आज भी यही है. 2050 में जब जनसंख्या 175 करोड़ होगी, जब भी यही होगा. 2100 में जब जनसंख्या 200 करोड़ होगी, जब भी खाना चाहिएगा. तो इसलिए हमें एग्रीकल्चर साइंस में भी अच्छे साइंटिस्ट भी चाहिएंगे, चाहे जीन एडिटिंग करें, अभी यील्ड लेवल्स क्या है, या फिर दूसरा हमारा है एजुकेशन. एजुकेशन को भी चाहे एनईपी के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन से करें, पर हमें मजबूत करना पड़ेगा। और तीसरी चीज है हेल्थ। 3 सेक्टर्स को कंट्री में बहुत मजबूत करने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि वी आर ए बिग कंट्री हैविंग बिग पॉपुलेशन। और हेल्थ का हमने देख ही लिया कि जब अपना स्पेनिश फीवर आया, बॉम्बे फीवर जिसको बोलते हैं स्पेनिश, 1918 में, और अब कोरोना आया, उस टाइम पे क्या स्थिति थी, अब क्या स्थिति थी, और उसके बाद हमने कितना सीखा उन चीजों से। तो अगेन वी आर रिक्वायर्ड टू लर्न अबाउट द एनईपी एंड वी नीड ए गुड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ एनईपी एंड वी होप कि दिस विल चेंज द फेस ऑफ एजुकेशन इन द कंट्री। तो अभी तो बिगिनिंग है, हमारे एग्रीकल्चर में तो हो सकता है, दूसरे में कब इन्होंने इम्प्लीमेंट किया है जो ट्रेडिशनल यूनिवर्सिटी आपके कॉलेज है, लेकिन हमने तो इसी फर्स्ट ईयर में अभी फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर में इम्प्लीमेंट किया है। थोड़ी सी चिंता जरूर है हमारी, और ये रिगरस एक्सरसाइज की और कंटिन्यूअस इवेल्युएशन की बात ये हम पहले ट्राइमेस्टर सिस्टम में करते रहे हैं। शायद और यूनिवर्सिटीज में कहीं नहीं रहा होगा, एनुअल सिस्टम रहा होगा, आप जानते होंगे, पर एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज में पास्ट में हमेशा ट्राइमेस्टर सिस्टम रहा था। तो वो चीजें हम ये मान के चलते उससे ज्यादा गैप नहीं आएगा, बट गैप ये क्या आएगा, रिकॉर्ड कीपिंग, री एंट्री, एग्जिट, ये थोड़ी बहुत चीजें समझने की होगी।
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I will request Paresh sir to kindly end this in the coming one and a half minutes. So kindly end this in coming 1 minute.
So my
Summary. Yeah.
So my take on NEP is I think it's a great initiative. People like me have been fighting for this for ages. मतलब मैं और अभी तक मुझे लगता है कि far ahead from what you started to achieve. आज तक मेरे को सीबीएसई की बुक से प्रॉब्लम है, मेरे को आज तक इंजीनियरिंग के सिलेबस से प्रॉब्लम है, मेरे को आज तक सारे कोर्सेज के प्रॉब्लम सिलेबस से प्रॉब्लम है, एंड इट इज नॉट बीइंग टॉट द वे इट शुड हैव बीन टॉट. आई कैन स्टिल टेल यू दैट बिजनेस स्टडीज की 12th क्लास की बुक या 11th क्लास की बुक गलत है, राइट? एंड इट टेक्स इयर्स टू अपडेट इट. एंड आई थिंक so what NEP has started in 2025, so it's already the 5th year. Then we should probably have seen कि हम implement करके आगे बढ़ चुके होते हैं. We are too slow in doing this. And of course there will be gaps. So I don't have any problems with certain gaps when you're implementing, when you're trying to change certain things. Of course there are problems. The core question that you're asking, that is it more stressful for students for continuous evaluation? I don't know, ask the students. Yeah. I think, what do you guys say? Continuous evaluation is better or one-time evaluation is better?
So one answer from the students, हर हफ्ते एक बार करके एग्जाम हो तो वो बेटर है या जो करेंटली है वही बेटर है? हर हफ्ते में एक दिन करके एग्जाम?
नहीं, अगर साल में एग्जाम ही ना हो तो
वो तो स्टूडेंट्स तब समझेंगे जब नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि उसमें क्या होगा आपको पता भी नहीं है। वो अगर आ जाए तो आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा वो आपको पता भी नहीं है। वो आपको अलग आपको मैं बुला लाऊंगा, बुला के एक टॉपिक दूंगा, टॉपिक देके बोलूंगा अगले 5 घंटे में इस पर पूरा प्रोजेक्ट बना के दिखाओ। तो वो कितना डिफिकल्ट होगा वो अगर आए तो ही आपको पता चलेगा। It's not that easy. The way you feel, it is not that easy. Like open book exam. ओपन बुक सुन के ही लोग आए ओपन बुक एग्जाम बहुत अच्छा। ओपन बुक एग्जाम जब एक्चुअल में आया तो वो क्या है आपको पता चलेगा। ओपन बुक एग्जाम में जो क्वेश्चन आएगा उसके एक का भी आंसर नहीं मिलेगा, वो आंसर आपको तैयार करना पड़ेगा। So that is,
we have been taking open book examination for the last 7 years.
We have taken also, sir. We have taken also.
So yes, it is absolutely okay. I think stress is a function of life, not just a function of examination. I think they should get the flexibility and they're choosing it. They can choose a subject जिसमें ऐसा एग्जाम नहीं ऐसा एग्जाम होगा, और अब इतनी सारी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है कि मैं फाइनल एग्जाम की जगह मिड टर्म के बाद ज्यादा बढ़ा सकता हूँ, कंटिन्यूअस प्रोजेक्ट्स के बाद ज्यादा बढ़ा सकता हूँ. Universities are getting all of that. So I think that's what it. I know you're looking at time, so but
sorry for that because people are waiting.
I know,
there are some,
I know everybody is going through the wrong time cycle here. Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much everybody. It was lovely having you on.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure hearing from you, Paresh sir, and we will look forward to many more such opportunities, maybe a whole day session to you very soon, as per your time. So over to Mr. Aplav Saxena.
Thank you so much, sir. So as we all know that the session, how much it means, and especially when students got to know about examination, and if there could be some flexibility. I know what charm was there, but in the meantime, I would like to request Kapil sir to please join us on stage. Kapil sir, for the felicitation of the panel. To begin with, I would like to request Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma sir, the registrar, to please come forward.
There's a question. He wants to ask what
Question?
question because we did not
Okay,
take any
yeah,
question
sorry. So, any questions? Yeah.
My name is Dr. Shekhar Kapoor. I'm an educationalist, a corporate trainer, and a motivational speaker. I have been listening to all the sessions since morning, and I must say that this particular session is one of the best sessions since morning. With your moderation,
what is
energy, the inspires everybody.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
See the magician.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. That's what I thought, sir. मेरा नाम ही क्या है? Thank you so much, sir. I know sir since he was in Bharati Skill Development University, so I know since then, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So may I request now, sir, to please do the honor for our panelist, one of the panelists, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, sir. He is the registrar of University of Engineering and Management. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights or sharing your views on this topic. Please have a huge round of applause for him. Clap, clap, please. Thank you. Now, the next one, I request Professor Dr. Balraj Singh, sir, to please come forward. He is the Vice Chancellor of Sri Karan Agriculture University, Jobnet. I request Kapil, sir, VC, sir, and Registrar, sir, to do the honor. Please have a huge round of applause for him, please. Professor Dr. Balraj Singh, sir. And the next one, as we all know, Mr. Paresh Gupta, Chairperson, Associate Rajasthan Startup Committee. Yeah, without me telling, there are clappings, so we can understand why it is so. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views with us. All the students are wishing that your views someday will become real. I don't know if it will ever be or no, but yeah, please, please. Thank you so much. And now to the moderator. I always tell this, even on social media when we interact or whenever we meet at Doordarshan, I always say, sir, I learned a lot of things from you. And this is the reason why I say so, because whenever he is doing it amazingly well. Yes, I'm talking about Professor Dr. Visujoj Chatterjee, sir, the Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management.
For the first time. Yeah, it always happens the other way. So I'm getting this opportunity for the first time. I will treasure this picture. If you can kindly click it, I will treasure this.
Thank you. Now I request the entire panel to please come forward for a group photograph. All right, thank you so much. Now may I request Kapil sir, VC sir and Registrar sir to be with us as we are proceeding towards the award ceremony, and I'm passing it on to Rup sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, proceeding on with the last event of today, let us start the last award ceremony. First, I would like to invite upon stage Mr. Vikram Singh Chauhan, who is the director of Jamna Vidyapit. Please welcome him on stage. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone. Ms. Pratiksha Sharma, please be ready next. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Pratiksha Sharma, who is the Director of Tiny Tots Science and Sports School, Government, Govindgarh. Please come up on stage, ma'am. Please give her a huge round of applause, everyone. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Ashu Gupta, who is the co-founder of Design to Occupancy Services LLP. He is being awarded under leadership. Please welcome him upon stage. Please give him a huge round of applause.
No problem, because you were kind enough to stay the whole day. Please, please.
Mr. Gaurav Sharma, please be ready, who is the founder and director of Gallop and Bounce.
We are recruiting many students currently in Rajasthan. They are recruiting huge numbers.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Gaurav Sharma, who is the founder and director of Gallop and Bounce. He is being awarded under leadership. Please give him a huge round of applause. Next, Mr. Pratap Singh, who is the director of the Focus Education Academy. Please be ready. This is Mr. Gaurav Sharma, the founder and director of Gallop and Bounce. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone. Mr. Pratap Singh, please get ready. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Pratap Singh, who is the director of the Focus Education Academy. He is being awarded under Experiential Learning Excellence Award. Please welcome him on stage. Okay, moving on, let me welcome on stage Mr. Arun Lal Jangir, who is the director of Jamna Vidyapeeth. Please welcome him on stage and give him a huge round of applause. Next, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Pratiksha Sharma, Ms. Ranjana Sharma, who is the principal of SSG Parekh Senior Secondary School. Please, ma'am. Please give her a huge round of applause. Ms. Rekha Parekh, Vice Principal of SSG Parekh Senior Secondary School. Please get ready. Please give her a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Rekha Parekh, who is the Vice Principal of SSG Parekh Senior Secondary School. Please give her a huge round of applause, everyone. Okay, moving on, I'm sorry. Please give her a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Bhaskar Swami, who is the founder and director of Exotic Aura. He is being awarded under leadership. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone. Okay, moving on, last but not the least, Mr. Gaurav Sharma, who is the CEO of Trash Company. He is also known as the Trash Man of Rajasthan. Please welcome him on stage.
शिक्षा में सबसे अच्छा लोटस होता है सर। You are absolutely example of that.
Thank you, sir. We would be delighted if you could share a few words.
Now incorporating this app part, some people informing to the app that there is this and the community somehow. Look, it's very wonderful. We work with we work with multiple areas.
Sir, please share a few words.
Thank you very much. I would say, since all of you are here, I just wanted to quickly address that when we're talking about NEP, one thing which is really coming to light is your knowledge, values, and skill set. So that is surpassing the degree. So when I started my first venture in 2016, I did not have a degree. And what I would say is that when you have real practical skill set or strong value system and knowledge about particular niche, there is always an opportunity for you to surpass an existing player in the market or the competition which is existing in the market. For example, I started my first venture in 2016, which is into waste to energy. So we are a manufacturer where we manufacture machines which convert food waste or bulk waste generators into cooking gas, electricity, biofuel, and fertilizer. We work with 120 plus clients in 5 states, including Indian Railways, Indian Army, Akshay Patra, a lot of five-star hotels, and in fact schools now as well. So that has been the one case. But when I recently got into another space with Trash Company, which is into climate, I would say responsibility with events. So I'm sure a lot of you have seen Diljit's recent concert in Delhi and what has happened post concert in terms of waste being generated. So what similar we are trying to do is we're trying to work with event organizers to ensure that they take adequate action not just before but during and after as well. So my first and as of now only client is Rajasthan Royals, where we worked with them last year, both in Jaipur and Guwahati, and we ensured that 64 tons of waste generated during matches was taken care of and was not sent to landfills, rather been used in the value system to recycle or upcycle. So lastly, just want to highlight that focus on real-time value, real-time skills, having a strong foundation of value system, and I'm sure you're going to surpass the competition existing in the city. Also, one thing I often say that which is being said by Jack Ma, and I saw this back in 2013 that when you are in your late 20s or early 30s, work with smaller companies. When you work with smaller companies, you get to learn a lot more about vision of founder, how do they run organization, how do they lead teams, and how they tackle daily challenges which come across. That will also help you to understand and explore what exactly you enjoy in terms of your own strengths to work on, instead of going to a bigger company where you work as a small part of the bigger process. So with that, I just want to wish you all the best, and I hope you do wonders, and we'll see you around. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful words, sir. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Sumit Srivastava, who is the founder and CEO of Startup Chopper. He will be awarded under entrepreneurship. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone.
So yes, so it's an experience. So we work with startups from across India. Audience team startup will take them, see nurture them, and then get them connected.
Next, Mr. Adrian Frank, who is the principal of Adinath School, Alwar. Please come up on stage. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone. Next, Mr. Arun Lal Jangir, who is the director of Gurukul Vidya Niketan Senior Secondary School. Please get ready. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Arjun Lal Jangir, who is the director of Gurukul Vidya Niketan Senior Secondary School. Please give him a huge round of applause, everyone. Next, Mrs. Renuka Joshi, principal of Vardhaman Sankyalan International School. Please get ready. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mrs. Renuka Joshi, who is the principal of Vardhaman Sri Kalyan International School, Kalwar Road, Jaipur. Please give her a huge round of applause, everyone.
Right. So thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much to all the awardees. In case we are missing out any name, uh, considering it as a human error, if anybody is remaining, would request you to please join us on stage.
Can you find out, are we missing anybody?
Any awardee, if you are missing it out.
Are we missing anybody? You can quickly have a look. Are we missing out
Yeah.
anybody? Anybody who missed out on the registration? Thank you.
I think we have everything's covered. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kapil sir. Thank you, VC sir. Thank you, Registrar sir. Thank you so much. So I think the entire day was full of learning, full of gathering a lot of information. I'm sure you must have gained vital information about NEP, new education policy, which you will be a part of. Now, for the closing remarks, may I request Dr. Tarun Sharma. He is the Associate Professor, University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Please join us on stage. Please एक बार तालियां बजाएं सर के लिए जोरदार.
Good evening, all respected distinguished professors across the different institutions, industry leaders, CEO, startups, entrepreneurs, my fellow colleagues and dear students. It has been an honor to have such esteemed professors, industry leaders, directors, CEOs, and enthusiastic students with us today for one day panel discussion on national education policy NEP 2020. The discussion theme was transforming education for a new India, bridging the gap between traditional and modern education system. In this event, we had renowned personality as a guest of honor, Professor Dr. Rajiv Jain, former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Shri Kapil Garg sir, former Director General of Police, Rajasthan Police, and Senior IAS Officer Pankaj Ojha ji, Additional Commissioner, Food Safety Department, Government of Rajasthan. In addition, Deputy Chief Minister and Honorable Cabinet Minister Madan Dilawar ji was supposed to join in the morning, but due to some urgent work, they couldn't join us. In this whole day panel discussion, we had different panel discussions, which explores critical aspect of NEP 2020, including digital empowerment, quality assurance, experiential learning, and holistic development. These panel conversations have not only highlighted the challenges, but also provided actionable plans to drive meaningful change. In the whole day long session, we had more than 22 panelists across the different university, institutions, industries, and schools like MNIT Jaipur, IFCI University Jaipur, NSUT New Delhi, University of Rajasthan, Agriculture University Jogne, Rajasthan Technical University, and SOCHM, and different schools of Jaipur. On behalf of UEM Jaipur, I am confident that the panel discussion on NEP 2020 has elevated the quality and impact of the event, leaving a lasting impression to all the attendees. Besides these four panel discussions, we also organized two award sessions for schools, startups, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders. Total 50 awards were distributed for different categories, and more than 200 participants were joined all the sessions. So thank you for making this event successful and unforgettable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with your permission and with management's permission, let me take this opportunity to thank Karun sir, Praful sir, and all the organizing committee, Jyoti ma'am, registrar sir, VC sir. Please एक बार तालियां इन लोगों के लिए जोरदार बनती हैं for putting this in reality, because NEP is something which is the need of an hour. But before we conclude the session or the entire event, I would like to request once again Kapil sir if you can join us on stage once more. Just for the award. And VC sir, would request you once again to please join us. Registrar sir, please come for giving this award to Mr. Praveen Sharma. He is the founder and CEO of GatePay. So Praveen sir, with apologies, please join us. GatePay, I'm sorry, GatePay. So GatePay, please.
Yeah, what would be this? I think the biggest award is to come here and talk on education, and the most important aspect was to speak on the entrepreneurship and stress management. Stress management is one of the most important subjects. I'm writing a book called Nothing Called Depression. So I think would love to have a better and a bigger session on this to talk about, because I think even if we can have a couple of students coming out and working onto this, I think this will be a big game changer for the industry as well.
Maybe a whole day session.
So एक बार तालियां जब प्रवीण सर के लिए once again. Thank you so much, everyone. Now may I request Professor Dr. Mukesh Yadav. He is the Associate Dean of Academics and Foreign Relations, University of Engineering and Management, to please join us for sharing few words as word of thanks.
Thank you everyone. It has really been a big and engaging day for all of us. And I am presenting a formal vote of thanks on behalf of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. So good evening everyone. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this insightful and engaging panel discussion on national education policy organized by University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. First and foremost, I extend my warm thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Rajiv Jain, former Vice Chancellor of University of Rajasthan, for honoring us with his presence and sharing his valuable insights. I would also like to thank our guest of honors, Mr. Pankaj Kumar Ojha and Shri Kapil Garg, for your inspiring words, for your thoughtful contributions, which have enriched today's deliberations. A special note of appreciation to our respected Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Vishwajay Chatterjee, whose leadership and dedication to academic excellence have been the cornerstone of this event's success. Please give a huge round of applause for our Vice Chancellor, sir. I am also equally grateful to our registrar, sir, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, for his unwavering support and efficient coordination, ensuring smooth running of this entire event. Please give a huge round of applause for our adorable registrar, sir, Professor Pradeep Sharma. I am also thankful to our distinguished panelists, although the list is very long, but it's a protocol to name all of them, so I am naming them. Professor Dr. Ajay Kumar Sharma, Professor Dr. S.K. Singh, Professor Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Palwaria ji, Professor Dr. Balraj Singh ji, Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar Dubey ji, Professor Dr. H.P. Singh ji, Professor Dr. Rashmi Jain ji, Professor Dr. Rohit Bhakar ji, Dr. Sudipti Arora ji, Ms. Harsha Purohit ji, Mr. Paresh Gupta ji, Mr. Praveen Sharma